people in the chat right now are saying that looks absolutely good and amazing, and others are like, what is that? That looks disgusting. Okay.
All right, we should
Personally,
be live.
I've seen things that look gross, right now we're saying and when I taste them, they're amazing. So I'm not going to say anything.
All right,
I'm
working. Everything's good.
And yes, that is
hey,
a whole hard-boiled egg. It looks like in the front. That's a hard-boiled egg. It looks like. Again, this is probably going to be incredibly hard to eat, much like the fish.
Usurped. Terrible.
I don't know how I'm supposed to eat it because you can't just scoop it like stew. You have to like fork and knife it to even get like pieces of it off.
Let's see. Pop
out. But it's supposed to be stew. You eat with water in a bowl. So how do you eat it? Right? How do you eat it? I'm just at a loss. I really am at a loss of how. I mean, again, this is me being exposed to a new cultural cuisine. I'm not trying to critique it. I'm just trying to understand it. Okay.
How do you eat food, guys? Chat, tell me how you eat food.
Okay. I'm not saying it's bad. I'm going to eat it. And maybe it tastes amazing. I'll be honest. That falafel
George
looked like little
and Sins, how's it going?
And it tasted some of the best taste I've ever had in my life. Okay. Okay.
Love it. How do I eat food, guys?
So we'll get to that. The third and final dish is called pancit or pancit.
Home from work. Off tomorrow because everything's closed, so
thick rice noodle in a delicious
doing all right.
shrimp, squid, and ground pork sauce. Garnished with
How's it going?
cracklings, green onions, and a sliced boiled egg. An all-time Filipino favorite. This is incredibly heavy. This, I'm not exaggerating, is about 1 pound to 1.5 pounds of food in this box. It is
incredibly heavy. Pound and a half. That is not incredibly heavy.
Super duper heavy. Okay. Now, whoa. You see the pork moving? Out of all the things that I ordered, this looks the most appetizing. This smells
fast
the most
food.
appetizing.
So much fast food.
These are actual fried pork pieces.
Mister,
So
I can't eat this because it's not fast food,
together,
guys. I don't know how to eat anything
and
that's
it
not fast
smells
food.
great. I can smell garlic. I can smell like maybe some butter. Okay, there's green onion. I love green onion. I think green onion is absolutely delicious. Here it is. There's your hard-boiled egg. They cut it in half. They actually give you a lemon. So I guess you're actually supposed to season it with lemon. You crack it over or squeeze it over and mix it in. It actually smells good. So out of the 3 things that I ordered, I'm hoping at least this will be like one that I like because I'm hungry. Obviously, I spent a lot of money. 3 actual entrees. Can you imagine how much that costs? Because this is a real...
Remember, guys, he's broke. He doesn't have money for bills. But he DoorDashed 3 actual meals for 1 person.
Restaurant. This is not... I ordered fast food. This is a sit-down restaurant. It costs a lot of money today. So I hope that...
How's it going, Jonathan?
This one pans out to be...
Doing all right now that I'm home from work.
Okay. I'm actually feeling very, very positive about this one. But...
Well, I mean, 130 pounds,
the one that I think
if there's a way to carry it, isn't that heavy.
I could actually be wrong.
You get something that's big and bulky that weighs 20 pounds, like, well, there's no handle on it. Fucking impossible to carry. It's something 100 pounds, but it has a handle. Pick it right up.
Hold on.
Yes. Merry Christmas, everybody.
Jack.
How's it going, Sketch?
I have 3 friends over, and we have a watching party for this. Well, I hope you enjoy it. I hope it's entertaining to you. It might not be as entertaining for me, depending on how this goes. Jack, I guess we'll see. We're going to see together, right? Actually, what I should do, I'm not going to move.
That's hilarious, Squidward.
Food area, and I'm going to put my keyboard here to update the leaderboard if I need to eat it during the show. This is going to be a long show. Just to forewarn everyone, Feasting with the King, this might be the longest episode I've ever done. We're over 10 minutes in. I haven't tasted anything yet. Because this is cuisine I have never experienced. I am, like, completely oblivious to what I'm about to eat.
Happy holidays to you.
Okay. We're going to start with the Dang Bada Bang. No, what's it called? It's called Dang Nabangus. The Dang Nabangus marinated deep-fried white fish with a dipping sauce.
Which, I hate fish, so I would never order that.
Okay?
I've tried so many different kinds of fish. Can't stand any of it. It's just annoying because I live on a lake. I like fishing. I just can't eat fish.
It's transparent, but has pieces in it. Like there's stuff floating in there. Oh shit! It just dripped. Fuck. My equipment is on here. What did I just drip on? Why is it leaking, man? That pisses me off. What did it just leak on? That actually pisses me off. Why the fuck?
Good job ruining your equipment.
All right, I don't think it. Okay, I don't see any. Maybe I looked out, or maybe I think actually a single drop like hit my glasses case, so I think I'm all right.
Damn, it should have landed on the brand new laptop and fried it. That would have been great.
Okay, people say smell it. Okay, let's smell it. God. Oh! Oh!
Clown mode activate.
That is pure vinegar. Oh, that is pure vinegar. Oh, it smells like. Oh, it smells like stinky gym socks. Oh no. Oh. Oh. No. Oh, it started dripping on my fish. No. Oh, it dripped on some of the fish. Son of a bitch. Oh, dude. Oh.
It's vinegar sauce for the fish, dude. Get over it. Goddamn clown mode.
Oh.
Enter the clown mode.
Shit, I gotta find somewhere to put this. Because it's still it won't stop dripping. Okay. Alright, I'm gonna put this like this. Oh, it's on my hands. Oh, hold on. No. No, I'm
not the worst thing to spend on your hands while on stream.
I gotta wash my hands. They smell. Oh, it's like socks. Oh.
Got the next 4 days off from work. Lucky. And 2 weeks off of school, even better. I got a day off. I'm right back to work on Sunday. I say vinegar does not smell that bad. Well, he had to go rushing off to wash his hands after he got vinegar on his hands. But he can jack off and, yeah, I'll just leave that on my hands, guys. It's no big deal.
Okay. Oh, man.
I love Twitter.
Now my hands, they smell like pears now. Nice pear hand soap. By the way, shout out to DDG405 who took me $20.
What up, Prophet? Mary Goutmas.
DDG. I appreciate that. We're now up to $220 in tips and climbing. I really appreciate your support today, everybody. You know, this is the only stream I'm doing today. There's no other regular gameplay stream, so I appreciate any support of any way. We've had a lot of super chats today. Members, tips, thank you guys so much. Remember, every 50 bucks raised, we switch a hat. So right now, 30 more bucks to have a hat switch for the next game. Okay, there's no fucking way that I'm eating that sauce. That literally smells like a pair of disgusting sweat-infused socks. That's what the sauce smells like. Like, why would I want
Wait in soft Filipino food
in my food? Sambuca says, I lived in the Philippines and the food is rough. Why didn't you guys tell me that before I ordered it? Well, we're gonna try this, all right? This is called Dang Nabangus. Okay? Dang Nabangus. By the way, all right, I should call this out. Okay. Should I tell you? Ladies and gentlemen, Dang Nabangus. Whole white fish, marinated, deep fried, $17. I did this for you guys today. Okay? Okay, let's try it.
I did it for you guys. I did it for you. What are you, Big Show? No, Rikishi talking to The Rock. I did it for you, Rock. I did it for you. Oh, that he's eating off camera.
Okay, so
because he's so self-conscious about his nasty-ass teeth.
Moist and juicy inside. Oh, wow. This looks... Okay. I'm feeling more positive about this. I'm going to show you guys. Okay? Wow. Okay. Okay. This might not be as bad as I thought. I'm going to show you guys. You ready? When you actually cut into the fish, okay? The fish itself is hard on the outside, but the inside is actually moist and very juicy. I cut into it, and I could immediately see tons of moisture and juiciness in the fish itself. See that? The white flaky fish on the inside? And it's called a white fish. That's an... Okay, I'm like... Okay, maybe there's going to be something good here, okay? Maybe.
It's moist.
Again.
I know how many people love the word moist.
All right. All right, I'm going to do it.
But I love it. He's eating... It's supposed to be feasting with a king when he eats on camera. And then he eats off camera because he's so self-conscious about his nasty-ass teeth. Then his chat calls him out on it. I was like, alright, fine. I'll eat on stream. Fuck you guys. I mean, there's been a lot of time in water, so it should be moist.
Okay. Full disclosure. I took a bite, and there was a bone in it. Because it's the whole fucking fish. It stabbed me in the tongue. I was like, it didn't cut me, but it got me. I was like, fuck. I ripped the bone out. I threw it to the side. It's good. It's good.
It's fish. Fish is good, even if I can't handle it. There's a bunch of food that I can't eat. I don't know why. I've tried to, like sushi. One friend loves sushi, and he's had me try half a dozen different kind, and I just can't handle it. Yeah, fish is good.
No!
But so many people eat fish.
Hold on a second.
Even if someone just can't stand it.
Oh my god, it's so flavorful.
And what did Kat order? She didn't order anything, guys. She's not here. I mean, shut the fuck up.
So many flavors. So, first of all, of course it's fishy. It's a pure fucking fish. It's a pure fish, okay? Here, I'm gonna show you. People are such assholes. They're saying I'm not really eating it. Are you fucking stupid? Look.
Because you're eating off camera. Because you're pissed off at people for screenshotting you all the time with your nasty ass teeth.
It's not dry at all. It's moist on the inside. Somehow, the way that they've deep fried it, they retained the moisture on the inside of the fish. And the fish itself is completely
feeds them too much
full
potatoes.
of
Then eat on camera instead of doing it off camera so no one can look at your nasty ass teeth.
It's tangy. It's salty.
Stop talking with your mouth full.
It's actually soft on the middle. It's good. It's good. I told you guys, the thing about cuisine, what I found with food, you seriously
She's not.
Cannot
She's long
judge
gone.
food by how it looks anymore. You can't. There's so many cuisines out there that don't look appealing because you had your brain.
Like that Burger King sandwich you refused to eat because it looked weird with too much sauce, but you never actually tried to take a bite out of it, jackass.
Conditioned to think this is how food should be. And then when you try something you've never tried before like this, you're like, oh, that looks disgusting. It's hard. The sauce is nasty. And then you bite
Chair
it.
squeak,
What
sorry.
the fuck? It's good.
So much chair squeak.
It's seriously full of flavor. All right.
Why do my eyes look like that?
So here we go.
There we go.
You take the fork. I'm going to stab it. Try to rip the meat out. See the rib meat's coming out as I do this? See that?
Straight from, how you doing?
It's a ton of meat. It's a big fish. That's why. Look at all the meat coming out. I'm going to put it right into my mouth from here. There's a crispy layer on top. But it's juicy on the inside.
She got his food for him. She's got the crust off his sandwiches too.
How can I compare this? It's kind of like a mild Cajun seasoning. You know Cajun seasoning? It's mild Cajun, but it has a tanginess to it because of the
Cajun,
vinegar.
it's Filipino.
The vinegar that they've marinated it in.
Well, not just one-up Leanna, but to one-up the trolls. See, guys, I'm a mature adult. I'm married, guys.
That's right. It's a combination of tanginess and Cajun. That's exactly what it tastes like. That's the best thing I can describe it as. And it's fucking good. So, again, you can't judge a book by its cover. You can't.
Unless the cover looks like you, then I will judge the book.
It's good. I'm being yelled at. Save room for the other meals. Okay. You know, it's good. I almost ate half of it already. I almost ate the whole half of the fish.
Big Roots discovers fish for the first time.
How could something that looks so bad taste so
good?
good?
That Carter.
Really?
But when he had Lana living there, she would pop her head in. Maybe only once or twice a month, but she would know, knocking on the door. Hey, I'm about to make this. Is that what you want? Or I'm thinking about making this. Do you want something different?
Why is it so good?
But she would appear. Cat never appears.
Wow.
She never knocks on the door.
Okay.
She never sticks her head in. She never says hi to chat.
Looks can be deceiving.
Ever.
What is it called? The Nang Dabangus? Hold on. Dang Dabangus. All right? Dang Dabangus.
There's no difference.
Is good.
He just calls it that because he thinks it's more
I'll be honest,
mature.
that sauce fucking smells terrible. But that fucking fish is good. Okay? Next, we're going to try. Excuse me. It's absolutely disgusting. Next, we're going to try.
Yes, you are.
Classic chicken adobo. Okay?
Here it is, guys. This is why I wanted to watch the adobo. Then I had time to kill until he actually started his ACKACKACK the King stream.
It's really hard to put my finger on what this is going to taste like. I'm smelling it. I don't even know what that broth is going to taste like. It's like definitely salty, savory. It almost smells like gravy to me. Really. It smells like gravy rather than a soup. Like you take a stew, you think, oh, a clear broth with some veggies and meat in it. That's like, it's deep and dark like gravy. You can see it's brown, dark brown.
He's got to do something, Lightning. It's this or play a video game. We all know how much he hates playing video games.
All right. First off, I feel like I should taste the actual broth before we even try to eat the chicken or the egg. Here's a little bit of the broth. Okay, ready? Oh, it's strong. It's very salty. Oh, that's very salty. It's got a lot of seasoning in it. I could tell it's like, oh man. Definitely garlic. Let's see what it says. It says soy sauce, vinegar, garlic, bay leaf, and whole peppercorns. Definitely garlic. It's salty but garlicky. But not ultra strong. Like you would think, oh, garlic is overpowering. It's not that bad. That fish stuck in the side of my mouth.
Exactly, Stephen. Why do you throw most of it away?
Okay. The broth ain't bad.
I'm just spending $70 on it.
I'm not blown away by the broth. The broth is good. It's not great. It's garlicky and savory, but it's very strong. I want to try the meat. Let's try the meat. So I gotta cut this up with a fork and I can't show this on camera. I have to cut this up beside me. And this is one of my major criticisms of this dish. When you provide the meat all whole like this, okay, the person eating has to cut it all up. So I can't just eat it. I have to do all this work to eat it. And
I had to do all this work to eat it, guys. It is chicken on a bone. Have you never had wings before? You only get the boneless chunks. Have you never been to a fair or carnival, whatever that has... You can literally buy like whole turkey legs. You just walk around eating a fucking turkey leg. It's amazing when you're walking around like Renaissance Fair. And you just go and you just get a turkey leg. And that's what it is. It's a turkey leg. Mister, I gotta actually do something. I can't just shove it in my mouth and eat it, guys. It's too much work.
If I'm gonna buy a stew, give me a stew I can just drink and eat out of the bowl. So I'm dipping a piece of chicken into the broth and I'm gonna eat it. Whoa. Oh. No, that's like really strong. It's very salty.
Yes, it's crying about having to cut his meat, Hydra. How you doing?
There's other stuff in there. I don't know. They say it's vinegar, right? It's not necessarily overly tangy at all. I'm gonna try to get a big chunk of meat. All right, so this is like a giant, just to show you. This is a giant chunk of meat with skin on it, dipping it in the broth. Okay?
I want to say it's that giant, dude.
It's not bad. I don't love it. It's not bad. To me, it's actually a little bit too on the salty, too much seasoning, too much on the salty side.
Salt. I can taste the salt, guys.
Like, you can't really taste meat or anything. All you can taste is, like, the seasoning. And I can understand if you like a deep...
Painkillers for the win, Hydra.
...flavored stew, and you want meat that really... The meat is the hero of the dish when it comes to the protein you're eating, but you're actually eating it for a different flavor. I can understand this. But, like, I'm serious now. Oh! I'm serious. I can't take the chicken. Here's another chunk. Dipped in the broth, okay?
I'm sure some of his fans do, Carter. Hey, Luis. I don't know if he has another fangirl lined up.
It's good. Don't get me wrong. I like this.
This is a guy who doesn't plan ahead, so...
Like, it's not blowing me away. Which is funny, because people actually told me this would be the best chicken adobo.
Friends hosting
I don't know. Here's that piece of chicken with
Friends
broth.
Christmas thing tonight.
It's good.
Let's play some Zombicide.
It's definitely not bad chicken. It falls right off the bone. Because they did deep cook it. The way that they cooked it here, they deep cooked it in the stew. So the meat is fall off the bone good. The problem is it's not easy to eat meat like this. If you give me a giant plate with maybe...
1 second, let's see. Yep. Alright, he started the music already, but let's get back to this.
A bed of noodles or a bed of rice.
I'm just waiting for the this king to start.
This on top of it, okay? You give me big chunks of fall off the bone chicken. You pour this adobo broth over that, and it absorbs, right, into the noodles or into the rice. Then I'd maybe like, okay, and I could fork and knife on a big ass plate, right? This is literally presented as a stew. It's not a stew. This is not stew. This is a bunch of meat with a little bit of broth to dip it in. This is actually not what the definition of stew is. So even though they present it as stew, it's definitely not stew. It's actually a misrepresentation of what it is.
It's not the Americanized version of it. A lot of countries... Well, actually, I looked it up because I was wondering. Why do like a lot of Asian cultures use chopsticks? Because unlike America, where you order a steak, you get a 16-ounce steak slapped on your plate. In the Asian culture, the reason they use chopsticks is because you get a plate of rice. Then you have sliced up meat on a plate. You reach over, you pick up one slice of meat, mix it with the rice, then you pick it up and you put it in your mouth. That way, instead of each person in the family getting their own personal steak, cut up 1, maybe 2 steaks, for example, place it on the plate. Then, 4, 5, 8, however many people are eating, pick off 1 piece of meat at a time, mix it with their rice, and then put it in their mouth. But guess what, DSP? Unlike in America, a lot of countries, they just go, alright, here's a 2.5 pound roast, let me throw it in there. Like, nah. It's a little bit of meat. Or they use the bone, you get like the marrow and all that. Marrow. How are you supposed to pronounce it? I'm an American, so I better speak English.
I'm not saying it's bad. I'm saying they should call it something else. Because when you say adobo stew, this isn't stew. It's not. You have to eat it a different way. I'm having a hard time even eating it. Because I put it in a bowl like stew and I can't eat it. You see? So, I'm going to take another piece. I want to eat the egg too. I want to see how the egg tastes because it's been in this stew, the whole time. Let's see.
I love Asian food. It's so fucking good.
Chicken.
Favorite is still Italian, but Asian's close second.
Mm. Oh, was that ginger? Maybe. Hmm.
It's the guy we're watching his YouTube stream from last night.
That's not bad at all. It really is not bad.
Or we're watching Ack the King today.
Because I can't eat it. Like, if I could eat this quickly, I would eat way more of it. But this is like a chore to eat. I'm sitting here trying to rip chicken off of pieces that are coming out of my bowl. It's good, though. And by the way, I should point this out. It's all dark meat. It's all dark meat chicken. There's no white meat in there. That's why it's so flavorful, too. It's juicy, dark meat. White meat chicken, I'm sorry, it sucks. It's dry.
Then how come you're not chewing your fingernails if it's dark meat?
Oh! But all the flavor sucked out of it. I hate white meat chicken. This is good dark meat chicken, so they picked the right kind of chicken. But you want to know the truth? Here's what I wish.
Emil, it is pork shoulder.
And you will completely disagree with me when it comes to cuisine. This is my personal take. When I'm ordering food or I'm going to a restaurant, I'm paying you to make that food edible and easily edible for me. I don't want a project. When I go to a seafood restaurant, I don't want to have to crack open a giant lobster or crab and suck the meat out like an asshole.
First of all, that's like 2/3 of the point of eating crab and lobster is getting this cracker and going, cracking the shells open, cracking the claws open. Then you get the buttery sauce and you make a mess. That's the point of that. That's why you get a bib and all that. It's like that's 2/3 of the point of eating that kind of seafood is you get the cracker and then you me strong and crack the shells open, suck the meat out. This is a guy that the reason he prefers a penne is because it's easy to eat. You don't slip it up and get sauce everywhere. Literal child.
I don't want to do a lot of work. Give it to me in a presentation.
I don't want to work, guys.
That's what I'm paying you for.
Fucker is so lazy he doesn't want to work to eat food.
$14. For $14, you're telling me you couldn't take the meat off the bone. Like, it's the easiest thing to do is to
I
just
could
throw the
not.
meat on the bone in something, cook it, and then give it to me. Take it off the bone, make it so I can just sit here and go eat, and enjoy. Now, I'm trying to eat your meat in a fucking bowl with your stew that you claim is a stew, and it's not. And I'm trying to eat it. I can't.
leave in the shell, and then
It's
you crack the
messy.
shell, but then you eat
It's
it.
time consuming. I would take, no exaggeration, if this is heavy as shit, this dish right here is heavy. If I wanted to actually just eat this,
That's also
this
how you
would
know
take
it's
me 30
fresh.
plus minutes to eat. Because I'd have to go around every piece, ripping it off, the grizzle, the bone, dodge around the bone pieces. It's work. I don't want to work to eat. Just give me the fucking food. I paid you for it. You see?
Yeah,
This
25
is not just
push-ups
them,
in 25
this is anyone.
seconds.
You go to a restaurant, you're looking for a pleasant dining experience. You're not looking for work. There's some people who love it. Oh, I love the challenge of going to a seafood restaurant, cracking open the crustacean, sucking the meat out. Good on you. Maybe you're...
The crustacean? No, it's crab or lobster. You don't say crustacean. And also, yes, that's where one time my friends and I were at a buffet place and they actually had crab claw. It's like, I've never seen crab claw at a buffet before. It can be good. So we all load up a plate with some crab claws. It's like, oh shit, we don't have anything to crack it open with. Like, all right, rock, paper, scissors. You lost. You have to hold the crab leg. Then the next person takes the end of the fork. Bam! And finally, like one of the people. Ooh. A lot of $1 orange Yoshi. Imagine having trouble eating takeout. What a wheelchair. So then you just use the handle of the fork to crack this thing open while you hold it and hope he doesn't hit your hand. Well, eventually, one of the waiters comes over. Oh, you guys want a cracker for that? Yes, we would. Although this is fun. Oh shit! I forgot to. Where is it? Text. There it is. Orange. I am so not prepared. Ta-da! There we go. Now I'm prepared. Yeah, like, we were having so much fun just figuring out, like, how do we crack this open? Someone holds it and the other one hits it with a fork? Not me. Alright, rock, paper, scissors to see who has to hold it and hope they don't get their hand hit.
Life is easy. Maybe you like to challenge yourself when you go to do things you're paying for. I don't. My life is stressful enough. Give me a nice, enjoyable, relaxed experience when I go to eat. You understand?
I need a nice, relaxed experience when
Now
I'm
I'm
eating
gonna try the egg.
food, guys. Can't do any food.
That
That
work.
takes work.
It's a hard-boiled egg. It's very hard in the center. So here's a piece. I just ripped a piece off the top of the egg. Okay.
Guy always looks like he's in pain when he
Pretty
eats
good.
food.
It's pretty good. You want to know why? Because the stew sauce is very good. The eggs have been cooked in it the whole time, all day.
As I did chicken and like a whole chicken in my Instapot
So
before.
the egg is very flavorful and tasty.
I've never done
Good
chicken before because I'm
Got the
always
flavor
afraid of
of that
undercooking
raw
it.
in it.
It's like, well, the Instapot you hit
And I can
chicken
easily
and you're
eat
done. It's like, all right. And it was so good. It was so. I mean, you go to pull the leg off of it and it just the bone because I was like,
Ron just said
huh,
something in the chat. They said,
I got a bone in my
"Life
hand, but
is
no
easy
meat.
if you don't want to work for
It was
your food,
delicious.
or if you don't have to work for your food. I do work for my food. I pay for it. If I wanted to make my own dish at home, I would. I would buy the individual ingredients for much cheaper than what I paid for this, and I would make it myself.
But
And
you
then I'd have
didn't.
no complaints because I made it, right? I choose.
But
how to
you
present it
didn't.
to myself. I paid for this. I have the right to demand a better presentation. I do. Okay.
You wanted a certain style food.
This is a
You
food
bought a
critique
certain
people
style
all throw to
food.
Karen, right?
Now you're
But
bitching
Karen,
about that certain
for
style
asking
food.
That your delicious food, it is delicious, be given to me in an easier way to eat. I can't, with one hand, I can't even take chicken off of one of these pieces of chicken.
Well, then
And
use
eat-
the other
look,
hand.
With one hand, it's impossible. And that's not good. I should be able to easily just eat like this in front of you guys and say, here it is, here's chicken adobo. Oh, it's delicious. Right? I can't. It's stuck on there. Look. I'm ripping and tearing to try to get meat. Okay, I finally got a piece off. Right? I'm like the fucking Doom guy,
Congratulations.
trying to get the meat off.
God.
Good. But to me, that's just too much work. I'm serious.
Hey, Shamer.
You can disagree, and I don't care. You're good. I don't care. I'm not going to argue with you. Fine.
Use two hands to eat food, guys?
Go
That's
ahead.
impossible.
Here's the true criteria.
Oh, that'd be
If I
perfect
can't
for
eat
cooking
right
with a
here on
king.
stream in front of you guys,
I said
you
I
know,
can
making
make
a
it
giant
better,
burger,
guys, so I'm going
it's
to make
too
it
messy.
better with cooking with the
Why
king,
is anything
guys.
too hard to eat in front of a camera? Why do I need a full dinner table, bib, giant accessories, and things to eat? Just give it to me so I can eat it. So this one I like. I actually like chicken adobo. I do think that it's too complicated with the chicken on the bone. If they took the chicken off the bone and just put it in a stew and you could eat it that way, it would be way better. I still like it. But my one complaint about that is it's just too hard to eat.
It's too much work to eat food, guys.
It's too much work. I don't want to sit here working on getting the meat off the bone all night, you know? Okay. It's like I tell you guys, my wife makes baked chicken all the time. You want to know why she makes baked chicken like that? Because we bought it, we baked it, right? We chose to present it like that. It's more work to save money, right? Okay, let's continue. We have a third dish. The third dish is called pancit or pankit palabak, thin rice noodle. No, excuse me, thick rice noodle. I said completely wrong. Thick rice noodle. Thick rice noodles and a delicious shrimp, squid, and ground pork.
This fool is for real, great shamer.
Ground pork cracklings, green onions, and a sliced boiled egg. It's an all-time Filipino favorite. I probably butchered the name of it. Excuse me.
Gross, right into the microphone.
Wow, this is like, I'm serious, this is like 2 pounds of food in here. Whoa, it's just crazy. Look at it. It's bright orange noodles. Very aromatic. You smell garlic. You can smell onion. You could smell all these things in it. It just looks pleasant to me. That looks really edible and pleasant to me. It does. Now, what I'd like to do...
And that's the other thing, guys.
Give me a lemon.
Remember, $70 worth of food, right? And he threw it all out afterwards.
If they give you the lemon, you should squeeze the lemon over everything and eat it like that. Why else would they give you the lemon? I'm not supposed to go like this. I'm not taking a shot at tequila. You're supposed to squeeze it on your food, right? Okay? So I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to squeeze it.
Make a mess?
Drip lemon juice all over my food. And I hope that this is how you're supposed to do it. If not, I'm going to be pretty stupid and embarrassed in a second if it tastes terrible.
Yep, he threw it out.
I think if they gave you the lemon, eat lemons, right? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. When in the Philippines, squeeze the fucking lemon. That's what I do. All right. Now.
Oh, yeah, he had a huge bitch
that smells so
fest about the
okay.
driver. He didn't come directly to my house, guys. It's bullshit.
I'm trying to get some of the freaking...
I'm supposed to have my own personal deliverer, guys.
For the pancit palabak. I don't know how to say this, and I feel stupid trying to pronounce it.
Remember this guy when he made tacos? He took over a pound of meat and threw it in the trash because he didn't need it.
Pork cracklings.
I only needed 2 pounds, but I got a 3-pound package, guys.
Okay.
Only needed 2 pounds for the taco, so I just threw the other pound away. Like, visibly, on camera. Grabs it with his bare hand and chucks it into the trash because he didn't need the 3rd pound. He only needed the first 2 pounds.
Yeah, it's stuck in there. Wait, no, it's not. What is that?
Mind you, ground beef is like meant to be frozen.
It was in there with it. I don't know. Try it later. It could be a pork crackling. It could be something else. I don't know. Okay, I'm gonna try to mix all this up. Okay. All right, let's shit.
Making a mess.
Let's partake in the pancit palabak, the first bite.
Oh, hey, shit, he's already started ACKACKACK the King? Oh, shit, I expected him to start ACKACKACK the King already.
You're busy, but you have a little bit of extra time to kill before all the holiday festivities begin. You'll probably be here to chill with me. But outside of that, I really don't foresee this being a super popular stream or anything today.
I.e., you don't expect a lot of money, huh?
Appreciate it, okay? Today is only Ask the King. That's it. It's going to be me doing a brief pre-stream now, 3 hours of Q&A roughly, and that's it. That's the show.
I expect him to start already.
Today at all. We certainly did a lot of that yesterday, and there will be a lot more of that coming after the Christmas holiday, which we'll talk about in a moment, because you guys are going to vote and determine what I'm actually playing on Sunday when I come back from this Christmas break. Okay?
Wouldn't surprise me, Smith.
But only Ask the King today. Q&A. I got, like I said, I got it from various sources. Pretty good. Actually, it's funny because I hadn't used my printer for 2.5 months and my printer wasn't working. I had to clean the heads like 3 times to get it to print anything. It was all screwed up. But we got some questions
dusty.
Here we'll go through. Should be entertaining. And should be a good chill time. Thanks for everyone who is chilling with me. Now, unlike yesterday, today we're...
And mind you, he has a 2-monitor setup along with a laptop. Yeah, really had to print off those questions. Gonna have the questions on one of the monitors or on the laptop.
We're going back to the standard format for a stream.
God damn, he started a while ago.
In effect, today is the last day for the Let's Get Lit Light Up hat. Okay. After today, we retire it because it is a Christmas hat. So last chance to see this hat on stream today. All right. Also, last day for the festive Christmas sweaters.
Normally you goes like 20 minutes of music, and you didn't do 20 minutes of music. What the hell? Snort.
Any contributions that come in during Ask the King, as you know, I appreciate. I'll give you a shout out. If there's questions associated with those contributions, I'll answer them when I get a chance between these questions, which we definitely have to answer during the show. Excuse me. Yes, we do have some goals in effect today. If we raise $50 in tips, yes, I will put on the Gunner glasses. Oh, here they are, the Gunner glasses. If we raise $100 in tips, I will put on the Let's Get Lit hat. And if we raise the full tips goal for today's stream, I'll put on the festive Christmas sweater of your choice. You'll get to vote on which one you want to see. And then that stuff gets retired for the year until next Christmas season. Okay? This is my only
stream. We've already
for
had like
today.
2 of them, so let's add
all right?
2.
It would be great if you could contribute. I'm not going to harp on it, nor are you going to hear me mentioning it once we start with Ask the King. I'm not really going to be all about that. I'm going to be about answering your questions, having a good time. Even though normally I would do 2 streams in one day, today I'm only doing the 1. I'm not even here tomorrow. I'm taking the day off for Christmas. So, I'm just saying, anything that you can do.
What, you're going to spend time with your loved one? Not you, DSP.
Tomorrow.
You never do that.
All right. So, the way it works, when I do Ask the King, I answer your questions. Some are from my forums, some are from members of the channel, and some are from my Twitter account, okay? We usually break the show up into hour segments. So I'll answer questions for an hour, take a break, do another hour, take a break, etc.
A break
Those videos
from
are
what?
uploaded to my vlog.
You don't do anything.
Hate vlogs, so you can get caught up after the fact, okay? Did you just see what I just tried to do?
Don't want that gin in the bottle right now.
That's some Christmas genius right there. Anyway, so
can't be drinking gin yet, guys.
Today, okay, I'm not doing a second stream tonight because my wife's currently working. She's not too happy about. When she gets back, we're gonna order out some nice Chinese food. I'm gonna go pick it up, and we're gonna have a nice Chinese dinner together.
And why is your wife working when you make over $120,000 a year?
We have a nice day together. We're gonna make breakfast together: eggs, waffles, fruit.
Meaning a DoorDash.
And then we're gonna get our Christmas roast going. First time ever, we're making a Christmas roast in the oven. You know, we're gonna I think it's called braising first, and then what is braising? Is that you put it in the frying pan? I don't even know. I'm not a cook. You're asking the wrong person. But I guess you braise it first, then you got to put it in the oven, and you cook it in its own juices. You encrust it with this coating. It's gonna be pretty interesting. Okay. So we're gonna be doing that, and also making roasted potatoes and stuff while we relax during the day. You know, my wife says that, well, we'll definitely watch some Christmas stuff. I told her we're going to watch one, maybe Christmas Story, maybe like, you know, a Christmas Carol, something like that. Of course, my wife has a day home. She wants to play some more games. She loves playing The Witcher 3 right now. She's been playing a lot of it. So
you hated The Witcher 3.
We have a nice, relaxing day. We got,
which is insane because Witcher 3 is amazing.
Remember, I told you guys I bought liquor for the Christmas marathon, so I still got all that. I still got the egg.
Ben probably saved for our own money, crypto.
Irish cream I didn't even drink yesterday. So.
Snort.
We're drinking all day. Okay? Should be a good time. Should be a good time tomorrow for my day off. All right? Now, here's what I need your input with, guys. When I come back on Sunday, we're back to full-time streaming. In fact, there's going to be 3 straight days of full-time streaming. Sunday, Monday, Tuesday.
We were discovering that Douglas.
Is determined by
Kramer.
You.
Yeah, we were just watching him
to vote.
Fail to eat chicken
right
adobo.
Now, you can go to the channel page of DSP Gaming, the main channel page, the community tab. There is a poll there. What game do you want to see me play?
That you finally started using after 13 years of being on YouTube.
As follows:
Falco, how's it going?
Edition, Resident Evil 4, The Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim Anniversary Edition.
Yep, Steven, exactly.
The poll is very close. In fact, I think overnight...
I was going to do that Nightwing, but it's more fun to actually keep track.
And then Skyrim narrowly beat it, and now it's like neck and neck. There's only a few percentage points between those two. GTA 3, not surprisingly, is 3rd place in the poll. I'm not shocked. I thought it would be. Being that the way that I saw the reception of when I played it the other day and the fact that we've been playing GTA now for many months, I get the feeling that is the game that people are going to want to see the least right now, but it's still good for variety's sake, okay? So, please vote. Your votes determine what I do on Sunday. Whatever wins the poll is the main stream on Sunday when I come back. Sunday night
no, he's off tomorrow, living night girl.
Which I usually would play tonight, Friday night, but because it's Christmas Eve, I'm not. So I'll be playing Street Fighter Sunday night. Okay? Monday, whatever came in 2nd place in the poll will be played. And then Monday night will be some Halo Infinite multiplayer. Okay? And I hope you'll come and support that whole Halo Infinite stream. As I said, I'm really having a ton of fun with the Halo Infinite multiplayer. I'm getting better every time I play it, but it seems like the support for those streams hasn't been great or consistent, and I would like.
No, you get a lot of
consistent,
views,
so
but you don't make a
sure
lot of
this
tips,
is
so
gonna be
you
something
hate
that's
it.
worth investing time in because you guys want to see it. Okay. And then on Tuesday, whatever came in third place in the poll will be played. And then Tuesday night will be endgame content of Lost Judgment. We are finally going to take on the Professor, which is the final part of the school story's plotline. Finally, we can.
He should play with members, but he won't because he's a bitch.
Of the main story, and we can wrap up the whole game. All right. So that's Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. I'm off on Wednesday, and then when I return on Thursday, we get back into the swing of the regular things that I'm doing. The main games again will be Skyrim, Resident Evil 4, and GTA 3, and that'll probably be twice, probably each 2 times that week. And the night streams will still be Halo Infinite multiplayer, Lost Judgment, and Street Fighter. Don't be surprised if you see an extra stream or 2 of Lost Judgment. I may even, if we're at the end game, wedge it in as a main stream because I'm trying to finish Lost Judgment.
After playing it for months.
Once I finish Lost Judgment, I can then do my year-end awards, which is my Game of the Year awards and the most disappointing games of the year countdown. Literally, Lost Judgment is the only thing holding me back from doing that series. I need to finish the game. So once we do it, we wrap it up.
Louis, how's it going?
And then we can head right into the fun year-end stuff, and then we can focus more on the new stuff that I'm doing. Okay? In regards to the new stuff I'm doing, yesterday you guys really seemed to like both Resident Evil 4 and Skyrim, although surprisingly I ended up playing like over 2 hours of Resident Evil 4. I didn't plan on doing that. What ended up happening was
a few months at least
to see Resident Evil 4 first. So we did it first. And then what ended up happening was my food that was supposed to be delivered got delayed and delayed and delayed because the person who was supposed to be delivering it decided to take on multiple other jobs along the way.
Like it's a job.
To make more money. But by the time my food showed up, it was super late. It was supposed to be here around 4:10, 4:15. It showed up at like 4:45, and it was ice cold.
No, it wasn't. We just watched you eat, and you never said anything about it being cold,
because
jackass.
I just had to keep playing. I just kept playing and playing and playing. Like, geez, is the food ever going to be here? I guess I'll keep playing. So it ended up being a really large chunk of Resident Evil 4 that I didn't even expect.
Snort.
And I only ended up playing about roughly 90 minutes of Skyrim. I would have liked to do more, but we just didn't have time because I still had to do DSP tries it. But from the feedback I got, you guys seem to like both games. Resident Evil 4, a lot of people are feeling nostalgia. People like when I play survival horror games. Resident Evil 4 is one of the more challenging ones because the controls is the first like third-person action-oriented Resident Evil, but the controls of the game aren't great.
I'm trying to bring this image up and it's not working.
Making it seem like these townspeople should be easy to kill, but they're actually not. It's more challenging. So that was fun.
Why can't I bring this image up? Bullshit.
And then Skyrim, man, I made Jasper Kitty, who's running around the office right now. I made him in Skyrim as a Khajiit, and he is kicking ass. His hand-to-hand combat, that's right, Jasper. Your hand-to-hand combat skills are unmatched. Jasper, did you know yesterday you did a snap suplex to a dark elf and you broke his spine? He didn't know. Did you guys even see that? It was amazing. I didn't even know those animations existed in Skyrim. Now, I've never done hand-to-hand before in like a Elder Scrolls game.
Snort.
And I also don't know if those are new animations that were added for like this current edition of the game, or if they were previously in the game.
Remember,
dude,
if you made the decision to do last-minute gift shopping, do everything, be kind to people.
Dropped him right on his neck,
while he bitches about this driver. This driver is a fucking moron. He should have just delivered to me. Ree, me.
Literally in Skyrim.
By the way, be nice to people.
What game am I playing? You think I'm playing an
Yeah, he's
MMA
played
game
Skyrim before.
Like, brutal. But it's pretty awesome. David Healy, no, I said that the noodles were warm after an hour or so. Both the chicken adobo as well as the fish were ice cold. As I said
they
in the
weren't.
review, I said if this fish were warm, it would probably be really, really good.
No. We just watched you eat and you said nothing. You said the fish was flavorful and juicy and moist. You said nothing about it being cold, jackass.
Anyway, so people, of course, you see, I'm doing a show. Let's contradict Phil on Christmas Eve and try to make him look stupid because
you are stupid.
We want to be Grinches. We want to be Scrooges on Christmas Eve. Let's contradict Phil in his own chat and try to act like he's a liar. Yeah,
because you are.
Yeah, okay, stupid. Anyway,
we just watched.
Yeah, it was wild. I'm excited to continue both playthroughs. Both of them. I really am. And I can't wait to see what you vote for. All right? Like seriously, the next couple of weeks are going to be great. We're going to have Skyrim, Resident Evil, GTA, finishing Lost Judgment, year-end series, heading into a new year fresh, all this cool stuff. I'm excited. I'm very excited. I hope you guys are too. All right? I'm just trying to think, is there anything else that I really have to talk about?
No.
I think we pretty much covered like everything yesterday.
So start ACKACKACK the King.
Not much, I hope you all have.
Mind you, he's doing a
holiday.
pre-stream
Obviously,
before
I'll tell you at the end of
ACKACKACK the
the show.
King.
You'll have a great holiday tomorrow and everything. Like I said, this will be a much shorter podcast than usual. What's the point of doing a long one when I'm about to talk to you for 3 hours for Ask the King, right? All right. So to reiterate,
But you're still doing one. You're still doing a
to reiterate,
pre-stream.
because wow, we actually have over. I'm shocked we have over 200 people. I just told you guys like 5 minutes ago. I thought we would left less than 200. We have over 200 people on the stream already. Thank you guys. I didn't.
There's no
expect
real
an
life
audience
job
today.
Phil
I really
could
didn't.
get.
I thought this would be like a very.
He'd never work
low
for someone
attendance
else again.
Stream. But anyway, so here's the deal.
Gross,
Ask the King
Brother
for the next
Axe.
3 hours. If you contribute, I will give you a shout out when I get a chance. Please understand that I do have to focus on these questions first. But
I gotta focus on the
swear to you, I
questions,
will give you a shout out.
guys.
I will answer any questions.
Dude, you read a
for
piece
your
of paper. That's
contributions.
it.
Yes, this is a standard stream where I'm basically trying to hit tips goals. So 50
Let's
bucks.
see. He's
go to
at
glasses,
200.
$100.
I'm at
Let's get
59. All right, not
But if we
bad.
do raise the entire
Mind you,
$150
he's got,
tips goal for the day,
190,000
you'll
more
get the
subs than
festive
I do.
sweater. Today is the last day for
It's only
all
having
of
4
that.
times the amount
It
of
all
viewers. It's
ends
pretty
today.
sad.
You won't see any more of the Christmas stuff. You will see Christmas
And
decorations.
don't forget to hit that
Christmas
thumbs
animations.
up.
Those are actually going to go through the early January till I do my year-end series.
Where is
But
it?
this nice, what I'm wearing and everything, that ends today. That was only for this week. That was only for Christmas week. Who the hell wants to see me wear Let's Get Lit and stuff after Christmas is over, right? Certainly not me.
We don't want to see you, period.
Merry Christmas to you, Ryan. All right, so let's quickly do shout-outs. Let's update the leaderboards, and then we're going to jump into Ask the King. Sound good? So first of all,
I mean, you're not
let's
wrong,
do
Brother
on
X,
the
but
YouTube side of
gross.
things, some shout-outs. On the YouTube side of things, we start off with Angry Templar, who did a $5 super chat and said, Merry Christmas, Phil. Thank you to the Angry Templar.
True
I
crowd.
appreciate that. Also, shout out to Gabriel KO, who re-upped his channel membership today and said, Merry Christmas, Phil. Thank you so much to Gabriel KO. I appreciate that. Anarchist's son just did a $5 super chat. Says, do you think more successful and famous creators like PewDiePie should pay you royalties for the inspiration you gave them in the early days? Absolutely yes. Of course, it's a stupid question. I'm just going to ignore it. But I still thank you for the super chat. Yes, they all owe me everything.
Well, he wears a vest to look like he's part of the village people. But yeah, they wouldn't want him out there. Alright, DSP, raise your hand for why. I can't do it. It's too much work.
No,
Due to the
what
M?
I've always
No.
said is, the thing
What
that's
about the C?
unfortunate is that it really
Snort.
felt like a small group of people in 2017 were responsible for the downfall of people being able to be full-time creators on YouTube. It really feels like that. And PewDiePie was one, not just solely him. There were a few people who basically were kind of known as the big gaming YouTubers or the big YouTube content creators. And because of the stuff that they did, which was kind of irresponsible, advertisers looked at their content and said, we don't want ads on YouTube anymore. And a lot of people lost
Like you've done
the
thing
ability to make a
irresponsible
living
on YouTube, like
full-time
masturbating in front of
because of the
children.
adpocalypse. And that's one of the unfortunate
You
things about it.
masturbated
You wanna
in
know
front of
what I'm
children.
upset about? That's what I'm upset about.
If
Because
PewDiePie had
before then, I
masturbated in
was
front of
actually able to
children,
make a living on
he'd
YouTube,
be in a
and
lot
after
more
that, I
trouble
couldn't
than you.
anymore. If anything, they, these people who were irresponsible over the years, who didn't realize that what they did had such influence over everything on YouTube, they really do owe an apology to everyone who got affected by that. They do. That's my opinion. But are you ever going to get it? Of course not. All you're going to do is defend, oh, it's not my fault. Oh, no, I didn't do that. Okay, whatever you say.
You
totally
masturbated
want the face
in
of
front
everything,
of
and then it all fell apart
children.
because you acted like a jackass. But whatever. See, the thing is
PewDiePie
today,
said
now
a word,
I
a
realize
gamer
the things
word.
that I did in the past.
You
were very
masturbated in
harmful
front
to
of
many people,
children.
and I apologize for it all the time. You guys know that. The things I used to say about Minecraft and other games and developers and stuff over the years was
Like
very,
when you
very
keep telling
irresponsible and
developers to
stupid,
die in a fire.
and I've grown from that, and I know that that was harmful, and I don't do that stuff anymore.
Yeah, it's from
Some
Dead
of these
Space
people are
2.
just like, oh,
They pretend
I was
to be
the
a
top guy on YouTube,
Nazi
literally
exterminating the
top guy on
Jews.
YouTube, but I don't
Got
feel
kicked out
responsible
from
for
an
anything I do.
entire
Okay.
fucking
Merry Christmas to
website.
you. Anyway, thank you for the super chat. On to tips. The first tip of today is from Lloyd Braun, who tipped $20. Says, Merry Christmas. I hope you have a great Christmas filled with love, joy, good food, happiness, and a family togetherness. That is awesome. Thank you, Lloyd. So you guys, what I'm going to start doing, I actually decided I was going to start doing this recently. I'm only going to be putting abbreviations for last names on my leaderboard. And there's two main reasons why I'm going to do that. First of all,
lazy.
Because my leaderboard, when I put full names, tends to fill up and become insanely large, and then I can't fit it on the screen anymore. That's number one. Number two, by putting people's full names, sadly, I feel like it does put people at risk. You know, we were on Twitch. Everyone was using a pseudonym, but a lot of people on YouTube don't. A lot of people on YouTube use their real name, and then they tip using the YouTube login and stuff. And their real names out
Terrible,
there.
brother accent. You're right, Jazzy.
Or have it plastered.
He has said it
all
before.
over the screen. So I'm going to start abbreviating last names. I think it's a good thing to do. Okay? So thank you. Big tip. I really appreciate that, Lloyd. Muse89 is here. Did a $4.20 tip. Says, just tested positive for Omicron, so I'm in isolation. Glad there's a stream today, so I feel less lonely. I'm very sad to hear you tested positive. I'm happy that I can do
He actually started earlier than I thought.
What I'm hoping is that you are not,
because he started music at 3:30. Instead of 20 minutes of music, he only did like 10 minutes of music.
You know, a lot of the reports are that
Surprised the shit out of me,
is
Excalibur.
a milder symptom kind of a deal. Especially for those who have been vaccinated. So I hope it's not a big deal for you. And I do hope that you feel better soon. Sucks. I get the feeling, I'm not even kidding, I get the feeling we're all getting it. I do. I kind of get that feeling like Omicron is the end-all, be-all of COVID. It's the last hurrah for this disease. Everyone's going to end up getting it. And then we'll kind of have almost like a natural immunity, I would hope. I don't know.
Most likely, he probably gave her $100 to get yourself what you want, honey. Because I don't know you well enough to buy you anything.
Immunized, quad immunized, are fucking getting it. So, Rob on Wheels is here today. Has tipped $5. Thank you, Rob. Merry Christmas to you. He says, how many of us will be singing the What Could It Be song tomorrow? What could it be? Oh, what could it be? That's right.
Jazzy Fool, holla for the
sub. Every year now, since now you guys seem to really like when I told the story this year. If you don't know what he's talking about, when I was a child, my cousin and I used to pick up the Christmas presents that were under the tree early before Christmas, and we'd shake them and sing What Could It Be and go through the house harassing my parents, asking, like, just saying, like walk behind my dad and be like, oh, what could it be? Oh, what could it be? And he would get so annoyed. My mom did. We would do it on purpose.
Ouch, right. Douglas.
So thank you, Rob.
That side of the family all caught it right before Christmas, so Christmas got canceled.
Two more quick YouTube shout-outs, and then we're going to get to Ask the King. Addie did a super chat, says, why do you play Street Fighter when it makes you mad? Because although it does make me mad, it doesn't make me mad because of the game. If Street Fighter played well online, I
don't know. Scrooge eventually learned not to be a piece of shit.
I get mad because it's a bad version.
DSP has never and will never learn to stop being a piece of shit.
If I don't play the bad version of the good game, I can't play the good game. And it gives me a nostalgic feeling of being back in the day in an arcade like I used to every weekend, playing against competition from all over the world at tournaments. It feels great to play the oldies again and share that experience and those reminiscing and all that skill that I have with you every week. Even though, yeah, there's frustration, definitely the enjoyment factor way outweighs the frustration. Okay? Sadly, I just
and the money you get from Jack's Razor
who are just, sadly, I hate to say it, focused on the negative. Oh, Phil raged a couple times playing Street Fighter because he said the connection was bad. He must hate Street Fighter. He's having a terrible time. Did you watch the rest of the stream when I was, like, kicking everyone's ass? Like, what are you talking about? But that's it. They focused on the tiny little negative instead of the ginormous positive.
Like when you got double perfect.
In there, so that's what it was overall.
They
it was
perfect you right? Twice in a row.
Very immature mindset.
Humiliated you.
Jason U72 did a super chat and says, would you like to see Silent Hill remake by Reee engine?
Hey, wow, dude, how you doing?
Resident Evil engine? I mean, that'd be pretty badass. But I don't know how I feel about a first-person Silent Hill. I think that's maybe what we were going to get with Kojima's Silent Hills that got canned. It would have been nice to know exactly what would have come of that. I don't know. I certainly would like to see another Silent Hill just in general. So. Okay. All right. So, ladies and gentlemen, that is it for the pre-stream. Like I said, it would be a short one. Let's end it. Let me switch the template over to Ask the King.
Yeah, I'm up to 63 viewers.
Answering your questions. How does that
Make sure you hit that thumbs up button, guys.
Thanks for being here on Christmas Eve. I appreciate this, guys. Wow. 260 viewers and climbing. I'm shocked. I really am shocked. I did not think that I would have this many viewers. Awesome.
You have over 195,000 subs.
I'm going to set up the template.
Having 260 people on your stream should be humiliating.
Do this on the fly.
You have 316 members. You should be humiliated by only having 260 people watching.
And the camera's way too zoomed in now. So what I need to do now is kind of resize and reposition.
Only way DSP loses weight is if he loses more muscle mass than he already has.
And normally, I would leave this. Well, you know what? I'll leave it on the bottom. Because I could put it on the top or the bottom. Usually I put it on the top for Ask the King. It's fine. I was going to say, oh, pop-ups will block it. But I have it like this almost, a lot now. Especially on the pre-stream podcast. I always have it on the bottom. I think it's fine. Angry Templar did a super chat. Says, tell us your
Good
thoughts
point.
on
Most of them
YouTube
OIC
CEO.
accounts.
I don't have thoughts on YouTube CEO. I don't pay attention to that shit. Okay.
I don't pay attention to the thing I make my livelihood off of, guys.
Stuff you're asking me. Thanks, Angry Templar.
Miracola.
Right. So,
terrible.
This is good. Let's actually.
That's
do the
actually.
intro. So how do we do the intro? Well, what we do is we zoom over to here. Hold on.
Or is it up to $29? So.
Shit. Where's the screen?
Would not be surprised if he breaks 150 since it's
there
the
it is.
only
We
stream
start
today,
here.
guys.
All right, ready, guys? We're gonna get started. Everyone ready? Let's do it.
Really, we're really doing this?
Motherfucker. What is up, everybody? Happy Christmas Eve, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Darkside Phil, and I welcome you here to Ask the King, episode 89. We are getting up there in the amount of episodes. However, if you haven't noticed, over the last couple of years, the frequency that I put out these episodes has slowed down dramatically. I used to do it every month, and I used to do it every other month.
Oh shit, holla for the dollar. Brother
mostly because
X.
I'm an interactive streamer.
There's stuff freeloading and chip in.
Every single day. There isn't necessarily
Hey, as long as you hit
as
that
much of
thumbs
a
up, you're not
demand
freeloading,
for
guys.
me to be doing a Q&A show like this. But when there's a holiday or when there's a lot of stuff to talk about or whatever, typically that's when we would do the show. So welcome to the show. Thank you, Gabriel KO, for that super chat. Might as well get him up on the leaderboard before we get started here.
Let's put you at the
So how does the show work? Well, every 2 to 3 months, I answer all of your questions
Holla for the dollar.
from my forums, online, from my Twitter account the day of, and the new thing that actually has become the thing that took off with this show, members. People
Would
who
be
are
hilarious
channel
if we did
members
shit
down
stuff
there.
on camera. That'd be
Okay?
hilarious.
They get their questions answered in priority, and I'm not
Merry
even
Christmas,
exaggerating.
Falco.
Half the people
Hopefully you have a
this,
good
this
one.
time are from the members. You see? So when you guys ask me, oh, what are the benefits of being a member? That's one of the huge ones. If you want to get a nice dedicated time to get your
I
questions
was saying, not
answered
all the questions
on
because
Ask the
he
King,
edits them.
that's a great way to
and
do
picks
it.
and chooses.
Okay? Now, also, if you are a patron of mine, at a certain tier level of $20 or more, you're guaranteed to get an in-depth question answered. However, I'm going to be honest with you guys, that's kind of fallen by the wayside, and in the last year, I'm not kidding, only one person even did it. The Patreon stuff is there. It's nice. The Patreon is there. Patreon.com/darkside.
Several $100 a month. It's nice, guys, but it's not a lot. It's still several $100, over $300.
And that's how most
You
people
get over
do it. They
$300
like the
a
stuff,
month
and
off
they
your
watch the
Patreon,
stuff
dude.
on YouTube. They're not necessarily into being on the stream. That's a way that they contribute. So that used to be a major way to do it. Now almost no one does it. Now people are doing it being members, which is awesome because that actually helps DSP Gaming channel as a whole. Now here's the thing. I currently upload Ask the King to my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs. All right? Why do I do that? Because I used to upload so many videos at such a high frequency, so many, the high volume, right? So many videos.
10-minute clips, you put
that
up
if
30
I were
or
to
40
put
in a day.
my vlogging and my gameplay on the same channel, likely it would have flooded the channel and people would have complained. But now things are a lot different. Over the past few years, I've changed my content creation style to the point where now, every day, what do I put out? 3, 4, 5 gameplay videos tops, a pre-stream podcast, a daily wrap, and that's it. There's nothing else.
You still put out over half a dozen videos a day.
What I'm noticing is that now that I'm still uploading videos to the vlogging channel.
You're still putting up 7, 8 videos a day.
Watching this there right now,
which is insane.
Basically, views are way down over there.
I'd feel bad about having
yesterday, I
2
had a
videos
Christmas
out in a
marathon,
day.
Okay, we did Feasting with the King, DSP Tries It, 3 games, and a pre-stream podcast. Everything that I uploaded to DSP Gaming has decent views. The vlog stuff I uploaded to the King Hate Vlogs, like almost no one's watched, because they think the channel's dead, and I don't blame them. I almost never upload there. It's only Ask the King, Feasting with the King, DSP Tries It. How often do I upload that stuff? It's so scarce, right? So some people
I wouldn't be surprised if
actually
he
of the
made up his own
impression
questions, Excalibur.
that maybe I should just upload all my content to DSP Gaming again, like I did at one time. At one time, everything was on one channel, and then because I was putting out so much content, people wanted me to break it up. I even had a fighting game exclusive channel at one point when I used to upload a ridiculous amount of fighting game content. So I'll think about it. I would like your feedback on that,
Then you
guys.
took it
Let
out
me
back
know.
and you shot it
Moving
like Old
forward,
Yeller.
Would you like to see me put everything on DSP Gaming so it's all a one-stop shop kind of a deal? Or do you still like the fact that the channels are split? Because it seems like it's just not getting a lot of attention anymore.
True.
You know, it's a shame because the show's still good. People tell me
How
they're
is
good.
it because no one likes
but
you makes me have to show it?
it would be
Like,
nice
really,
if people would
YouTube?
watch it.
That gets edited?
You know what I'm saying?
Because no one likes
Okay.
you. Oh, we better hide that. Like, no, show.
Now, ladies and gentlemen,
Hell, YouTube.
even though this is a Q&A show, I'll be answering all your questions right here. People will be contributing, I'm sure. And I'm going to give shout-outs for those contributions in between the questions, all right? I'm going to try not to derail the stream too much. What I like to do is record it in 1-hour segments, so I'll probably talk for about an hour now, take a break, come back another hour, take a break, and then the finale. If we have time after I answer all the questions, sometimes I open up the chat to open Q&A, so people are able to answer questions or ask their questions live, and I can answer them on the fly. We'll see if we can get to that. You know, I'm going to basically be streaming to my usual time, which is 4 p.m., about 3 hours from now. So we'll see how much ground we can cover in the next 3 hours. Fair enough? Any contributions are appreciated. I talked about this on the pre-stream, but very briefly for the show. We do have goals. Raising $50, I'll put on a pair of Gunner glasses. Don't ask me how that benefits me when I'm doing a vlog show, but people like it. If we raise $100 in tips, it's the last hurrah for the Let's Get
Yeah, the
Lit
daily
Hack
wrap
of
is
the Year.
just
It'll
him
light up
usually crying
one
and
last
begging
time.
for more
If
money.
you hit the total tips goal
Sounds
for
good.
today,
Sounds great, Florida
I'll put on a
Cracker.
festive holiday sweater of your choice. But today's the last day for the holiday stuff because tomorrow's Christmas. And then after that, I don't think people want to see Christmas stuff.
Yep, breaks from answering questions.
Okay.
There was a snore.
All right. Shout out to Europe Gaming, who says love and support, Merry Christmas, and did a nice super chat. Thank you, Europe Gaming, for that. And then let's get into the questions, shall we? All right. Let's do it, my friends. So, first, we're going to actually start off with channel member questions.
Well, he does everything wrong. Josh, does it surprise you?
It would have been nice if I had that ready. I didn't. Channel member questions. People who are members and who ask questions, and now I'm going to answer them.
When behind it might
So
be
we
because
start
I
off
keep pausing
today
him.
with Jones to Bones.
Keep pausing
What's
so
going
I
on,
can
Jones
bitch
to
at him.
Bones? Happy holidays to you. And Jones to Bones.
So
Ask the phone.
let's
You ready?
1.25 speed. See if we can
If you
catch
could create
up.
a sequel to a cliffhanger game or maybe a game that you felt was unfinished, what would it be and how might the sequel play out? Well, obviously, for me, the game that always ended on a cliffhanger. And I was so disappointed that we could never actually get a resolution to our plot. You know, I'm looking through my entire history of content creation all the way back to 2008. All right, I'm racking my brain about this question. All right? I'm like, what could it be? And I finally realized I had it. The game that we need to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, Conduit 2. Conduit 2. How could you not continue that plot? At the end of the game, if Conduit 2, a wormhole opens, Abe Lincoln and other presidents from the American past walk out of the wormhole with giant space weapons ready to combat the invading aliens, and the game just ends. Your boy Lim says, I don't know what that is. You don't? You never watched my Conduit 2 playthrough? Well, it was before I did direct capture. It was before I ever live streamed. It was ugly as fuck.
So it's
not
like
only
a
because I was
decade
using the camera
ago.
pointed at television.
What, you didn't
but
watch
also
a
because
video
the game
from a
was ugly
decade
as
ago,
fuck.
guys?
Conduit 2 is a Wii exclusive first-person shooter. Both Conduit and Conduit 2. The door moved? Oh my god, there's a gremlin! It's Jasper. Jasper went inside the closet. He looked like the door moved. Yeah, Jasper went in the closet. Anyway, so actually the camera's crooked.
It's even Jay. He's about to come out of the closet, guys, and murder me. Better go grab your
Conduit 2,
hatchet.
it's a terrible game. It really is. At the time, it was a running meme on the internet how bad Conduit 2 was. I was one of the people who did a full playthrough, and people were laughing hysterically. It was one of my most disappointing and funniest moments as well. It was like such a bad game. So obviously, I'm being silly here. I'm joking. I mean, honestly, like what other franchises had a story that was unfinished and just ended and never continued?
Homefront. I'd love to see another Homefront game.
I don't know. Nothing comes to mind. I would think that any of the ones that were good and warranted a continuation of the plot got it. You know what I mean? Like, there's games that I wish there were more sequels to, or the franchise continued, but it wasn't that the ending was unfinished and it was a cliffhanger.
That'd be
It was
my...
more like, I just wanted
or
to
Resistance.
continue, you know
Resistance
what
or
I'm saying?
Homefront. But for me, I'd rather see a Resistance
Honestly,
remaster
most of
on the
games that never were
PS5.
continued sucked.
For like 1, 2, and 3.
That's why they
Get them
never
all
continued.
together in a collection,
Jim Guess is
remastered.
Half-Life 2 Episode 2.
Oh, I
Well,
would
you see,
buy
I
that
would
so
agree with you there,
hard.
except, I mean, at this point, even if they made it, if they continued it, it probably would suck. Valve has not made games in so long. I thought they can.
Terrible sketch.
That's kind of the problem with something like that is, oh, we're a top game company. Oops, we can make money just publishing games and putting it on our distribution platform. Well, after 15 years, I don't want to fucking even see Half-Life 2 Episode 3. I really don't. I don't think it would be any good.
Ooh, Half-Life 2
wanna
Episode
talk
3.
being out of touch with your customer base. Oh, we're gonna make a semi-sequel to Half-Life 2, Half-Life Alyx. Oh, it's a VR game. Oh, VR, because that's just such a mainstream adapted right now. Everyone plays VR.
VR is amazing. Fuck you.
Genius. All right. Anyway,
I'm not on his
let's continue.
Discord.
The next question is from Jory Slimefeld, who asks, "You mentioned Jasper being a young attention-seeking cat. I know he's still a rascal.
Origins?
He's a lot better than he's
Ooh.
been. I've been raising a cat with my girlfriend for almost a year now, and he's similarly rambunctious, but he's very sweet. Do you have any advice on dealing with a rowdy cat? Happy holidays to you and yours, Phil. Santa Emo."
Spray him with the water bottle.
Thank you
Spray
very
him with
much,
the water bottle.
Jory Slimefeld.
Ack.
Well, here's what I've learned. In the several years now that I've owned a feline and been the proud parent of one, I can tell you some things that I've learned and some things that I've learned don't work and do work, okay? First of all,
Or another Mirror's Edge.
cats
I like
do
both
not
those games.
usually understand
Mirror's
negative
Edge or
reinforcement.
Homefront, which
That
you get
doesn't
the
mean that
sequel.
negative reinforcement won't work in the short term, but a cat
Or a Code
can
Vein sequel.
understand when
Ooh,
you say
Code
bad
Vein
behavior,
sequel.
stop doing that, and you spray him with a bottle, or you yell at him, you chase him. The cat doesn't understand that you're saying, oh, this is a bad behavior, stop doing the bad behavior, okay? What the cat will associate is, oh, water bottle means if I go to that area you don't want me in, I'm going to get wet, and the cat doesn't like getting wet, so it won't, or it might not go to that area anymore. But the cat, it doesn't understand. You see what I'm saying? Like, it's not like the cat
I
is
mean,
like,
he's
oh, I
got
know when
something
I'm doing
lined
something
up,
wrong, and I'm
Martin.
actively choosing to do the wrong thing, and I'm being punished for it. The cat doesn't get that, okay? What's actually been found in what's actually been found with felines is positive reinforcement works way better than negative reinforcement, okay? So when your cat is doing nice things, when your cat is doing the right things, reward it, okay? Never reward bad behavior, because if you accidentally or even intentionally reward bad behavior, the cat will now think that behavior is good and will repeat the behavior. So I'll actually give you some perfect examples here.
Yeah, chat. Would it
okay?
be a game that you'd want to see a sequel to that
Jasper.
doesn't have one?
Loves
For me,
jumping
like
in
I
front
said,
of the TV when I'm trying to play
Homefront,
games and stream.
Mirror's
Why does
Edge.
he like doing that? Because usually when he does that, my wife is at work. He wants attention. He can't get attention.
Talking
when I'm
about
playing
both,
the game,
sketch.
So he says, if I block what he's doing, he'll give me the attention. So what would happen is he's in here, I yell at him, I stand up, he jumps down from the TV. Sometimes I pet him. That's bad, honestly. That's giving him the attention he wants. By actually reacting to what he's doing, that gives Jasper a notion of
Jasper wouldn't be
thinking
wrong about him
he's
being an
gonna get what
asshole.
he wants if he continues to do that action. So I don't mind when he jumps on the chair, so I would never yell at him, and I would never try to get him to stop jumping on the chair. I think that's cute. But when he blocks my TV and I can't work, yeah, that gets upsetting, especially if it's the middle of my work day. I need to be able to work, right? So if you
I
haven't
hope
noticed,
Jasper knocks the
recently,
TV over
Mr.
one
Jasper
day. That'd be
Cooper,
hilarious.
Right here, starts to jump in front of the television. He's so smart. He's here for the segment about him. Isn't that cute? He was so smart. He knew to jump up here. Anyway, when he jumps in front of the television, now I ignore him.
Aw, cute,
And
yum, yum.
sometimes it takes a little bit longer to get him to get down from in front of the television. But what happens is after about maybe 10, 15 minutes, he realizes, oh, I'm not going to get the attention that I want. I'll move on and I'll go do something else. Okay? If I stand up and yell at him, I give him the attention, you see?
Yeah, I had a
here's
sequel,
another
but I want a
perfect
sequel to
example, and this goes
that.
for cats, dogs, any kind of an animal.
Because the sequel
Do
was
not
like a
give them human
reboot. It was
If you give them human
weird.
food, they will now think this is a regular
Again, so
occurrence,
was the
and they just
Homefront.
deserve
The
food
Homefront
all the
sequel was a
time. If you're
reboot.
not aware, human food is not meant for cats, for dogs. It's unhealthy.
So
for
actually,
them.
I would like
They end
a
up getting
sequel
disease,
to
they
the
end up
first
getting too much
Homefront
cholesterol, too much fat,
to
too
find out
many
what
calories,
happens
sodium,
after you
all these
went
things.
through all
You give something
that.
you don't even know, but it's
Then I would
poison
like
to
a
them,
sequel
right?
to
You might
the
not even know.
second
They should not be
Mirror's
eating
Edge.
human food. Okay? If you're eating
Ooh,
dinner,
new Chrono
and you have
Trigger.
a cat or a dog that tends to come up to
Nice.
the table and beg. If you have a cat or a dog that jumps on the table, wants something, and you give it food, you have now enabled the bad behavior. You understand? You have to say, no, we're not going to do that. As cute as they are, we're not going to do that. Because the moment we do that, now that animal is programmed in its head to think cause and effect. I do this, I get the reward that I want, that I'm seeking. You see? If you don't do that, then all of a sudden, after a while, your cat or dog or whoever will say, oh, I'm not
Yeah,
going to get
Time
that
Splitter's
reward
been
when
a
I'm up here no more.
long
And
time.
it's not going to do that anymore. You see?
Yes, yeah, and that's where Older Park was already getting a remake. But would you rather have a sequel?
So yeah, so what I found is that negative reinforcement doesn't really work. However,
Ooh, Metal Gear
there are
Revenge
times when you
2.
need to use negative reinforcement, and the only time that I use it now is when Jasper's in danger.
Is when you're
So, for
crying
example,
and begging
all
for
of a sudden
money
I
and
turn
he's not
Jasper's chewing
giving
one
you
of
money?
my powered wires in the office. Well, guess what? If I don't directly react, he might hurt himself. He could bite through that wire and electrocute himself. I gotta stop that. So whether it means I gotta spray him, I gotta yell
Scene
at him,
right out of,
toss him
National
which has
Lampoon.
happened. You guys have seen last couple of months. There's been a couple times where he will not stop acting up, and I'm nervous because he might hurt himself, and I gotta get him out of here. And there's nothing you can
So I
do.
would say Streets of
You
Rage,
got to.
but
You
wait a
gotta
minute,
be-
Streets
you
of
gotta
Rage
be
did get a
responsible. You can't
sequel.
ignore the behavior because then the animal might keep doing it and hurt
Oh,
itself. Okay, so
sequel to
that's my
Arizona
advice.
Sunshine
No
for
negative
VR.
reinforcement unless
Wait, for
absolutely
VR
you
only
protect the
games,
animal,
Arizona
then it's
Sunshine
warranted.
needs a sequel.
Otherwise, positive
I want
reinforcement
more
for
in
the
that
good
game.
behaviors, but never give positive
I
reinforcement.
want to play
for
more
bad behavior because
zombies.
The animal thinks that's a good behavior.
Ah, that was a fantastic game.
Sound good? I hope that answered your question, Jory. All right. Shout out to Jeff, who has tipped me a whopping $30. Thank you, Jeff. He says, Merry Christmas to you in the chat. I work in law enforcement. I'll be working the next 2 days. Stay safe. Well, Jeff, I want to say something. thank you for that. Because there are some jobs out there that you need to work through the holidays because it's very essential that you're out there to help people.
Well, I don't know if
And I
Leanna
appreciate
wanted
the
a
fact that
cat.
you,
That may have been too much work for her.
are sacrificing your own
Those
personal
poor
time and
hamsters.
enjoyment
He's
of the holidays
starving
to
to
help out
death.
others,
I don't
being
care
law
what
enforcement.
anyone says.
So thank you for that.
As soon as Leanna
I
left,
understand that there are people
he
who
didn't take care of them. He
what
just let them
people in law
starve to
enforcement do,
death.
despite the fact that
Which
there's
is really
a lot of
fucked
people out
up.
there who are very negative about it in the last year and a half. I don't think that everyone's a bad apple, man. I don't. I think that there's a lot of bad people doing messed up things and abusing power, but that's not everyone. And people who are legitimately doing the right things and sacrificing of themselves to keep people safe and keep society, a safe place to live, basically should not be treated like villains. And I hate that people have villainized every single person with generalized beliefs and things over the last year and a half.
Being law enforcement,
And I
watching
respect law
DSP,
enforcement
maybe he's
tremendously, and I thank you, Jeff, for what you do.
investigating
And I hope
for a
that you're safe out there
case.
in the next couple of days. Thank you very much for that tip. And with that tip, we have hit the first goal of the stream, which is going to glasses. Very nice.
Yeah, those poor hamsters.
Okay.
Ooh. Fantasy Star.
All right, on to the next question. And the next question here is from Savage Today.
I say there's already
It says the
Bioshock
following.
in development, so we don't need
Phil,
to.
with the release of Spartacus,
use a
which is
wish
going to be
for that.
PlayStation's version of Game Pass, that will include PlayStation 1 games. Is there an old PS1
DSP
game
is coming from
you'd like to
Perry
see returned that
Snowboard.
never got a remaster? First of all, literally everything you just said is speculation. Nothing that you just said is 100% confirmed. There's a rumor that Sony's working on a Game Pass-like subscription service to compete with Game Pass. There's a rumor that PlayStation 1 games will be available on that service. None of this is 100% announced or anything like that, okay?
I'm gonna say PlayStation comes out with their own version of Game Pass. It's gonna be amazing.
If all of these rumors are true, okay, is there any PS1 game I'd like to see returned that never got a remaster? Yeah, there's a ridiculous amount. Seriously, there's a ridiculous amount of PlayStation 1 era games.
Oh, which Twisted
that
Metal was it?
You have to play them on
There
the
was a
original consoles. For
great
example,
Twisted Metal
Dino
on
Crisis,
PS1. I
right?
can't remember what it was called, though.
Suikoden role-playing game series. Dude, there's so many games from that era, PS1 era, because most people don't realize PS1 era was a very long time frame and encompassed quite a lot of different games. And actually, the beginning of PS1 era compared to the end of the PS1 era, the games had advanced
No,
dramatically.
Earthsiege.
And
That's
you had
what I'm thinking
a
of.
wide kind of.
I
a number
loved
of genres and
Earthsiege
everything
2.
that was
Earthsiege 2 was
encompassed in that era.
great. Hey, Warren.
And a lot of those
So I'd
games
love to see an
were
Earthsiege,
never remade.
like,
you have to
in
play
modern
the originals,
graphics
whether
and
it's you have to
time.
go buy the disc and play it on a physical PS1, or if you happen to have a PlayStation 3 that has the online enabled, unlike mine, because mine's bricked, you can go to the PlayStation Store and download those PS1 games for a fee and play them emulated on there, although that's certainly not the ideal situation because there's input delay and all kinds of issues. Still, that's how I've played most of my old school games for the last 13 years as a content creator. So there's tons, and I only mentioned just off the top of my head just a couple there, but there's got to be a lot of games that were never remastered and ported that is from that era, which is why it was hilarious that when the head of Sony was quoted as saying something like,
Oh, don't forget, guys, right now, the Surge 1 and 2 are packaged together for $13.99 on PlayStation Network.
Like, you are of a completely
So you get
different mindset
both
and mentality
games
than the
for
gamer out there who's spending money on the
$13.99
product. Maybe you shouldn't be in charge.
combined.
I'm just saying, if you're that out of touch, at least get yourself educated to what people want. People want preservation of games. People want the ability to play old games. They like it. It's part of our culture. We grew up playing these games. We want to be able to play them later. Nostalgia factor and everything. Not just, I played it once and it's done forever and I just forget it ever existed.
Well, that's how you play
remember
games,
that movie from the
DSP.
1980s? What
You
was it
play a
called?
game once, you
Ghostbusters?
delete
Who
it,
cares?
and
I never
move
want to watch
on.
that ever again. I saw it once.
Part of your conveyor
What are you
belt
talking
system.
about? It's the same thing. Okay. I'm sick, you say to me and Kev and Kat, Gust, please. Jade, I'm sorry. If you were saying that you're sick, I hope you feel better. I don't really understand what you're trying to say, but I hope you feel better. But I don't really know what you're
I've
saying.
not played Outriders.
Very
Anyone
confused.
else played Outriders here?
Jose Martinez is in a super chat. It says, happy holidays. Thank you very much, Jose. I appreciate that. Let's get that up on the leaderboard. Awesome. I didn't answer the question. Well, Phil didn't answer the question. Did I not say games like Dino Crisis and the Suikoden role-playing game series would be the two that come to mind for me?
Omega Kirk, how's it
You
going?
weren't listening.
Oh, yeah. Dino Crisis needs a new game, damn it.
Yak Almighty
Dinosaurs are awesome.
asked the following. What are the most important lessons you learned as you were getting older and you never realized when you were young? All right. Well, truthfully, I can tell you, I'm sure I could tell you a million things I learned. Seriously. When you're young, wow, he's going crazy. Jasper Kid, he's running through the house screaming. When you're young, no one teaches you half the shit you need to know about being an adult. Seriously, you get just thrown into that world. No one teaches you how a credit card works. No one teaches you how a fucking mortgage works.
Your parents should have done that. Also, you know how a credit card works? You swipe it, and it pays for your shit. And then you know what you do? You know what you do? You pay off the credit card. Or you can pull a DSP and just rack up $37,000 for the credit card debt. Or like ask them, can I put a down payment on my credit card because I get 1% cash back on everything? Now, of course, 1% on $3,000 is only $30. That's still $30 cash back that I got. And I had to put a down payment on the car anyways, so swipe. You know what I did the next month? Paid it off. So I've never paid a penny in interest on any of my credit cards. Because that's how I use them. Like, all right, well, auto pay on like the cable, the phone, electric, water, like everything's auto pay to my card because it gets 1% cash back. Then when bills due, pay it off. That way I get the 1% cash back and I never pay interest. But DSP being DSP, I had a card with like a $5,000 credit limit. I had like $5,700 on it because he either A, wasn't paying it, or B, he paid the bare minimum. So with the interest and all that, like, all right, well, I paid it $35, but with interest, it was like $42. So every month he was adding $7. There's adding $7.10. There's adding $7.20. There's adding $8. There's adding $9 until that interest keeps building up and building up until it's again over the credit limit. What he had on that card, which of course fucks up your credit score. You know how a mortgage works? You get a house, then what you do? Know what you do? You pay it off. And always, if you can afford it, pay extra. If your mortgage payment is $501, pay $551. Pay the extra $50. Because for every penny you pay early is a penny you don't pay interest on again in the future. You pay off an extra $50 a month. Well, guess what? Every month, you don't have to pay interest on that $50 that you paid off extra. So you get a 30-year mortgage and you pay it off in 20 years. That is 10 years you don't have to pay interest on. Or you go to DSP route and pay more in interest than you do for the house. He is literally going to pay probably triple in interest than what he paid on the house. Because he's a fucking moron. And instead of paying extra and trying to pay off early, he's like, well, the minimum payment is this, so that's what I'm going to pay. Well, that's how you end up paying, $350,000 on a house with $1 million in interest. Because you're a fucking moron. Seriously. If you have a credit cards themselves are not bad. It's how you use them. If you had the ones that have rewards like cash back or miles, let's say my one friend, he flies a lot for work and for pleasure. So he's got the one that gives him miles. So he gets a main cabin, then he uses miles to bump up the Delta Comfort Plus. So he flies Delta Comfort Plus, but he pays for main cabin. So he's getting whatever bonuses. And I'm like, oh, I don't want to pay for my carry-ons? Well, he doesn't. He uses his miles. But he puts his car payment on it. He puts his electric. He does like what I do. He puts all of his bills on the card that gives him miles. So that way, oh, they want me to go to Boston for training. All right, well, pay $270 for main cabin round trip. Then use my miles to bump me up to Comfort Plus. Then use my miles to pay for my carry-ons so I don't have to pay anything for my carry-ons. And then 6 months later, oh, they want me to go to Minneapolis for training. Does the same thing. You can use, or my friend got himself a $3,000 elliptical. You know how much he paid for it? Nothing. You know why? Because it was his business card that he put everything business related on for years. And he just racked up the whatever percent, 1% on this, 2% on that, 5% here. He just racked up the bonuses, racked up the cashback, racked up the rewards. I was like, all right, well, I want an elliptical. I'd say I got about $3,700 in reward points. This is $3,400, so I can buy it. The shipping and handling and all that, it's free. That is how you use a credit card. Get the ones that give you the rewards that you want, the best rewards that you can get, and then pay them off every single month so you don't pay interest. Never pay interest if you can. If you can, never pay interest. So you have a credit card and like, oh no, I broke my leg and I had to go to the hospital and my insurance covered this much, but I had to put this much and I'm off work for 6 weeks. I just don't have the money to pay it off instantly. No, shit happens. Or my car. I couldn't just show up and pay like, all right, 32 grand. So I got to pay interest on that. Or my house, I got to pay interest on the house. But in any situation or whatever where you have to pay interest on something, there's a way to make it so you don't pay interest. Do that. Or again, on my house, I'm paying $50 a month extra. And then actually in July, I'd be like, all right, how close am I to the next 5 or 0? Like, all right, I'm at $42,300. All right, pay off $2,300, get myself to an even 40. Then next year, July 15th, if I'm at I don't know, $38,100, we'll pay off $3,100, get myself down to $35,000. That way, that's money I'm not paying interest on ever again. Pay off the house faster, so I pay way less interest. Like, interest is a bitch, don't get me wrong. But there are ways around it. Again, paying off your credit card every month so you don't pay interest on it. Pays off like your car or your house extra. That way, it's like, oh, you got 4% interest on your house payment. Well, if you pay off an extra $50 a month, well, that's $50 a month every month. You no longer pay 4% interest. I started off at $70,000. I am now under $40,000 in 6 years. It's taken me 6 years to pay off $1,000 of my house. I am easily a decade ahead of what my payment plans should be. And I'm trying to make it 15 years. I'm trying to have my house paid off in 15 years instead of 30. Because that is 15 years I don't pay interest on. It sucks. Because I'm like, well, I want to go to Jamaica. I want to go to Hawaii. I would love to do that. But I'd also rather have my house paid off faster. Alright, I've ranted on long enough. Let's stop being adults. Let's get back to the man-child.
But wait, I went to school. I paid to go to school.
Oh, yeah.
In my case,
DSP
I went to private school.
never
So
makes
I
it to
had
60.
4 years.
If he makes it to 50, I'll be surprised.
8 years of elementary school, 4 years of high school, 4 years of college. No one taught me how a fucking loan or a credit card or a mortgage or nothing works. Really. I paid you to educate me, and you taught
went
me about
to
all this
business
bullshit
school.
that I'm never going to need to fucking use. Algorithms and fucking mathematical equations, all this shit about ancient history that no one gives a fuck about because it doesn't apply to modern day. But I needed to know about that and not how to fucking pay my credit cards or what
That
they
is something
are.
your parents should have taught you.
Our educational system is pretty messed up. I would say every single person should have some kind of a basic education on how finances work and stuff like that.
You went to
before you get
business
out into
school.
the
You
adult
got your
world.
business
Sadly, that's not how
degree.
it works, and that's exactly how these companies prey on you.
You
They know
got
you're old enough
a
to start
business
getting that
degree.
stuff,
How
you
the
don't know
fuck
shit, and you
are you
overspend.
going to blame
Okay?
school for
So
you not
number
knowing how
one,
to do anything
learning about how
with
that
your
stuff works
business degree?
again and again, because man, one day you think you know how it works, and then next thing you know, oh, I can't even pay my fucking bills right now, right? I think everyone needs that, seriously. For me, the thing that I have learned the most as I gotten older. Okay,
He's very real, Stu.
This is
How you
something I say
doing?
all the time, and I'll say it again, and it applies to many different situations of life. Okay, guys? The world is not black and white. There is no
There's also
overwhelming
Asian,
good
there's
and
Hispanic, there's
There is
Arab,
no-
there's Native American.
I'm 100% in
Yeah, it's
the
not
right,
just white and black.
and you are 100% in the wrong. That does
Good
not
point, Brother
exist.
X. Was he
It
not
never
taught or
will.
was he just not paying
If it
attention?
works, life would be so simple, right? If everything was just, oh, people are doing the right thing and the wrong thing, life would be incredibly simple. Well, I
Also,
learned
he works
to
for a
do,
bank.
as I
Do you not learn anything while working at a bank?
is to try to see things
You got it from Greendale.
from another
You know that,
perspective
right, Smith?
that isn't necessarily my
For those of you who don't know,
direct
Greendale
perspective,
Community
but I
College is
wanna
from the
understand
show
it. I
Community.
want to know why someone thinks something that doesn't immediately make maybe logical sense to me. Why would they think that way? Why would they feel that way? Because a lot of the times in life, it's not about logic, it's about emotion. What's causing that emotion that makes people behave in a certain way? I used to be absolutely terrible at that. I was a jerk. I was a stubborn asshole.
You are
I
a stubborn
thought it
asshole.
was my
and a
way or the
jerk.
highway. No one had any right to say anything other than what I thought was right. And if you disagreed with me, you were wrong and I was right.
And then
That
you
is
ban
the
them.
worst
You're literally
possible
describing yourself right now.
attitude you can go through life with. And for me, that is applied to like everything. That's applied to just common everyday life, interacting with people.
Oh, that was great. I was watching
street,
that live, the
interacting with people that I
secrets,
meet
worst
at
moments
a job
2021.
or in school.
When he used my videos, like,
That's
oh, I
applied
gotta
to
support
the
him.
way
I
that
sent him a
see my
$10 super
worldview
chat.
politically. That's applied to the way that I
Happy holiday to you too,
religion.
Angel.
You know, I was raised as a Roman Catholic.
Yeah, this is him today.
All right? In Roman Catholicism, you're taught certain tenets, certain beliefs. You're also told that your way of belief is correct and everyone else's is wrong. Seriously. You are the lucky guy.
Oh, that's really
and
cool,
lucky
Zash.
people who are taught the correct stuff. Everyone else has it wrong.
Probably not something you expected
Okay.
to learn, though, was it?
And the thing is, a lot of stuff in life is like that. You're told as you're growing up, oh, this is the
He's
right
not a
way to
Catholic,
think,
he's
this
a
is the
pig
wrong way to
roach.
think. But at some point, you have to start thinking for yourself and try to make judgments for yourself and look out there at things and make your own kind of way to look at the world. And, you know, for me, in the last 10 to 15 years, especially since I became a content creator on the internet and I started talking with you guys, really, it was you guys and your responses to the things that I said, your shared views on things, your opinions, sharing your opinions with me, having this open forum that we have as a way of going back and forth talking about video games, but then in a lot of ways other things in life as well. I mean, we've been through a lot of shit in the
This
last
is him trying to do
13 years
the...
that's
No, that
happened
was me in the
world,
past, guys.
right?
Not me. Reee, me
Through our
today.
discussions and interaction,
You said it 3 days
have
ago.
learned
That was in the
to
past.
see things from another person's perspective. And not to say that I have to agree with that perspective, but
Hey,
I can
Remote.
at least understand why
Yeah,
it
nothing's
exists.
changed, Sketchy.
Because when you start looking at it that way,
He self-reflects,
you
but
realize
being a
it's not
vampire,
black
he
and
sees
white,
no
and it's not,
reflection.
these are the good people and these are the villains. That's not what life is. There's no, oh my God, these people are outright amazingly good, and these people are
Bullshit,
the
you
vile,
believe in the...
villain,
There's the
evil,
pay pigs,
you
and then
know,
there's the detractors.
ne'er-do-wells. That's not a lot how it really works. Everyone does something for a motivation or a reason because they think that it's the best thing for them or their families or their own livelihood or whatever it may be. Okay, and by the way, I'm not saying there's not evil people out there. There absolutely are evil people.
Evil
on the
Age's
planet.
evil, guys. He made fun of me.
But usually it's not as simple or as simplistic as people would make life out to be. And that's one of the things that I've learned over
Exactly,
time.
Angel. He makes a
need to really
great
look at things
role model for
from
how
other
not to
perspectives.
live life.
Because if you don't, number one, living narrow-minded is not a way to live. It's not. Being a narrow-minded idiot is not a way to live at all. It makes you miss out on so much in life.
Why don't we do this?
to
Well,
have
we
a
could,
narrow-minded
but it's
perspective
illegal.
and not want to experience.
God, that's like
everything
half my
you're
life,
saying or
Zash.
feeling. Let me give you some perspective here, and this is gonna be a very generalized and very narrow way to think. Okay.
Yeah, if he had a real friend, Stu,
Imagine it this way.
but no one would be
Okay.
friends with him. They no one could stand being around this piece of shit.
You are someone who grew up in the United States, right? And
Rambo tried.
maybe
it
you didn't
didn't
get
work.
exposed to a lot of different kinds of food, cuisine. So, growing up, you basically ate cheeseburgers, pizza, French fries.
No,
and
you eat
spaghetti.
Italian, you eat Asian,
Those are
you
your four
eat
staple
Mexican.
foods that you ate your whole
We eat all
life.
kinds of
Every
food.
once in a while, you have something different. Have some chicken, or
Why do you think America's called? America is a melting pot. Because we have so many different cultures here. You don't even... Alright, maybe you lived in the middle of nowhere, Alaska. You'd have very few choices for it to eat. But you live anywhere else in America, it's like, alright, well, I feel like going to San Marcos. I feel like going to El Camino. I feel like going to Wang's Buffet. No, I feel like going to Spaghetti Warehouse instead. You have plenty of choices to make for food. Not just cheeseburgers and fast food.
you know, I don't know, a beef roast, some pork chops, but mostly you've only eaten those four things. Okay?
Dang, Zach, that's just pretty cool.
All you know. That's your worldview of food. Cheeseburgers, spaghetti, pizza, French fries. That's it. That's mostly what you eat. If you're going to eat or go out, this is what you make, this is what you eat. Okay? Now, despite the fact that that's incredibly unhealthy, and you probably have high cholesterol, high fat, and be, heart disease, it's also such a limited way to look at cuisine as a whole.
Yeah, he's studying
There's
about his
so
diet
many different
again.
kinds of cuisine out there.
Telling everyone that this is what I eat,
And
guys.
if you don't try them, you'll never know what's good or that there's anything better than the four things that you eat all the time.
I can't think of any American that would only eat those four
and
things.
there's people like that. People who are like, I grew up with these four things. It's the only four things I like or care about. That's all I'm ever going to like or do. I don't want to expose myself to anything outside of those four things. So those four things are enough for me. I've gotten this far. That's fine. You see? Terrible way to go through life. And then, by the way, this is very generalized. But as I've gotten older, I started trying out different cuisines.
You're
started trying
39
out
years
different
old. You're
foods from all
talking
around the
about shit
world.
you did when you were
And I
29.
swear to you, 9 times out of 10 when I try something new, I'm blown away by how good it is and how I never knew it existed or thought that it was bad, and it wasn't. You know, so many things over the years.
You're talking about shit like you were 12, but you were 29.
It's just a different way to look at life, to say, you know what, rather than be...
Yeah, we were watching that earlier, Smith. He can't handle chicken on the
way,
bone.
I'm going to open my horizons, open my mind to other ways of thought, other things that people do, why they could be popular, why people think that that's better than something else or whatever. You know what I'm saying? And again, you don't have to completely change your train of thought. If you like cheeseburgers, French fries, pizza, and spaghetti, that's perfectly fine. You could still have those as your favorites. But if you try something else, you might find that something else is pretty good too, and it's worth it to at least try it so you have that frame of reference or perspective. I couldn't tell you how many times I knew nothing about a certain game franchise at all.
Well, was he a
and then when
bar
you guys
owner, maybe,
told me
Zash?
you got to play it, and I would play the game. I was like, wow.
I mean,
now
if you
this
own a
is my
bar,
tea,
liquor would
but
be
now that
pretty
I played
essential,
it,
right?
Now I have that frame of reference.
Or was he
to
DSP
understand when
and
you guys are
claiming
making reference
total
to this
wine
later on,
purchases
I
were
know
needed?
What you're talking about, what kind of game or what happens in the game, etc. Right? It's all about exposure and getting experience under your belt. And the thing is, the older you get,
My aunt's from Vietnam, so I've had all
the
kinds
wiser
of different
you
kinds of
get,
Vietnamese food.
you know, instead of having that very narrow worldview of things. So that's my best advice that I can give you. Is that as I'm getting older, I realized don't have a narrow worldview. You have to try to look from other people's perspectives.
Never
understand
pass.
why
Hope you're
they
doing
think
well.
the way they do. Put yourself in someone else's shoes and try to see what's going on in their life that they would think differently from you. And you could have your horizons broadened, your mind blown, and you could really understand things from a bigger, higher understanding.
Pretty much, do.
Of how stuff works in this existence, rather than just saying, this is just what I learned, I know, and I'm just tunnel vision. Tunnel vision is a terrible way to go through life, let me tell you guys. Okay? All right. A couple more super chats came in. We've got Kevin Bernstein did a super chat and said, what's your favorite thing about your fans?
I say if I was just poking around for work going,
the favorite thing
I
about
puts
my
down
fans
liquor as an
is
essential.
probably how willing they are to not only
Probably
interact
afterwards
but
be like,
share
well, what if he's
and
actually a bar owner? I guess liquor would be
help me
important.
to become better. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's not just about sitting here and being a jerk.
Yeah,
and
with
crapping
all
on me,
the
but actually saying,
sugar
"Hey, you
added
could
or
be
salt
better
added.
this way or that
This is why
way,
when
or
I
this is
cook, I
something
don't
you should
add
do because we
salt
feel
or
this
sugar
will
to any of my food when I
open
make
your
food.
horizons for gaming or this or that. You
Not
know what I
enough
mean?
salt.
But people are actually here to contribute and help. I really like
But
that.
yeah, I
about my
guess,
fans.
damn.
Chum Baguette did a super chat.
I sent my
Merry
mom a
Christmas,
weighted
DSP.
blanket,
Have you
weighted
ever gotten ice cream
heated
during your time as a
blanket that
streamer?
she wanted.
Chum Baguette,
I sent my sister
that
$80
question is in here.
Amazon gift card to buy stuff for the nephews.
That's one of the questions you asked, and I'm going to answer it. Actually, it's here somewhere. You've gotten ahead of me.
Money might be tight
Here
for
it
people.
is. Have
But
you
they're
ever
going to see
suffered ice
Spider-Man.
All right, you're gonna have to wait.
that's
I'm gonna answer
Could be
your
their
question.
Christmas gift
It's
to
already here.
themselves. Like, I want to go do the
Thank
thing
you
that makes
for
me
super
happy.
chat.
But what
And then
about
Kevin
me?
did another super chat, and he said, "Merry Christmas, Happy New Year, Phil and chat." Thank you, Kevin. All right, let's get Kevin on there, and then let's continue. What time is it? Oh, we still got plenty of time before I have to go on any kind of a break. So excellent. Let's keep going.
You don't need to go on any break.
Next question is from With Dre Day. And With Dre Day asked the following: if the channel was thrusted into YouTube popularity today,
You don't
would you
need
stream
to
as
take
much
a
as
break.
possible, the same as now, or would you only stream when you felt like it? Well,
Hey, Trey.
the thing is, like, I mean, again, I always say to you guys, I'll be honest, because I want you to understand that, like, this is not me trying to spin it in a way that makes me sound better or worse than I am. But I'm being honest, like, I'm kind of worked thin right now with the amount that I stream. You know, every day I have a
He's worked thin, guys, with the amount that he streams. Almost 6 hours a day of gameplay, guys.
Then a little break to have dinner and do stuff around the house, and I'm
Oh, he
right
refused
back
to
on
update his
another
tips.
2-hour
He's a
gameplay
piece of shit.
stream.
He's gotta hide
that
them.
I'm uploading afterward, and as I've told you guys, right now, I don't feel like I have enough time with my wife and my family. I just don't feel like I have enough time to spend with them. You know,
A, you make the
when I only
schedule.
have 1 day a week off.
B,
And that entire
Count
day
the pre-stream.
ends up being running around doing errands instead of spending meaningful time.
instead of
That's
spending
not
2
good.
hours on a pre-stream,
This week,
start gameplay
this
after
week
20
right now,
minutes.
holiday week is a special week for me every year. You want to know why? Because I already had Wednesday off to do all the busy work shit. Tonight, I'm not streaming, and I get to spend time with my wife.
No
We're gonna have a
mosquitoes,
nice
Trey.
meal together, and then we're gonna relax, watch Christmas stuff. Tomorrow, We have the entire day of Christmas together to cook and have fun and relax and do stuff together, and none of it is busy work shit for my day off.
Busy
now, by
work
the
shit.
way,
You play video
I
games.
suffer for that.
You
I'm
don't
not
work.
Here tonight, that's a stream I don't make any money. I'm not here tomorrow. That's an entire day of streams I don't make any money. You see? So even though I'm taking
what I get
time
paid
off for the
tomorrow?
holiday, which I think I
8
deserve,
hours.
I end up shooting myself in the foot.
I don't have to go to work, and I still get paid 8 hours. You know why? Because I have a job.
Content creator. The moment you don't work is the moment.
Oh, no one could
money,
ever ruin bacon
and
for
now
me. I'm sorry, Dust Bunny, but I love bacon
You're
too much.
behind. You know, just being honest. That's how it is. So as much as I would like to take more time off, I just can't. Maybe one day I will. If I can build this channel.
Cut out the 2-hour pre-stream.
Like I was on
Cut to
Twitch,
late
maybe I
stream.
could take some more
Do
time.
one stream
But
a day.
Getting
Or
back
do
to
it
the
for
question,
6 hours.
If this channel blew up in popularity out of
So you
nowhere,
go from,
all of a sudden I was
say,
super
2
popular on
p.m.
YouTube, would I
to 8
stream more
p.m.
or less?
Congratulations,
What would
you
I
had
do?
the rest of your night
I
to
would
yourself.
definitely stream as much as I'm doing
Actually,
now,
it'd be
but I
what?
can't stream anymore. There's just no way. What I would probably do is try to maintain what
It'd
I'm
be
doing.
11 to 5.
You know,
You can stream from 11 a.m. to 5
maybe what I
p.m.
could
your
do
time.
Is
That means
instead
you
of
have
doing what I
all
do
night
now,
to
which is
be with your
literally
wife,
6 days a week
jackass.
Full-time streaming, I could take time to do other things that are still productive for the channel. If you remember back in the day, I used to go to conventions, right? I used to do all kinds of different things.
But now you
back in
don't
the
go
day.
anywhere with those
I could
people.
vlog and do stuff. And by the way, no, I'm not saying that I want to make my personal life 100% transparent and shared with you on every waking moment. I think that would be a bad idea. Experience has shown me when you share everything with everyone, sadly there
That's
are
definitely
people out there
mandatory,
who are
dude.
really messed
All the
up
tips.
and want to hurt you, and they will use personal stuff to hurt you whenever they can.
Like
And
point
that
out you
sounds
bought a
crazy,
$500 coffee
oh my God,
machine
Phil's just paranoid.
while crying
Well,
that you're broke.
Sorry, I've gone through it. I've had the evidence to show that it's very truthful that people are out to get me. So that being said, maybe more variety in what I do rather than it just being full-time gaming 6 days a week. I could branch out and do other stuff again like I used to 10 years ago when I was so popular on YouTube. I was making so much money on ad revenue alone that there were entire days that I could take off to do whatever I wanted. As long as I was uploading something, it didn't even matter what. It usually was popular and ended up being, you know, basically profitable. You know what I'm saying? Like, back in the day, I could play any game and people would like the playthrough. Back in the day, I could do a vlog of me going to a convention, driving in a car, eating a meal. That's how DSP Tries It started. And it would be very popular on YouTube. People would watch it, whatever I put out. I would take a video of me taking a shit and people would watch the video. Now, that never happened. Actually, I take that back. There was one time I was pretending to take a shit on a toilet. I do remember that. But you see the point I'm making. There was a time that no matter what I did, people liked it and would watch it. That's what happens when you get YouTube popularity. Literally, you're popular for the sake of being popular. It's not even the quality of what you put out, just you're popular. Now everyone wants to check out what you're doing.
They'll take
on
pennies on the dollar.
Once the negative bug bites you and everyone memes you into being something bad, it's the opposite.
Because
now,
you are bad.
No matter how good it is, people think you suck. And that's the situation
you do
I was in
suck
for a very long time. I'm happy to say that I'm out of that situation, that there are people who like what I do and are here for positive reasons, and that's why I'm still here to this day, okay? Not saying that the common masses don't think that I suck because they're stupid. I mean, yeah, they do because they're uninformed, and it's sad that they.
You're a hermit who leaves the house once a week.
Than actually checking out the truth about a content creator. They just like crap on them because it's virally popular.
We're checking out the truth about you right now, and you're a piece of
what I'm
shit.
doing, and if I were to become more popular, at the very least, what I would maybe like to do is branch out and do a little bit of other variety stuff because people might check it out and like it. As opposed to just doing
more toxic.
Right now, anything I do outside of live streaming of gameplay or something like this, sadly, takes away from what I need to do to make a living.
That's why you started doing a daily wrap-up to get more views, to get more ad revenue.
Chances. If I were to, one day a week I've decided I'm going to do a completely different kind of content. Well, guess what? If it ain't popular, it makes no money, I'm screwed. Can't do it. I'm kind of stuck with what I'm doing right now. But long term, I might be able to do other stuff, but we'll see.
No.
Okay? All right, let's continue.
You might try it, but you won't.
Ask the following question. These are all members, by the way. These are all channel members. So if you, oh wow, this is cool. Phil's answering all these questions. These are all channel member questions that I'm answering because people joined as channel members and I thought that the questions were interesting. This is a great opportunity. If you haven't been a member,
we only bathes once a week. His words,
this
not
is one
mine.
of the major benefits of doing
He showers once a week.
Okay. I saw some super chats came in. I'll shout those out in a moment. But let's continue with another question here. Kieran says, one time I asked on stream if you would play the Surge series. You said no because of who the developer was. Could you expand as to why? Because I got the impression it was something to do with the dev team and maybe something they did in the
It was
past.
Filipino, not
Maybe
Chinese.
you just don't like their games.
But it was $70.
I know
You
it
threw
sounds
most
like
of
a
it
troll
away.
question. No, it doesn't. Actually, it doesn't at all. Thank you for your time and keep up the good work. The makers of the Surge previously made a game that, in my opinion, is one of the...
The Surge 1 and 2 are currently $13.99 on PlayStation Network. Combined. Not separate. Combined. I already bought it. So once I beat Fallout 4, I'll probably do Surge 1 and 2 back to back.
Actual worst games I ever played on in my content over the years. One of the worst games I ever played. It was actually one of the first games to try to
Like
copy
me
the
Smith.
FromSoft formula. A gruelingly difficult game with action but RPG elements, enemies that were incredibly challenging. Even little guys could kill you with 1 to 2 hits. Graphically, the game actually looked really nice.
Which is never around him. They sleep in separate rooms, according to him.
It was garbage. It was literally full of bugs, full of gameplay programming errors. And I couldn't believe how bad this
I'm
game
still waiting
was.
for him to move back in
It's
with
called
his
Lords of
parents.
the Fallen, okay? When it came out for PS4, it was a broken, buggy mess. It was so bad that I made a montage video documenting how bad it was.
Run by him. He showers the day before his day off. So if he's off on Wednesday, he showers on Tuesday night.
It runs away. You chase it into the next room. It disappears, reappears, and has full health. Standing in front of you. You know? Enemies literally just disappearing from the game
I think I played Lords of the
entirely
Fallen once.
while you're fighting them.
I only played like the tutorial
What?
area. It was okay.
Trying to make jumps.
Or am I
and you
thinking of a
just
different
clip
game?
Or fall.
I
Even
gotta
though it's
look that
instant
up.
death, you know, if you're going to make an instant death game, you have to make it polished because people need to survive.
Lord.
The game's not... It was terrible. It was one of the worst
Apparently I've not played it.
games I played at launch. I couldn't
game am I
believe they were
thinking of?
selling
'Cause I
this thing
swear I
for
played
a
a game like
full-price
that
game
before.
when it came out. I
With that
bought it
name,
and was
I mean.
so disappointed. I ripped it a new asshole, and after about 2 sessions, I stopped playing it entirely. I just couldn't play it anymore. Now, for what I'm to understand, okay, over time, over time, those developers kept fixing and patching the game, and it took a long
Nice
time.
Al Jones.
But eventually, they made it playable. They fixed most of the issues and made it a playable game. So
You
talking
mean like Final
you know,
Fantasy
6 to 8
14
months,
did?
a year after
Or
it's
No
out.
Man's
Now
Sky
it's a good
did?
game, right? Well, I don't care. I bought it at launch and it was shit.
Would not surprise me,
You know
Smith,
what
if
I'm
his mom's
saying?
living there. That's
So
why
I
he
think
keeps
what
saying my
happens
mom
over
made me
time,
dinner instead of cat
People
made me
bought
dinner.
the game and liked it because it worked later on, and then actually it sold a bit. So those developers went on to make other games like The Surge and other stuff. But for me, it's like, dude, I played your game and you ripped me off. I don't want to come back to it a year later when you finally fixed it. It should have been fixed. It should have been working.
Chicken adobo is the
On
Dark
release,
Souls
it
of
shouldn't have been
food,
this
guys.
ridiculously laughable, buggy mess as exposed by my montage video that I made about it. So after that, I just didn't care about any games that
Damn
company
it, I
ever
swear
put out
I
anymore.
played that.
Really, like once you get screwed over once, why would you keep going
No,
back to get screwed over? It's not like there's a shortage of games that you
Alright,
can
maybe I
play
didn't.
that are like
what
FromSoft
game
games.
am I
You know what I'm
thinking
saying?
of?
Like there's quite a lot of games that are out there that you could experience and enjoy that aren't like that. You know? So why would you
now that I
suffer?
can't
Why would
think
you
of
put
what game
yourself
that was.
through the suffering of that? It doesn't even make any sense why you would do that. You know what I'm saying? Like why?
He's got to play
So,
Elden Ring.
That's why I don't bother. with
He
any game
has
they
to
put
play
out.
Elden Ring.
And it's funny because over
If he
the years,
doesn't,
there's
he's
so
shooting
many
himself in the
different
foot.
FromSoft clone games now that I don't even care about them anyway, regardless.
It's gonna know the shit out of me. I can't think of what that game was.
Like when every game is trying to copy a From Software game, I tend to not care about them anymore. I'll just wait for the From Software game. Like I guarantee you, Elden Ring in February will be
It's going to be amazing.
3 times as good as any FromSoft knockoff that we've had since the release of
Mortal
Sekiro.
Shell was
There's been
amazing.
quite a
Fuck
lot,
you.
right?
Bound
All
by
the games
Flame,
you
that's what I
wanted
was
to play.
thinking
Why didn't you
of.
play this one? Why didn't you play that one?
Bound by
well, I'll just wait
Flame.
for the good one. You know?
I played Bound by Flame.
Some
It was
shout-outs.
okay. It wasn't that good though, in my opinion. Brandon the Blizzard, how you
Mario
doing?
Bros mod. No. Kevin Bernstein did another super chat. Says, would you please consider reality streaming? No. And Justin R did a super chat. He says, honestly, I heard about you from a meme video a few months ago. I actually enjoy your content, and the stolen bread I picked up was great. Oh, you did get it? He said, I remember yesterday, Justin, you said you were going to get it for store pickup from World Market, and you got it. It's good, huh? Dude, I told you, it was fucking so good. It blew me away how good it was on DSP Tries It yesterday. I'm very happy to hear that. That you watch me try it and you're saying now yourself you're enjoying it. That's cool, man. Awesome.
I say, in
All
my
right,
opinion,
all
Bound by
right.
Flame
Thank
wasn't
you very much for the
that
super
good.
chat. Nice of you. Okay. Continuing on. Low Carb Madman asks the following: do you think that GTA overall as a franchise has taken a turn for the worse, being mostly
We've seen more of
online
Pandalene in the
as
past
opposed to
3 years than we have of Cat,
story-based
and
single
he's
player
married to
formats the series
Cat.
is known for? All right.
That's because Pandalene
This
still
is
has
actually
social
an
media
interesting
presence.
question. I want to give you a good answer. I don't think I actually have to take too long to answer it, though, because I think it's pretty
Not today,
straightforward,
Brandon.
Okay? Grand Theft Auto, up until the release of GTA 5, was a single-player franchise. Was there online capabilities for GTA 4 and the like? Yes. Was that kind of a part of the experience? Yeah, you remember even Red Dead Redemption 1, GTA 4 had online play. Yes, there were people who actually, liked that a lot, but the focus of the series was a single-player, narrative-based game. When GTA Online released, it was a buggy, broken mess that didn't work for like 2 months.
That's
Even
different than
trying it at
Excalibur.
launch, when it finally worked,
KFC
it
is
was
American,
terrible. It was
dude.
bare bones, it was garbage. But there are people who stuck with it, and after a course of around 6 months, apparently it became this really cool interactive social experience. People got hooked on it. But GTA Online is not GTA when it comes to the mainstream series at all. GTA Online is its own entity over here, and the narrative-based single-player GTA games are over here. They are not the same. Do they use the same assets? Yes. Do they use some of the same ideas? Yes. They're definitely not the same game. They are completely separate entities. They were even marketed as such and promoted as such. What was happening in GTA Online had nothing to do with what was happening with GTA 5 and vice versa. Now, what ended up happening was GTA 5 was a ginormous seller, right? Huge seller. But what happened? Well, after you sell an initial version of a narrative-based game, you have 2 choices. You can either try to develop DLC expansions for it and make more money off of that same formula, or you could try to do something different. So they said, we want to focus on GTA Online, and what happened is that new offering, that new
Someone asked him a
product,
question
that
about it, Smith.
social aspect of hanging out with your friends, dropping a bunch of microtransactions so you have fly clothes,
Agent Smith, how you
got a
doing?
cool ride, and you got all this.
There's the main point. Hanging out with your friends. You don't have any friends.
People loved it. And
That's
it
your issue,
blew up
DSP.
in
You don't have any
popularity
friends to
to
play
the
with.
Point where GTA Online, as its own game, sorry about that, I punched my microphone. As its own game, GTA Online became just as mainstream successful as the single-player, narrative-based GTA experiences themselves. Okay? So what did Rockstar do? They said, oh, shit, we got a money printing machine over here. So we can either put more time and effort over here to make an expansion for this, which some people will definitely buy, or we can just focus on our money printing machine over here. Look, it's even glowing. Look at the money printing machine here. It's like a giant fireball I'm holding in my hands on stream. Look at that. That's GTA Online. It's like nuclear white hot money-making capabilities with microtransactions. So that's what Rockstar focused on. Okay? And the more that Rockstar focused on that, the more people jumped
Say
on.
anything that requires another person to play with, he hates.
So I compare this very similarly to what happened with Valve. At one point, Valve was a very popular game developer, publisher, whatever you want to call them. They made great games, right? Whether it was the Half-Life series, Portal, Team Fortress. These were amazing games, incredible amount of fan base. People loved them. But then Valve made Steam and realized, hey, we don't actually have to do any work. We could just make money. Here it is. Here's Steam. Look, it's a nuclear ball on the corner of my street. Look, it's Steam. Oh my God, I'm squeezing the money. Money's shooting out of it. Wow. And I don't have to make a game? I could just squeeze this ball over here and make a game? Oh, cool. Excuse me, and make money and not make a game. And that's kind of the same thing that happened is here's a company that's known for making amazing AAA games, but they found another way to make money that's easier, so they just jumped on that bandwagon. Okay? Now, here's the
Try
thing.
not to, Trey.
There's nothing wrong, in my opinion. By the way, this is my opinion. This is not fact. This is my opinion. There's nothing wrong when you are seeing that something that you're doing is working and is popular. There's nothing wrong with going for the easy way to make some profit, to keep your business afloat, or maybe
Like crying and begging for money instead of playing
fine.
video games.
But this is the really important thing that these companies did not do. Okay? Rockstar, Valve, they did not remember the people who made them popular to begin with and made it possible to have them find that way to make that money. You understand what I'm saying?
Gotcha.
Millions of fans around the world who loved and purchased over and over their single-player narrative-based experience games. Okay? The moment that Rockstar realized GTA Online could be more popular than their old formula, they abandoned it. Right? Now, in the last decade, how many narrative-based games did Rockstar release? Can you answer that? Because I can answer it. 1. Red Dead Redemption 2. That's it.
And that's got
now
online.
Look at Rockstar's history, historically. How many games in the 2000s did they release in a 10-year period that were narrative-based? A ton. There were like 3-4 GTAs would come out within a 10-year period, plus other games like Bully and stuff. What it was, they realized all the money can come out of GTA Online. And by the way, it's way easier to develop for GTA Online because they're not, all they're doing is
exactly,
adding
Smith.
Little microtransaction features. Little
majority of people don't bet.
Way easier to develop for that than a giant narrative.
Have you ever seen a video of PewDiePie? Guys, I won't be able to pay for my mansion if you don't give me money. No, it's never happened.
Okay. But when you say, well, we're going to focus solely on that, you're abandoning everyone who made you popular to begin with. All right? It's just messed up. It really is. It's just a messed up mentality that because now we found something that makes more money, we're going to abandon the people who got us
like
popular
crying and begging for money makes you more money than playing video games, so you do that.
You know? And by the way, this happens with a lot of people, not just these game companies, content creators, right? They start off as one kind of person, one kind of content creator.
You're talking about you, jackass.
Something, and that's who they become. And they abandon all the people who were fans of theirs up until that point. They just don't care. I don't care. I'm popular now. I'm making money, so why do I care about the old school fans, right? It's the same deal. It's a really bad mentality to have, and basically it
you're
shows
literally talking about you
for any success that you had before you were white hot popular, and you don't care about those people at all. You know, it's a pretty messed up mentality to have. The best way
about yourself
that they could have done this is saying, okay, we're gonna focus on GTA Online, but by the way, we respect the fans who made us popular, the ones who got us to this point where we could do this. So we are going to split our efforts. We are going to continue to develop offline single-player content, new games, DLCs, and we're going to do GTA Online as well. We can have two completely separate businesses that are different because they're not the same kind of game. They're just not. The ultimate slap in the face from Rockstar literally just happened a week ago. Are you guys aware of what happened with Rockstar? They released an expansion for GTA Online, not for GTA 5, for GTA Online. This expansion is actually a direct story expansion to the plot line of GTA 5, the offline narrative-based story game. Okay? It features Franklin, one of the main 3 characters of the game, and it shows what happened to him as he got older, what he got involved in, his business ventures, and all that stuff. It involves Dr. Dre, a huge celebrity, a music maker. They actually got him to be part of the game, right? Pretty damn good. Sounds great. The only problem is, if all you did was play GTA 5 and you didn't play GTA
Trey. Once I'm done with this, I'll probably
you
go
can't
to
even
bed.
play it. You need to have GTA Online and an established account.
Busy as
you need
shit
because
we're closed tomorrow,
in-game dollars.
After I get everything in done before
start the
6.
DLC. What the fuck?
Romance
All
Cat,
right.
how you doing?
So
Awesome.
Okay, so let me see. I'm trying to find the best way that I can equate this. All right. I don't even think that there's a good comparison. It would just be like being known for one genre, changing your company to be popular in a different genre, and then I'm going to continue the story of the stuff from the other genre in this new genre, and screw everyone else who wants to experience the content. You know, like I'll be honest with you, I would love to play a GTA 5 expansion that tells me what happened to Franklin. I can't. I would have to get a GTA Online account. I would have to build it up to have 2 million in-game bucks to even get the expansion and try to play it. And by the way, again, if you're not an active player of GTA Online, apparently it's a waste of time. This is something that's content for GTA Online. Okay? So how is this making
If I want to know what happened to the guy in the game, I had to play the game, guys. It's bullshit. Why should I have to play a video game to find out what happens to the video game
Dark Knight
character?
says, you also have to think about who owns Rockstar, Take-Two. They're the money people. Look at how it Takes Two lawsuit. Just bad people at the top in most of the game industry now. Yeah, and the sad part is now finally it's getting exposed. That the people who are in charge of the games industry basically are kind of scumbaggish, and they never really cared about nothing. They all they wanted to do was make money.
You? Again, talking about yourself?
Abusing their employees with crunch, whether it meant abusing their employees with low pay, or actually abusing their employees physically and sexually and all this stuff. It's all being exposed now that the games industry is not some nice place to work. It's actually pretty awful and horrible, and the people who are in charge of these companies are scumbags. But the point I'm making here is the right thing to do for Rockstar or Valve or any of these companies, if you're finding a new way to be popular and make money, great. But don't abandon the people who got you there along the way. How fucked up is that, right? Oh, I don't care about you. I will never do anything for you guys ever again. I don't even care if you're the ones who put money in my pocket and allowed me to make GTA Online to begin with. All I care about is GTA Online because it prints money.
It's even funny, Al Jones, because he has no problem with spending money on a video game.
They don't care about their
as long as microtransaction, he loves spending money.
If otherwise, they would have acted differently, and that's how they're acting. So that's the management of the company, and your decision if you want to support a company like that, right? Well, DC has an.
He says that they're buying the Rocksteady game company's remaster
of this.
Grand Theft Auto 3, Vice City, and San Andreas.
Ask the King Haiku there, DC. Okay, I've been talking for an hour. I think what we should do is take a break. It won't be a long break. It'll be like 5-10 minutes tops. If you're watching live on stream,
then why are you taking a break?
Music playing.
It's only gonna be 5 minutes, then why are you taking a break?
On YouTube, this video will end. There will be another video where I will continue to answer questions on this holiday edition of Ask the King. Thank you to everyone who has supported this stream so far and this video. I appreciate it. I'll be back shortly with more, guys. Thank you so much. I'll see you after the break.
I mean, we're so far behind, we might be able to skip the break. Nope. It's only be a 5-minute break, guys. It's already been over 8 minutes. Well, that's nice of him to take a break so we catch up to him.
All right, guys, I'm coming back from break. And wow. Okay, I'm surprised. A few things have happened. First of all, looks like during the break here, I received a $31 tip from Justin, who says, keep up the positivity. Have a great Christmas, DSP. Thank you so much to Justin for the biggest tip of the day
1 minute
so
man.
far.
Congratulations.
Justin R, actually. And that jumps us up to 50, 60, 70, 80, 90. $90 in tips.
Gross, Mario Sunshine.
Also during the break. Hold on. I received a $40 tip from 1 Minute Man.
There it is, 1 Minute Man.
Merry
Called
Christmas,
it.
Phil. He actually left a message. He never does that. But he left a message. Merry Christmas, Phil.
Gross.
So thank you to 1 Minute Man, who is now the top tipper of the stream. And with that, we are now at $130 in tips, which means there will be the Let's Get Lit hat for the remainder of Ask the King. Nice. Thank you guys very much for your support so far today. Keep in mind, we still got about 2 hours left on the stream. We're still going. We're not even close to being done. We got many more questions to answer. So, awesome. Thank you guys for the support. Let's get everything set here now, because now that that's the case, we'll get the glasses back on. So the Santa hat, guys, is officially retired.
Holy shit, this woman just put a down payment down on a suit of armor.
Now we're going to have
Let me try to show it
for the rest of the stream, and I'm not wearing the Santa hat again. That's it.
God damn, another snort.
All right. So I'm going to get the Let's Get Lit hat on.
Image.
And turn it on.
Right there.
Get it on my head. Where it belongs. On this giant bulbous cranium of mine.
Yeah, apparently this woman just bought this armor.
What's
she
hilarious
posted on
is it
Twitter. How
very
happy
bright
she is
sun
that she's
just
finally
a
able
few
to
moments
afford it.
ago before I went on break. Remember,
Looks
I was
fucking
like, over this
amazing.
nuclear ball in the corner, and I was like holding it with my hands as a joke on the stream. It's pouring rain outside now. Oh my god.
What do you care what's doing outside? You don't do anything
You
outside.
have a great Christmas as well. Kevin Bernstein has to go. Kevin, please have a very Merry Christmas. You and your family.
I only
hope
iced
you have a
coffee.
good one, man. Thank you for all the support so far this year, dude. You're an awesome guy, and I really appreciate you hanging out on the streams.
Look at that. That looks
Have a good Christmas, my
badass.
Okay.
Yeah, too bad I can't afford
ready
a
to
thing of
resume?
armor like that.
All right, guys, let's resume. Here we go.
And look at something you can buy when you don't blow all your money on WWE champions and Jin and DoorDash. You can buy something cool like that that you really want.
What is up, everybody?
Look how awesome that armor looks.
Welcome back to the holiday edition of Ask the King. It is Christmas
Like,
Eve
that would be
2021. I'm
amazing for
Garside
Renaissance
Phil.
fairs
Welcome you to part
or
2
Colossal Count or anything else like
of
that.
Ask the King episode 89, because part 1 already went down. If you're watching this on demand on YouTube, go find it. It's there. It's live on the King Hate vlogs already. Lots of good questions that were answered so far. And during the break, some very generous contributions came in. We hit the second tier
Here's the post
tip goal,
about
which
it.
means the Let's Get Lit hat goes on
Posting
for the final
chat.
time, because after today, no more hats and no more Christmas sweaters. Today is the last time to do that. When I come back on Sunday,
There we
Christmas
go.
will be over. It will not be appropriate to be wearing that stuff any further. You see? So thank you for your contributions.
Yeah, it
and your
wouldn't be a
support so
Chad,
far
be
today,
me
everyone.
waterboarding them.
Thank you. Now,
Why the f do you keep giving them money?
without further
Answer
ado,
me.
let's jump right back in, because we have many more questions to answer on this holiday edition of Ask the King. How does that sound? All right. Let's do this, my friends. All right. And by the way, I do see that some people are leaving. I knew some of you would during today's live stream. I said, I know people will be busy with holiday stuff. For
It's
all of
because
you
you took a
taking
break,
off, have a
jackass.
very Merry Christmas.
Stop
and
taking
happy
breaks and
holidays
this
to
won't
all of you. I
happen.
hope that you're safe and have a good
And again, a
time.
break
Hopefully I'll
from
see ya
what?
after
You're
Christmas.
not doing anything.
Okay. Continuing on.
I've already worked 8 hours.
Zane
Come on here to make fun
asked
of
the
you.
following
I don't
question.
need
We're
to
still
take a
in
break.
member
You know
questions.
why?
I'm not kidding. We're an hour into
Because
Ask the
this
King.
is
We're
not
still in member
work.
questions.
Looking at you.
How big of a
With
benefit
people
it is
else
to become a
watching with
channel
me to
member,
talk
and what
with.
priority you get to get your question answered.
This
I
is
don't know
fun.
what else to say. Okay.
This
Now,
is a good time.
Zane asked the following. You made some massive changes to your channel this year on YouTube. YouTube is planning to
I
change
hear a second
up
post. I
your
don't need to
YouTube
eat
gaming
until
for next
February or
year
anything
with
because this
massive
bitch got the
changes like gifted memberships and more
gauntlets.
discoverability. With that in mind, how do you plan on building your channel and audience up for the following
Those
year?
gauntlets look
It's a
pretty
good question.
badass.
It's a valid question. The only problem is I can't really answer the question yet until we actually see concretely what YouTube actually does. And the
It's
reason
going to take
I say
3
that
months to
is
forge it,
YouTube
my
has
version of it,
a
out of steel, and once it
tendency
gets here, I will never
to
take it off.
promise
I will sleep in
something,
it, I will shower in
and
it,
then when they go
I'll
to
rust
deliver it,
to the
they
inside
either
of it,
take
and one day
forever
I
to
can
the
just,
point of by the
from my
time that
course,
it's
and
actually
become very
delivered, it
confused
doesn't
about the
really
way
matter
of our
anymore.
culture.
Or when they deliver it, it's not functional, or when they deliver it, it's half of what they had actually said it was going to be. You see what I'm saying? Like, I would love to tell you right now,
Oh, and here's
with
the
gifted memberships,
armor she's working
with new
through.
discoverability, here's my plan.
You guys want your own suit of armor made?
It's nothing like they promised.
22%
You
off
see?
of everything.
So I don't want to do that. I don't want to get all of our hopes up that things are going to improve dramatically in one way or another way, and then it doesn't happen. All right. Here's what I can.
Gauntlets
tell you.
for only
First of all,
$369. 22%
I know
off
for
from
a
the
fact
$479 that they
I
normally
have
are.
some generous viewers who like to gift memberships, or in the case of the previous site I used to use, gift subscriptions.
Previous
Every
site
year
you used
around
to
this time,
use.
there was two
You
or
mean
three people
Twitch?
in particular, and it wasn't, even though there's one person that everyone always brings up, right?
Only
There
iced
were other
coffee.
people as well around the holidays time.
Only
They say, "Man,
iced
I'm
coffee.
feeling
Say
festive.
it.
I'm feeling nice and fun. I actually want to
Say his
help
name, bitch.
with Phil's streams. I want to help the whole community as a whole. Yes, this helps Phil, but I like the idea that I'm helping the whole community as a whole. So what I would like to
Well,
do
she said she
is
initially
actually
cut out
gift
the
a bunch
logo of the
subscriptions
company from her
that
pictures
helps everyone.
because she didn't want her mom
So,
looking
you
up the
know, they
cost, see
dropped
how
a
much it
20, 30
was.
sub bomb on
Something
the stream
2-3
chat.
grand
All these
easy.
people now would have subscriptions. It would help me out. In the long term, some people would actually like the subscription so much.
I'd be surprised
they would wanna keep it,
$3,000 for that.
and they would end up extending
The gauntlets
their
at 22% off
level
were
of
still over
subscription, or
$300.
even upping the
Yeah, she
level
probably
of
spent $3
subscription
grand on
long
it.
term because they liked it so much.
But
for
she's
that
able to
little
afford
trial
it
that they
because she
had.
didn't spend it on WWE
So it's funny
Champions.
because some people say, oh, when memberships or subscriptions are gifted, that's not true support. That's not long-term growth. Wrong. in a lot of cases,
Same, I'm
it
too
does
fat for
actually
armor.
translate
I'd be fat
into
rolling in it.
long-term growth and support. If people end up liking it during that trial, then they keep getting it themselves. You see, it does end up actually benefiting in the long term. Remember, when I started on Twitch back in 2017, I had about as many as I got right now when it comes to subscriptions, right? And what happened? Slow growth over the years, people gifting, and every time that there was a holiday that came up and they had September,
they were
or a holiday
gifting
Christmas event,
subs.
on
You were
Twitch,
not earning them
everyone would get
organically.
gifted subs, and some people would
One
keep
person
them.
would show up and
almost,
drop
now I got 400,
200,
500
300,
consistent.
500
wow.
gifted
Now I have
subs,
600
jackass.
consistent. Now I have 700 consistent, and it just kept going like that. We're at a consistent level of people who would sub and resub, and then on top of that, more gifted stuff. You see?
Also, you have
So
Prime
what I
subs that
feel
were
will
free, so it
happen
didn't cost anyone any
is-
money.
And by the way, Justin, thank you. I know, Justin, you just did another tip. I saw it. I will shout it out when I finish answering this question, and we'll get to the next tier of reward here. This is ridiculous. Now the sun's coming out again outside. Hold on a second. This is preposterous. I see the camera.
Sun's out. Gotta black out the window now, guys.
Exposure, because outside it's raining, then it's sunny, then it's raining, then it's sunny again. So the camera can't adjust the color properly. You saw my hair was pink, then pinkish, and then white again and pink. So I closed the blinds. Now we won't have that anymore.
We don't have to look at the sun, guys. We gotta hide from the sun.
Now, the point I'm getting to is thus. If YouTube does what they've promised they're going to do in 2022, and let's say within the first 2 months of the year, there's now gifted memberships, I guarantee you that in February, when there is a huge amount of new releases coming out in a short period of time, there will be people who will come and gift memberships to the channel because they're like, wow, I love this place. I love hanging out with Phil in the community.
Only iced coffee.
I want to help out. Let's do this. And they'll drop those membership bombs, and people will appreciate it and love it. And there may be some people who long-term like that and will now extend their memberships. And it will help the channel with growth. It absolutely will. But will it actually work the same way it worked over on Twitch? Are there going to be different criteria? Is it, you know what I'm saying? We don't know.
That's exactly what the sun's
going
to do to him.
Be the same cost as a regular membership? Will a gifted membership work differently? It's happening.
He probably
The
ropes
details of
himself
what's happening.
if he gets paid from PayPal.
It's impossible to try to plan around stuff like that. It really is. Like, how can you plan around it when you don't know how it's going to be implemented properly? They also say, oh, there's going to be new discoverability on YouTube for streamers. That's great. You said that also years ago. You launched YouTube Gaming. It was a complete separate site from YouTube itself, and you claimed it was going to be the go-to destination for gaming on the internet, right? They did. They said, oh, you're going to be able to go there to see gaming videos, gaming streams. Forget Twitch. Go to YouTube Gaming. That's the place. And then what happened? Within a few months, they stopped mentioning it. They stopped promoting it. They didn't constantly update it ever. It just kind of was, and it fizzled out. You know, remember, I tried doing streaming on YouTube for a while, and people were like, oh, you're going to benefit from YouTube Gaming. No, it didn't help at all because it never had the discoverability or the features that Twitch had, so it failed. And YouTube gave up. Instead of YouTube saying, okay, we announced something, now we support it,
of more
they
money.
have a tendency to announce something, support it for 2 months, and then drop it all together and move on to something else, right? Right now, YouTube's focus is these YouTube shorts. They're trying to be like TikTok. Maybe next year, for 2-3 months, they'll actually care about streaming, but then when are they going to drop that and go on to the next thing? This is the problem. They don't focus enough on something for it to finally have an end game improvement. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's nice to have a tweak here and a tweak there, but unless you actually full-time focus on something to try to make it better, it's never going to succeed. YouTube absolutely, positively, 100% this year could have overtaken Twitch as the main streaming site on the internet. They have the capacity, they have the tools, they have the bandwidth, they have the exposure. They could have taken advantage of all the things that was happening negative over on Twitch. And they could have become the premier streaming site. They were recruiting top Twitch streamers. They were basically trying to get people to understand that here it's not like Twitch. But what did they do then? They dropped the ball. We got all these streamers to come over and did no improvements to the streaming. Great. So what was the point? And the answer is there was none. I don't understand. I just don't understand the business decisions that the management of YouTube make. Why would you pay all this money to pull top Twitch streamers off of Twitch and stream exclusively on YouTube, then add nothing to make YouTube streaming desirable to the masses, right? There's people right now on Twitch that really want to leave. Seriously. They're like, man, on Twitch, there's toxicity, there's hatred, there's all kinds of bigotry and nonsense on there. The site promoted girls taking off their clothes and doing sexual acts for a public audience as
Oh, I got a
something
video about
that's
that coming
good,
out.
which is not. It's vile. There were children watching it. You know what I'm saying? Like, they did all these terrible things this year.
Let's never forget, there's naked
People
yoga
don't
on
wanna be there
YouTube.
anymore. But they're deathly afraid.
A girl in a
that if they
bikini
leave
in a
Twitch and
pool?
come to YouTube, they
Oh,
will
that's
fall
too
into a
sexual.
black hole of
Naked
oblivion
yoga?
and never
That's
be able
fine
to
for
see
me,
it
guys.
again, because
ACKACKACK.
no one will be able to find their content. And they're right. Because YouTube's algorithm is so bad that unless you're
Dark side
making
approved,
drama content,
But it's not my wife,
Seriously.
guys.
you cannot be found. You can't. If you're the content creator, you can't be found. Someone making a video about you in a negative way can be found, but not the original content. You know? So, yeah, until they change all that. Right? I don't see how any kind of tweaks, any
God,
kind
that
of
armor is kind of
improvement,
tainted by armor right
discoverability.
now, but
How? You said that years
armor
ago.
does
You
look
created
pretty
YouTube
badass. I
Gaming,
kinda
and then
want
after
it.
3 months, you dropped it. So everyone who wanted to stream on your site basically got screwed, right? Yeah. They're like, well, I'm here, at least my following watches me, but I can't get anyone else to find my content. And they've done nothing in all these years to fix that. It's the same thing. So until they fix it, I don't know how they're going to do anything. So that's what I mean. Like,
I did a video about it, Trey.
Plans for 2022. Oh man,
Honestly, I had to
when
no
gifted memberships
use
launch,
MS
we'll do
Paint
this.
to edit
When
stuff, but
discoverability improves, we're going to do these things to try to get more discovered by a common group of people on YouTube. We don't know any of this. We don't know how it's going to work. We don't know when it's
yeah,
happening.
notice how he
We
only
can't
cared
even
about the hot
trust
tub
YouTube
stuff
to do it right.
after he left Twitch.
They've just turned.
When he's
they've
on
let
Twitch,
me
didn't
down so
matter.
many times over the years. I can't trust them to do anything right. I'll be honest. I just can't. If they need to actually start building confidence in creators, that creators would want to come here and have their communities be a part of YouTube, and they just have not instilled.
Yeah,
that
we're not
confidence
surprised
in
me if he was
anyone as of
gay.
now.
The way he
Okay.
talked about Rambo,
There's potential.
oh, he was
There's
deep in the
monstrous
closet.
Potential, and the potential keeps getting wasted and squandered when YouTube doesn't follow through. So let's see what. Let me put it this way: I'm going to approach 2022 with an air of positivity. I would love DSP gaming to explode. I would love DSP gaming
Like you
to
exploded
improve
all over your
and
hands
become
during
bigger
this
than it is,
pre-stream
and actually
before
have
Neo.
more people checking it out than ever before, because I think this channel has that potential. But we have to somehow shake this air of negativity off the channel because YouTube promotes the toxic content over my content. How do I fix that? I don't know, because I don't run YouTube or the algorithm. So I can't fix that. I'm putting out positive content. People are telling me, you're not toxic like you used to be. You're fun to watch. It's personable to watch your streams and have interaction with you. You're not like what
As
everyone
long as
says
he has
about
money,
you.
he'll interact.
That's great, but how do I get people
Well, you
to
install
know
him,
that?
then he'll interact
YouTube
with you by
only
banning
promotes
you.
the content of the people who are saying that about it. I don't know. I don't have that answer. Maybe we'll find out in 2022, right? So Justin did another $41 tip and says, I won't be out tipped by the 1 Minute Man. So let's get Justin up there now. He has now beaten 1 Minute Man.
There's a video and a link to my video about the naked yoga on YouTube.
With a $41 tip, that jumps us all the way up to $171 in tips, which means, ladies and gentlemen, yes, you get to now vote on the final festive Christmas sweater of 2021. This is the last time you will see a festive
What
Christmas
if we don't want the
sweater on my
festive Christmas
streams. Let's
sweater?
do a
What if we
poll.
want to see a vest?
Which final sweater is the most festive? Is it the Merry as F sweater? Is it the dragon sweater? Or is it the kitties? You choose. Jungo is Love says, ooh, it's a tip fight. Are you going to take that 1 Minute Man? 1 Minute Man doesn't, I don't think he's going to play that game. And just
1
being
Minute Man's
honest,
not watching.
Like I told you guys,
He tips
1
off
Minute Man
stream
is
and then he
someone who
disappears.
likes to support kind of behind the scenes, doesn't interact with anyone on the stream.
Exactly.
Or anything.
He's not actually there.
And when I'm on a stream where I haven't hit a tip
If
before,
1 Minute
whatever,
Man is not
he's
only
doing it
iced
in a
coffee,
big
it's
way,
either
which is
Cat
very
or it's
appreciated.
him.
But I've never seen 1 Minute
I
Man
wouldn't be
actually
surprised if 1
snap
Minute Man
back
was
at someone
him.
and be like, oh no, I want to be top tip or anything like that. I don't think that's happening. Okay. People are voting right now on the sweater. Thank you so much, Justin, for all the tips and pushing us over this goal. Thank you very much. Now, guys, just so you know, anything above and beyond that tips goal would help. The fact that I'm not doing a second stream tonight, I'm not streaming at all tomorrow. Anything else still helps. Don't think, oh, he hit his goal, he's fine. It would help. But the fact that I'm not streaming for the next day and a half, and it's much appreciated. Thank you, guys. Okay, let's continue. Nathan,
I think that video has
Mr. Nathan Smith, the regular and a big supporter of this channel, asked the following. If you could choose one game series to come back, what would it be? I've thought
Yeah,
about
that
this.
naked yoga video is
And
over
I was thinking about all the game
19,000
series that I've
views.
played.
Obviously
in
not
the last
monetized because of
10
what
to
it
13
covers,
years that
but
I've been a content creator. All right, and thinking about that, I was like, man, you
can't
know,
believe
I
it has over
really wonder
19,000 views. Holy shit.
what game franchise. And I was starting to think, oh, what about BioShock? And then actually, if you guys didn't hear, BioShock's coming back. They're making a new one now. Okay, so that's not Mass Effect. Oh, Mass Effect's coming back. They're making.
Oh, I see. Might be a lot
But
of
the
people
one
just
that
because
I
he has so
feel
many
was
stock
like
accounts.
abandoned, that I don't understand, because I think that the series was great, and only really had one small misstep, was Infamous. Infamous 1 and 2 were giant, very successful games. Hugely successful. Okay? Infamous Second Son, not as much. Still, people talk about it to this day and say they liked the game. I personally liked it. I didn't love it. I thought that Infamous 1 and 2 were better. But the thing that gets me is that they just kind of dropped it entirely, remember? They did Second Son, and then they did the spin-off, and then after that, it just ended. They never tried again. And it confuses me that they did that, because I really feel that that franchise had potential, especially, you know, it's been so many years since Second Son. It would be perfect to, like, reboot it or whatever, right? Holy crap, another tip is coming. Ladies and gentlemen, Santa Claus himself just tipped me $42 and said the following. Ho, 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 my friends. Santa wishes you all a Merry Christmas. You all enjoyed the festivities and fun time with your families. Thank you, Santa Claus, straight from the North Pole, with festive support. And so now Santa Claus becomes the top tipper of the stream with a $42 tip. That jumps us up to 213. Wow, thank you guys for that support today. Very appreciated. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you again. Okay. Thank you, Santa Claus. Appreciate that. All right. So the poll's still going. Please keep voting, guys. I'm going to leave it running for about another minute or two. Right now, 76 people out of 260 have voted. That's not even a third, guys. More people need to vote. Right now, it's between Merry as Fuck and Kitties.
Guys, I need you to vote. If you don't vote, I'm not going to make as much money, guys.
So anyway, I say Infamous. Like, I was really hardcore thinking about this. I was like, dude, what games just died out of nowhere? But were actually pretty good franchises that would.
I have made videos on Jordy, aka Wings of Redemption.
It seems like everything else keeps coming
Not
back,
very often, because there's so many other people who do it that do it way better than I could ever do it.
I don't know why. Like I said, I don't.
But every now and then I'll dip my toe into Wings of Redemption.
It was still a pretty decent game. Okay. Continuing on.
No woman ever called him 1 minute man because no woman ever got with him.
Jones got 2 questions answered on this Ask the King. He asked the following. Do you and Kat ever game together? Do my wife and I ever game together?
No.
Well, I guess it depends on what you mean by that. Do we technically play video games simultaneously? Like, am I player 1 and she's player 2, or she player 1 and I'm player 2? No. We've never done that. Nope.
How do you...
Not once. We haven't done any co-op games.
How do you live with a so-called video gamer, someone who loves video games? She used to live stream video games. How do you live with a woman and do all that stuff and then never, ever play a game together? How do you never play a game together with your wife, who is also a gamer? No, she was like, oh, I don't like video games. We got together because we both like Disney movies and Marvel and stuff like that. I'm not a big fan of video games. Alright, maybe. But she's a video gamer. She plays video games. She used to stream video games. How have you never, ever done a game together before? Holy shit. Not even off stream, huh? Not even, oh, we're together. I got the new Switch game, or she got the new Switch game. She wants to play Mario Smash Brothers or Mario Kart together. Really, you've never played Mario Kart together. You've never played Smash together. You've never done Street Fighter. You've never said, oh, honey, check out one of my favorite fighting games of all time. You've never played a game together. Holy fucking hell and bullshit, dude. Like, how? How do you explain to life that you've never played a game with your wife before? We're doing all right, Jekyll. I heard you got the little Jekyll for a couple weeks. Yeah, how do you go? Mind you, you were married. You've been married for a couple years. Been living together for what, 3 years? And you've never once ever played a game together. That is just pathetic.
Games or anything like that. What we do is she'll be playing a game. So, for example,
You'll be playing
a few months ago, she was playing Far Cry 5. And she was enjoying it. And she would get to a point of the game that was incredibly frustrating, annoying, grindy. Maybe it was late at night and she just wanted to finish a mission before we were adjourning for the night. And she's tired, like, all right, you know, I'll jump in. And she'll give me the controller and I'll try to do it or whatever, get through it, you know. Right now she's playing Witcher 3. And what I'm trying to do is, as she's playing it, explain certain systems and things to her. Like, she didn't know that you could craft the runes. She thought you could only just find them in the world or buy them. I was like, no, you can actually craft the runes by buying the diagrams. And then you can go to certain blacksmiths and they'll fuse the runes together for you to make better runes to put on your weapons and armor. You see? I also explained to her that you need to find the master blacksmith and the master weaponsmith so that way you can do the high level stuff. Because without that, the whole game, you're suffering trying to craft armor, trying to buy weapons, repair kits and shit, and you can't do it. And it's a big slog until you find them, so it's important to find them right away. And in fact, it was funny. She did the mission to get the master weapon guy like 10 levels before she was supposed to. She treated it like Dark Souls. She was fighting enemies that like killed her with 2 hits, and she took her long to do it, but she pulled it off, and she unlocked the armor way early, so she was able to buy all the kits, and she actually got high level
Good
stuff
point.
like,
Phil can't monetize playing games with her, so
which is really cool. But
then again, he could if he did it, you know,
with her. No,
on stream with her.
If I need to take over to help,
But he never will, because he's a bitch.
I will. For the most part, I just like watching and commenting and helping her when I can with knowledge, as opposed to actually jumping.
But you have no knowledge. You're an idiot.
See what I'm saying? Okay. All right. Continuing on, the Danimal asks the following question. Another channel member. Being this streaming is your full-time job, do you play your Xbox and PlayStation off of your streams, or is it something that you only do for streaming? Outside of watching my wife play or assisting my wife play, I never play anything at all in this office unless I'm on a stream. Never. That's right, never. That's right, Jasper. That's right. Right, buddy?
Remember, he's a real gamer. Never plays games offline, though.
You heard him meow? Did you hear him meow? Yeah, never. This is my work. This is my job. This is what I do for a living.
Pig Feast was
It's
god
my hobby.
awful.
Listen, I love games.
He's an
I
idiot.
wouldn't do it if I didn't love it. But, you know,
He couldn't figure out how to eat chicken while it was still on the bone.
When you do something for a living, the last thing you want to do is then do it off stream. You know what I'm saying? And it's funny because when I first started on YouTube as a content creator, people would say things to me like, oh, well, who do you watch? And I'm like, who do I watch? No one. I'm on YouTube making content all day. Why do I want to watch other content creators do the same kind of content that I'm doing? Like, what are you talking about? I want to be, when I'm not doing my work, I want to do other things outside of what I do for work. So my games are work, so I don't want to play games. I mean, it's nice watching my wife play games because it's different. It's a different perspective, different skill levels in different games. Actually, she's better at some stuff than I am, and she's not as good at some stuff as I am. So it's different. It's interesting to see
not as good as crying and begging for money, huh?
Games that I've played and stuff. And also, I like seeing her different choices when she plays a game, different from what I did when I played them. But that being said, I want to unwind and unplug from all of this when I'm not on stream. You see what I'm saying? Like, to me, it's more relaxing to say, okay, I am not going to do this stuff when I'm offline. Let me go do other stuff. Let me watch television with my wife, listen to some relaxing music, play with Jasper Kitty, watch my wife play games. You see? That's what I like to do when I'm not doing this. I need time away. If my entire existence was games, then I would likely get burnt out on games and not enjoy them. But with the fact that this is my gaming experience right here, that's good. That way I don't get burnt out. Choom Baguette. Now I will answer Choom Baguette's question from earlier when they asked, have you ever suffered from eye strain? Yes, there's different kinds of eye strain you can get.
Because you don't wear your glasses,
Sometimes
bitch.
My eyes burn. And usually my eyes tend to burn at 2 different times. Number one, when spring first starts and all the pollen is out. Because I do have pollen allergies. And man, that first week of spring or 2 weeks of spring can get real bad because I have postnasal drip, but it also affects my eyes bad to the point where it's like if I touch my eye, it'll swell up and be pink and burning. Like, ah, shit. Okay? The other time that happens is during the very beginning of winter or fall when we turn on the heat. So now you have dry air and dry heat in the house for the first time in many, many months. And that dry air actually also affects my eyes, my membranes. It makes it get irritated.
My
and
membranes,
in fact,
really?
A week or 2 weeks that we had the heat on like a month or two ago was bad. And then I kind of got my body adjusted to it, and now I'm okay with it again.
It's hard on the membrane, guys.
Now, strain in particular, have there been days when I actually had a full-on eye strain playing games? Yes. I'm happy to report it has not been a major issue. When I first started doing this full-time, this job full-time, I bought these. The Gunner glasses, okay? The reason I bought them was because I actually felt that if I did videos like this full-time, played games full-time, it might actually hurt my eyes, okay? So that's why I bought these Gunner glasses. And then I'm not even kidding you, I forgot they existed.
And putting the wrong input.
I did. I completely
did that 5 times fast.
forgot that the glasses existed, and I proceeded to never use them. These glasses sat in storage for...
Well, something else that you spent money on that never used. Good to know. I just
started using them this year, right? Or was it last year? I can't remember if it was last year or this year. Whenever I started using them, it was the first time I used them regularly since I bought them. They just sat in their box in storage that long. So I thought, oh man, one day my eyes are going to have eye strain, and I'm really going to need, help with my eyes. And I never did, luckily. It never happened. My eyes never really got worse or anything to the point where I'm like, oh man, now I really need to do something to help my eyes. Let me put on the Gunner glasses or whatever. They've been fine. So it's funny now though, because this year I started wearing the Gunner glasses, and some people have actually asked me, hey, what do you think of the Gunner glasses? Do they help you or not? I can actually tell you I think they do. I don't think they necessarily do too much, but they definitely help a little bit. Like every once in a while,
there's no meat on those shoulders,
dude. My eyes are burning. Oh, my eyes just feel like, they're bugging out. I don't usually get that feeling that much anymore, and maybe it's because I wear the glasses when we hit the tip skull or not. I don't know.
Yeah, UVEX.
Certainly, it feels a little bit
better. Do they actually work? I have no idea.
Without them, I mean, I'm just speculating. But, yeah, I'm thinking they must have some kind of a positive effect. Okay? But do I get total eye strain? Do I have major issues? Luckily for me, I can answer no, I don't usually have that as a problem. Okay? Okay?
So my UVEX glasses that are supposed to cut out blue light.
Cool. It's time for a festive holiday sweater, guys.
It
looks like it's going to be the Merry as Fuck sweater. Of course it is. All right, we're doing it. The final festive sweater of the season, guys.
I say they don't help with his actual vision, so he can't see better. Which is why it's always fun watching him play racing games, because he can't play racing games.
All right. Yeah. You're welcome, Chum Baguette. They just thanked me for answering their question. All right. Whew. Very nice. Now, some people seem to be notably upset in the chat that I'm going to wear this sweater. They wanted to see the other sweaters. Okay? Merry as fuck.
Well, too bad, guys.
Oh, shit. There go my questions. Show his face. There he is. I don't know if he looks merry. He may be having some negative effects of something else, if you know what I'm saying. Look at his face. Anyway, here's what we'll do. Since people seem to be pretty upset that this was the final sweater of the season selected, all right? We'll do what we did yesterday during the Christmas Marathon event. So if we hit $250 in tips at any time during the stream, then you guys will get to vote again, and I'll do a sweater change. Okay? You get to choose between the dragon and the kitties. All right? That's what we'll do. And then, I guess again, if we hit like $300, then we'll do it again. Okay? I'm not.
Just give me more money, guys.
I'm
I'll
not
switch
asking
out the
for anything
sweaters,
else. You guys have
dude.
been amazingly supportive today. I'm just saying, people are like upset.
Why
They're
not
like,
switch
oh,
them out
shit, I
during
want that
breaks?
sweater.
Like,
So
alright, guys,
I'm
I'm taking a
sending
break.
you
I'll
it.
come
I
back
want
with a different
please, or
sweater.
whatever. So there you go. Okay.
Like, come
All
on.
right, guys, ready to continue? All right, here we go. The final question from channel members. Yes, finally. Here we are, 90 minutes into Ask the King. And finally, we're getting to the end of the member questions. From BWT56, he asked the following. Have you ever gone through a stint where every game is just boring or not interesting to you because maybe you have other stuff going on? Maybe you're just not feeling games at the moment? If so, how do you get over it? Because I'm at that point and I hate it. I want to play and enjoy games, but I find myself getting bored quickly or not caring about the game at all, no matter what game it is. Well, a few things.
I think everyone has moods.
There was one time when I was actually getting
There's a mood where I
bored
just
with
wanted to
my
like
job.
go watch Netflix
Now, my job
or Prime or whatever.
is games. It was back in 2015,
Hey, Holland.
2016. I felt that just doing the full-time content creation of just putting out gameplay was getting stale.
2.5
That's
hours
when I
late.
decided to diversify what I was doing.
Guessing
And I was
YouTube
gonna
didn't
do
alert you.
KO Gaming, which was the channel with the edited style content, rather than just pure gameplay all day, every day. At that point, I was actually losing my passion for what I was doing. I was very bored with it. I felt like it was the same thing every day. I was tired of talking to myself playing games.
Genghis.
You know? Now, I foolishly could have just been a full-time
How's everybody
streamer
doing
and decided
today?
to interact with my audience, but I was very stubborn back then, believing that I could make it work as a YouTuber and not a streamer, and that was really stupid. I feel if I had jumped on the streaming bandwagon a little bit earlier, maybe things would have been different in a positive way. But instead, I jumped on the streaming, the full-time streaming bandwagon kind of late. And if you haven't noticed, ever since I started doing it in 2017,
kind of late to
I think
everything.
it's got better and better.
You were
For
late
my
to
content,
using
for
direct
us in
capture.
general,
You were late
right?
to streaming. You were late to
but gaming
not being a
in
piece
general,
of shit.
For me, it's hard for me to say that, and here's why. Getting tired of gaming in general,
Timo.
because remember, for the longest time, I wasn't playing video games. I would say in the 90s, I absolutely loved home video games. I thought that they were amazing. SNES was my favorite console of all time, but then I owned a PS1.
25 push-ups in
Dreamcast,
25
that whole
seconds,
era was
Mario
amazing.
Sunshine.
Then I
Never
got into
forget.
competitive Street Fighter, and competitive Street Fighter basically took up any free time that I had outside of having a full-time job and going to school, college. And so, because all my time was put into competitive Street Fighter, I basically stopped playing video games outside of Street Fighter. So I would say from the year of 1999 all the way through 2007, 8+ years of my life, I stopped playing console video games entirely and just played Street Fighter. There's a few exceptions here and there, but mostly it was just all about Street Fighter. Then when I came back from that and I quit competitive Street
He'd
Fighter
still
in
end up
2007,
crying and begging
I
for dollars.
re-immersed myself in gaming.
Guys,
and
need
I was
to do quarters,
blown
I
away
really
by games
do.
like GTA 4 and Mass Effect and Bioshock. I couldn't believe how good games had gotten in the 8+ years that I had kind of skipped out on them. I came back, I was like, what the hell was I missing? Look at
True
all this
gamer. Didn't
amazing
play video
gameplay
games
and
for
stuff
for
that's
8
out there.
years.
Okay?
8 years without playing video games. Holy shit.
And then, let's be honest, then in 2008, I became a content creator, right? And the thing is, the reason that I feel that I really enjoy what I do and I don't get burnt out is because, number one, I'm an interactive streamer where we have fun, social conversation every day. That social aspect allows me to enjoy what I do a lot more than just playing the game itself. It's hard to get bored playing a game when you're talking with someone, hanging out with them when you're playing it, right? But in addition to that, there's also the factor that I'm a variety streamer. I don't just play the same style of game over and over and over. Since I play a wide variety of games, sorry, my screen glitched. I reloaded it and now it's working again. Okay, that freaked me out for a second. I was like, what happened?
Brand new laptop, but it's breaking,
Since
guys.
Play such a wide variety of games, right? For example, think about what I'm playing right now. I just started Skyrim. I just started Resident Evil 4. I'm doing Grand Theft Auto 3 Definitive Edition. I'm trying to finish up Lost Judgment on the late streams. I'm doing Halo Infinite multiplayer, and I'm doing old school Street Fighter all at once. So because I'm doing that variety of stuff, it's hard for me to get bored. I don't even feel like I'm playing the games enough. You know what I'm saying? Like, I wish
You do nothing but play video
I
games.
had
What the fuck are you
more
talking about?
time to focus in and play on the games that I'm playing, but I'm playing so many I don't. You see? It'd be like, if I'm playing a game,
Pretty much,
man,
Wesley just admitted
this
that.
one so much, I'm
But all that
tired
time
of
and
it,
money
right?
and
I never really
years
get to
of
get
his
that
life
feeling
on a
because I'm
game and
variety
never got
content
good at
creator.
it.
Okay? So, no, actually, BWT, I've never felt that games burned me out. I feel that, like, the content creation aspect of playing the games by myself burned me out. So, actually, if you think of it that way, that's kind of similar to what you're saying. You're playing games by yourself. You're not a content creator, right? You're playing the games by yourself. You're trying to enjoy them just on the face value of being a game. You're not sharing that experience with the world. You're just playing it for yourself, and you're getting bored with games. Yeah, I would say I've been there. 2015 to 2016, I absolutely was getting completely bored just playing the games. I needed a change, you know?
I needed to change, guys.
So
I've been up till 3 o'clock in the morning getting drunk.
And I did. I changed for the better. I ended up becoming an interactive streamer, and that actually reinvigorated everything for me. And I have not been bored since then. So, all right, ladies and gentlemen, we now get to move on.
You're bored
to
all the time.
Questions. Yes, finally. Forum questions. First question from the forums is from Eternal Napalm, who asked the following. Are there any boss fights that stick out in your mind as either exhilarating, challenging, or super fun? What makes a great boss design? Well, I would say the best fighting game bosses of all time.
Orphan of Kaz
ginormous cartoon
on Bloodborne
from the Versus series. Like I like the giant Apocalypse and X-Men vs.
That was
Fighter,
a bitch of a fight, but man, when you finally beat him, it felt so good.
Like larger than life fights. They weren't traditional fighting game fights, but they were big epic set pieces with cool music and giant effects and stuff. Those were really neat. In general, like one of the boss fights that stands out for me is Champion Gunder in Dark Souls 3, because that one beat my effing ass. Okay? So hard.
Orphan of Kaz, I think, would be
my ass. I died
my
for
answer.
like 2 hours straight, if I remember correctly, right? Before I finally beat the boss. Now, why do I like that boss? I'll tell you why. Even though Champion Gunder beat my ass for 2 hours, I still to this day believe that boss is completely fair. There is nothing unfair about Champion Gunder. He's just a fucking badass. And you have to learn his patterns. You have to master the systems of the game if you're going to beat him. In fact,
every Dark Souls style game.
The first time around when I played Dark Souls 3, I had a bad build. I didn't really understand the systems of the game. I went and got my ass beat for 2 hours. The second time around I played Dark Souls 3 years later, I had
How did you play Dark Souls 1 and 2? Then you get to Dark Souls 3 and you're like, I don't get it. How do you play Dark Souls 3, guys? It doesn't make sense how to play Dark Souls 3. But you play Dark Souls 1 and 2. I feel, anyways, in my opinion, I've gotten better at every single Dark Souls style game as I play them because, like, alright, I played Bloodborne, got my ass handed to me. The first 4.5 hours of Bloodborne, there may have been a couple times where I broke down and cried, but I sucked at it. Ended up getting platinum on it. Get Dark Souls, alright, it's different. But same mechanically, same kind of style. So, I did alright at it. Dark Souls 2, fuck Dark Souls 2, the tracking is bullshit. I get to Dark Souls 3, I was like, alright, I'm feeling pretty good about this. Code Vein. I didn't walk through it, but I did alright. Mortal Shell. After the first stream, where I died probably 6, 7, 8 times, whatever, but like once I actually learned the mechanics and learned the game, I was like, alright, well, it's different from Dark Souls, but it's similar enough that I can still carry stuff over. Yeah, I died like, what, 3 more times? 4 more times maybe? I never died against a boss. I just never realized that. I never died to the Fire Temple boss, being first go. The Ice Temple boss, I beat first go. The Twin Mirror boss area, I beat first go. And then the final boss, I beat them all in one go. Because I learned the mechanics. Yeah, Dark Souls 2 is absolute garbage. Never play it. Like that tracking. Dark Souls 1, enemy leaps over you. You roll underneath it, turn around, backstab. Dark Souls 3, enemy leaps over you. You roll under, turn around, backstab. Dark Souls 2, enemy leaps over you. You roll under it, you go to turn around. Oh, wait. The enemy turned 180 degrees in midair, lands and hits you. Like, well, fuck you too, Dark Souls 2. But yeah, there's just... After having played Bloodborne, Dark Souls 1, 2, and 3. Played Code Vein. Played similar games. Once I figured out the enemy patterns on Mortal Shell, again, I didn't walk through it, but I died maybe 3 or 4 more times. And never to a boss. Like, one of the times I died, it was me dodging an enemy and rolling off the edge or something. It was not even the enemy that killed me. So, Mr. Darkside Phil, professional gamer, yeah, man, Dark Souls 3 kicked my ass. How? You've played Dark Souls 1 and 2, and at this point, you've been reading guides. Like, see, that's another thing. I don't read guides. Fuck me, how many hours did it take for me to realize in Mortal Shell there's no stats? You don't upgrade stats, you just get a different shell that has, this one has more health but less stamina, this one has less health but and less stamina but has more power points or whatever, like, because I didn't read a guide. DSP, first thing I would have done was find a walkthrough, find the easiest way to get through the game. Me, I know do it what I was doing. So how are you gonna sit there and say, but I got the Dark Souls, it kicked my ass because I didn't know anything about it? Well, you've played the other games in the series, so you should have known something about it.
A better build because I understood it. I knew the systems of the game, and I beat him relatively easily. I think it was the second shot. I think he did beat me once, but I think the second try, I killed him. And everyone at that point was built up like, oh, this is going to take 4 hours, and I beat him. You know? To me, those are meaningful experiences because when you have something that you can overcome, right? Oh, man, something's kicking my ass or whatever, and you can overcome it, that becomes synonymous with something great for me, and it makes me feel like something special happened in the game. A big overcoming moment, right? When fucking Ludwig beat my ass 100 times, everyone laughed. When I went back to that DLC later in Bloodborne and I kicked his ass not once but twice, and then I went on to fight the Orphan of Kos and all that. That was really good shit, right? That's some of the best, coolest stuff that I felt like I overcame in many, many, many years. So that's what I would say. That's some of the stuff that I feel was some of the most meaningful boss fights I ever did. Now, what makes good boss design? To me, good boss design is that there's challenge. The boss isn't a pushover, but the boss is fair. As long as you stick with it and you learn the abilities of the boss or the patterns of the boss, you basically can adapt to it and you can beat it.
Got my ass handed to me by Ludwig.
So able to react to what the boss is doing and counterattack it, or whether that means actually finding the boss's weakness and attacking the weakness. All right, what I don't like about a boss is a fucking puzzle boss. I've said it 4,000 times in my whole fucking career.
That Resident Evil boss was not a puzzle boss.
A boss that everything you
they literally tell you, hey, blow up the cars when he's near the car. And you couldn't figure it out until chat told you to blow up the cars.
Forget all your weapons. They all suck. They don't do shit. You need to find a specific little thing to do to that boss in order to beat it that's only specific to this particular fight of the game because that's how they programmed it. It doesn't matter how good you are at the game. You need to learn the secret of the boss and unlock the puzzle to defeat the boss. That, ladies and gentlemen, in my opinion, is bad game design.
Because it means you can't just tank it.
It's called something like bullshit. I hate it. Give me a game where it's... Oh, shit. Give me a game where it's tough because it's something that's a tough pattern you need to learn or because you need to employ all of the skills and abilities you've learned up to that point in the game. Now, I hope you liked the game up to now. Too bad. Now the game is something completely different just for this boss. Fuck you. Waste your time learning it just for this boss. By the way, after the boss, forget it. You'll never need to know that ever again. I hate that shit.
Yeah, and he's bitching about that Resident Evil 2 remake, I think it was.
Dark Maggot, what's going on? Dark Maggot,
like, oh, hey, you blow up the cars when he's near the car, and then the cars drop more missiles, so you can use more missiles to blow up the enemy.
Question.
And he couldn't figure it out until his chat told him how to do it.
More than you
expected. See you, Sketchy.
Hope you eat a lot.
Merry Christmas, man.
Stay safe, everyone. I will. I'm going to have a lot of Chinese food tonight, that's for sure. And tomorrow.
That cherry was a good fight, though. I like that cherry fight in Dark Souls 2.
Thank you for the tip. By the way, now we're $17 away from a sweater swap. When we hit $250, you guys can vote and we can do a sweater swap. Okay? Unlike, besides Minecraft, a game that I enjoyed more than
Evil
I ever
3, or
expected.
it was Resident Evil 3 remake that he did that, and that was fucking hilarious.
Well, let's think about this.
It's a puzzle boss,
What
guys.
games have
No,
I
it's
played
not.
that
Blow
I
'em
maybe
up.
had no exposure to, knew nothing about them, and then when I actually tried them, ended up being very entertaining and ended up becoming ongoing sessions. I can tell you one just from this year, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I had never done anything like that before, a straight up sim of anything, right? And flying around the world, okay? Flying around the world, seeing all these cool landmarks, these different cities, learning the history and things of these areas as we traveled to them, and having fun interactions with you guys.
I.e., giving him money.
That was awesome. And it ended up being an ongoing chill stream for like 2 months that we did. That was really meaningful.
Until the tips stopped coming in, so he gave up on it.
If you just watch my Microsoft Flight Sim stuff for 2 months, not only will you get an education, but you'll have a lot of chill fun with me and my audience. It was really special, right? Geez, I mean, just this year, Hades. Here's a franchise where I had played previous games from these guys, like Transistor, Bastion, and never did I think that in 2021 I would play a game from the same studio and it would be as good or as enjoyable of an experience as it was. But man, I'm glad that I played it. I missed out on it last year. It was on a lot of other venues, right? And it wasn't available until it was on Game Pass for Xbox Series X as something, really readily playable for me. And playing on
Good point,
damn, I missed
Wesley.
out. This is an outstanding
You can't shoot him in the face to kill it.
Gameplay,
It's too hard and it's a puzzle.
The different weapons, upgrades, and things, all the variables involved in it. Boy, did it show me how a roguelike can be very entertaining. It really did. He's going crazy on my hat right now. It showed me that a roguelike can be super entertaining. When previously, my only other experience with roguelikes was like Returnal. And I thought that game was so underwhelming and disappointing. But why you got your butt on my head? Why? He's rubbing his butthole on my head. No, he's not. You know what he's doing? He's looking at the decorations and the phone behind him. He turned around. He gave me a nice festive Christmas butt rub. Very nice, Jasper. Thank you. Thank you for the butt rub. Where'd you go? Oh, thank you very much for the butt rub. Oh, now he's rubbing his face on
Total
my
One
head.
WWE Champions collab to be hilarious.
What's he doing? Oh, you're such a lovable cat. He's such a love bug cat. We call him the love bug kitty. He loves rubbing. He loves licking. Anything, lovey-dovey cat. When he's in the mood, he's a loving cat. And then other times he can be a terror, but, he's so cute. Okay. So anyway, yeah, Dark Maggot, those would be some games just from this year. I'm sure there's been many others over the years, but those are the two that come to mind. Flight Sim and Hades. Shout out to Alex from Phoenix who just did a super chat. He says, Merry Christmas to you and your family. I enjoyed the Halo campaign playthrough with you spraying mofos and Jasper's multiple cameos. Thank you. You're welcome, Alex. Thank you for the super chat, and I agree. Yeah, Jasper being here on the stream,
it's positive, guys. It means you'll make him more
It
money.
can be when he's blocking the television and stuff. I feel like it's definitely a welcome addition, and it's something that's a nice staple of the streams to see him come by and be a part of everything. I really enjoy that too. So, okay, continuing on with the questions because we're actually going to go on another break in about 15 minutes.
Another break after doing
the next question
what?
here is from I Cured It With My Brain, and he asked the following: with Knights of the Old Republic now being remade, would you prefer that they keep the same plot, story, and characters and just update the game
Hades
mechanics
is
and
great.
graphics? Or are you open to
I,
changes
in my
to the story
opinion,
and
loved
plot
Hades.
characters? All right, let me put it this way. I am actually 100% okay with changes to the plot or characters of a classic game like that, as long as it is made clear up front that they are doing so. Okay? Allow me to give you the exact reference I'm making here. Final Fantasy VII Remake. When they said they were remaking the game, they presented it, advertised it, and pushed it, saying they were literally remaking Final Fantasy VII with modern gameplay elements and graphics. They never, ever said they were changing the story. Their impression they gave everyone was this is a straight-up remake. It's the same game, only now it's for modern audiences because it's better visuals and gameplay. They'll like it a lot more now, right? Great.
A break
but
from sitting there
we're
talking.
changing the whole effing game. Now this isn't even the same plot because now this is a what-if scenario. If there's an alternate dimension and this is a different version of those characters from another dimension and they're crossing from dimension to dimension, and what if everything changed in the plot? And here's why that pissed me off, honestly.
You hated the original game. You stated multiple times you hated the original game. Why do you care if they changed the story? Also, they didn't change the story. The story is still the same. There's just some new elements to it. It may have been something that they wanted to do in the original. They just didn't have the technological power to do so.
Not the fact that they did it, but because they didn't announce it, I couldn't prepare myself for it. If I had known that this is what they were doing, I absolutely, the summer before, would have played the original Final Fantasy VII as a playthrough. So I would have had the knowledge
But you hated
needed
the original Final Fantasy VII.
all of the references and things in the game and understand what changed from the original game to the remake. But they didn't. They literally lied. They told everyone it's the same when it wasn't. So everyone goes into this game expecting this is going to be the same as Final Fantasy VII. And for the most part it is, until the end.
There's so much
and then
flirting,
at the end,
it makes
the last
someone
few
uncomfortable.
hours is completely different and changes the plot in its entirety. And you're like, what the fuck just happened? What am I playing? I've actually literally been lied to. The entirety of this game was being
When I played it, it really felt like this was stuff they wanted in the original game. They just couldn't do it.
Okay? So if they were making Knights of the Old Republic remake, and by the way, just so you know, we're changing plot elements, we're changing the plot, so it's a refreshing new game. Good. Thanks for telling me. Now I'll go play the original. I'll know what happened in the original, so when I play the new one, I can understand the differences and the references. Not, oh, I'm halfway through the game and now I'm confused as fuck because you changed stuff and I don't know what's going on. It was just a really bad way for them to do it.
Well, they're telling... Wait.
Transparent.
If they had told you they're changing the game, the storyline in the game, you would have played the original so you would know what's going on in the new game. That doesn't make sense. If they change the story in the remake, then it doesn't matter if you played the original. You still wouldn't understand the story in the remake if they change the story in the remake. Fucking moron.
And that pissed me off. I'm okay with them changing stuff as long as you know ahead of time. Okay? I think I can open my blinds again. I think that the sun's gone. Maybe.
I still prefer the original Final Fantasy VII. But the Final Fantasy VII remake was pretty good.
Whew.
And they said if you got it on the PlayStation Plus, it will now allow you to do the PS5
Next question
version
is from
for free.
Dripster866. He asked if you ever quit a game because of a boss fight was hard or you had to do mad grinding. Yes, there's two
Persona 3, bitch.
games that come to mind. Both RPGs. One is the infamous Persona 3 playthrough.
Yes,
where
called
I didn't know
it.
what I was getting into playing Persona 3. I didn't understand that a lot of the mechanics were way more outdated than Persona 4. I had no idea that the final boss was an insane hour-long grind. I just didn't know that. And if you get to the end of this boss, there's an RNG factor where the boss can do random status effects. And because it's RNG, meaning it's randomly generated, it's not, oh, the set pattern creates this effect. It's just, random stuff happens. You can get to a situation where your party cannot recover. Okay? Now, it takes an hour to get to this part of the fight. And by the way, it's fun. You get to fight all these different phases of the boss and everything to get to this part. And you're like, wow, this is so cool because I used all my abilities, all my knowledge of the game up to this point to get to this point. And now let's finish the boss for good. Oh, random status effects. Oops, half your characters can't move. The one character that can restore it is confused and they can't fix it. So you're fucked, dead. Okay, replay from the start. Wait, what? There's no checkpoints. Redo the whole boss fight from the start. Takes an hour to get back to that point. Okay, maybe it was just bad luck. So I go through again, and I do this, and I get to the end, random status effect. You're fucked. What the fuck is this? Even when you know what's coming, you can't actually equip enough stuff to your party to stop the randomized status effects. You can stop 1 or 2 status effects. You can't stop every status effect in the game that's randomly generated from happening. So because of that, at one point, you're going to get fucked. Now, the funny part is I've heard some people got right to the end of Persona 3 and beat it on the one go because they didn't get a bad combination of status effects and they just, whoop, done, they love the game. For me, it wasted so much of my time. It was an entire stream. 2+ hours of going through the boss fight again and again to get to the end.
And getting your ass handed to you.
I quit.
Hilarious.
I rage quit. I said, I'm not doing this. This is a waste of my time. I'm too frustrated. Maybe I'll come back at some point and I'll beat it. And I did. I actually did come back, and I beat it, what was it, like a year later? But most
he
people
completely screwed it up.
Never
and then he played through it again, like you just said.
Oh, you rage quit Persona 3 and you never beat it. But I did.
Using a guide.
I beat it much later. What? They don't know because they're stupid. they never went back to actually find out that, yeah, eventually I cooled down. I wanted to beat unfinished games, and that was one of the
waited years.
ones that I'd done.
You went
and I went
years
back
between streams of it.
Now, compare that.
And again, your second stream of it, or your second time playing it, you use the guide.
It's something completely different, okay? Compare that with something completely different.
You use the guide.
Final Fantasy 13 3 Lightning Returns, okay?
Oh, yes.
Just listen to how fucked up and stupid this game is. The entirety of the game, you can be playing a certain way and coast right through it, no problems. You get to the final boss. For some reason, excuse me, for some reason, just the final fight of the game.
He's up to 233,000
like
tips.
15 to 20 level jump from everything else right before it. Just that fight, nothing else. So everything you've done up to the end of the game, you can coast through. And then when you get to the final boss, you can't beat it. The game actually expects you to
other
go
people
back
beat it.
to the next to last area and grind, not for 1 hour, not for 2 hours, but for 5 to 10 hours to gain the levels necessary to then go back to the final boss and beat it and see the ending. Now, if the game were good, maybe I'd be like, oh, okay, another 5 to 10 hours of grinding, cool. I'll relax, I'll chill, we'll go through it, and we'll have a good time. But the game sucks, right? The game is absolutely terrible. It's the worst of the 3 Final Fantasy 13 games. The combat is not as good as the previous 2. The game itself runs like shit. It's just not a great game at all. The plot is god-awful. So for you to have to go... Wait, I suffered through this entire game. I played it for like 40 to 60 hours to get to this point.
Yeah, DSP was under level plays.
Another 5 to 10
probably because
hours
he ran past a bunch of
couldn't
fights.
Scale the boss properly to the rest of the game because you're late.
This is a guy that ran past multiple fights and stuff during his Halo Infinite playthrough. Then we get the final boss. No joke. He complained in the final boss fight that he had to play the game. I can't just run past him, guys. This is bullshit. Exact quote. I can't run past this boss. That is bullshit.
Lazy game developer? Are you out of your mind? So guess what I did? I said, fuck this. And I
exactly,
watched
the final
someone
boss
else
is
beat the
supposed
game
to be
on YouTube
hard.
Live. Yeah. I actually played the end of someone else's playthrough on YouTube to see the ending. And what the hilarious part was, the ending sucked. The ending was fucking terrible. And I was like, I'm glad I didn't waste my time grinding 5 to 10 hours to see that terrible fucking ending of this game.
Yeah, he watched someone else beat the game.
Fuck this, I'm never playing it ever again. And I do not regret it. That game is terrible. So there you go. All right, one more question, and then we're going to go on a break. The next question is from
break from
Stefania Gaming, who asked the following. Hey, Phil, my brother and I went to take out the trash. No, wait a minute. Let's try this again. My brother and I went to take to the trash some things that we had when we were kids, like some toys and such. Some of my dolls look so vintage that I might decide to resell them. I was curious about which type of toys or retro stuff you had when you were a kid. And also, what would you do with your friends to pass the afternoons? You know, like besides just going to arcades, did you actually play any sports or anything like that? How did the Phil from the 80s and 90s spend his time? I remember my classmates hooked up to Tamagotchis, but that was a bit later. One last thing, did you ever get Masters of the Universe toy that looks like a buffed up glowing skeleton? It's so funny. It looks absolutely ridiculous, and I have it here for my brother in a cardboard box, and waiting its demise. It's from the 1980s. I'm curious if you had it at some point. So as I was growing up, I went through like literally every phase of toys. My first toys were like He-Man. Then I went on to like Transformers, G.I. Joe. Then it went to the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, right? I'm sure there's more stuff in there I'm forgetting. Then after that, X-Men action figures. And then after that, it went kind of like Spawn figures. But then the Spawn figures I didn't really want to play with because they were more like works of art than toys. And that was really the end of when I was playing with those kind of toys. So yeah, absolutely, I would play with toys like that with my friends outside, playing around and everything. But in addition to that, you know, we liked to do other stuff outside of just playing with figures. Like we had water guns. We'd run around, you know, in the summer shooting each other with water guns. Back then was when they actually started to have some of the battery-powered guns. Now, by the way, they didn't look real. Like I had one that was like orange, neon orange and blue. And it was an automatic. You run around going, shooting water at people. and stuff like that. Water balloons, stuff like that. As for sports, never really played any sports seriously. But like I tell everyone, and they laugh at me, I used to play badminton.
Wait a minute. One of his stories about how he hurt his back was he was playing football. So, you didn't play sports? Then how did you hurt your back, Mr. I heard it playing football?
You know, with the net and the birdie or shuttlecock and the long racket with a small end.
Shuttlecock.
The shuttlecock back and forth over the net. I used to play it in my driveway.
I want to be a little bit more immature and make a joke about that word, but
loved it. It was fun as hell.
I think I'll refrain.
I had a long driveway when I was a kid, so there was a lot of space to do stuff like that. Anything that was like a long field kind of a deal, there was a lot of space to do it. We'd take the cars out of the driveway, put them on the street, and we'd play in the driveway all day, which was really fun. So, no, I never owned a WWE figure ever, love. No, not once in my life did I ever own a WWE figure. I liked pro wrestling when I was a kid, but I actually got into it as a result of my great uncle, or excuse me, not my great uncle, my godfather, who liked it, and we actually went over one Thanksgiving. We went over there to have Thanksgiving dinner with them, and they were watching Survivor Series on Thanksgiving, and that got me into pro wrestling. So I liked watching it, but I never had like any collectibles or anything of pro wrestling or anything like that back in the day.
Bullshit. You have what, 340 some WWE JPEGs on WWE Champions?
That Stefania Game is asking about the glowing skeleton figure. If I'm remembering correctly, okay, I think I had it. I think what it was, it actually had the body of like He-Man, but they recast the plastic to be like transparent. So it kind of looked like white, transparent white. But what they did is they like sketched a skeleton onto it, if I'm remembering correctly. And it had the head of a skeleton, but it wasn't. The thing that threw me off about this thing, it was a skeleton with a buff body and the head of a skeleton, but it wasn't Skeletor. I thought, if I remember correctly, when I got it, I thought it was Skeletor. I thought it was like another version of Skeletor, but it wasn't. It was something else. Now, if I'm remembering correctly,
yeah, the CM Punk plaque that he has. Never get that.
The prominent feature of that figure was that if you left it out in the sun all day,
it would glow in the dark,
or under a lamp all day. Then if you turned the lights off, it glowed in the dark. So it was a glow-in-the-dark figure. But none of the other He-Man toys glowed in the dark. So what was the point of having a glow-in-the-dark figure if you turn the lights off and the only toy you can see out of all the toys you have is the one? You can't play with the other toys because you can't see them because you're in the dark. You see? They're like, oh, well, I'll turn on a flashlight. Then why do you need the glow-in-the-dark figure if you're turning a light on? You see? So the whole premise of the figure didn't make sense. You know what I mean? It didn't make sense at all because you can't play with your toys in the dark. You can't see them. Anyway, I think, if I'm remembering correctly, I think that's what it was. It glue in the dark. I think. Okay. All right, guys. It's time for our second break of the show. This will be about roughly 5 minutes. It won't be a long break. All right, when we come back, it'll be the finale of Ask the King. We basically have just a small amount of forum questions left, and we have a few Twitter questions, and that's the show. So, depending on time, maybe we'll have a little bit of extra time to ask some Q&A to this chat or not. But, all right, guys, thank you so much. Great stream, great support. Everything's great. If you're watching live on stream, it's going to be a short break here on the stream.
Is that $233 so far?
On demand, there should be a third and final video for this episode 89 of Ask the King. Okay, guys? Thank you so much. I'll be back shortly with the conclusion. Very nice.
And caught up.
Real quick, there was...
Alright. Break's almost over. See me pausing and bitching at him. I'll just get the most majority of the break. I used to play football. I was free safety, and then I also played well, didn't play, but I did some wrestling. Then I broke my back in a car accident, and that all went bye-bye. Apparently, if you break 3 lumbar vertebrae, no more football or wrestling. Shit, almost no more walking.
Alright guys, I'm coming back from break, and this will be the final segment of Ask the King, where I'll wrap up the questions, maybe open it up a little bit to open discussion in the stream, and wish you guys well for the holiday. All right, so let's do this. Real quick, there was one tip right as I was going on break, and it was from Moonwalkman, who tipped me $4.20, and he says, "Merry Christmas, Phil. Have some merry ganja. Give your family a hug and wish you all the best. I am not going to have any ganja. I refuse to partake in the stickiest of icky. However, it's totally okay if that's what you're into. I don't care. Happy holidays to you, Moonwalkman. Thank you for the very nice message, and also thank you for the tip. So let's add that to the total. So we're at 237, guys. Remember, in this final segment, if we hit 250, there will be a sweater swap. You
like the Olympic style wrestling.
On the final Christmas sweater that I'll wear.
Yeah, that all ended my freshman year.
If we do hit 250 in tips on the stream. So let's see what happens this final
I was never good.
segment.
Even if without the accident, I probably never would have made varsity.
All right, thanks. Let's do this.
One buddy, he went to state twice. Me, not so much. Number one for you. He went to state twice in high school for wrestling.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it. This is the big finale. As you can actually see, and this is actually not me staging this, the lights on my hat are starting to die. The battery, I've been wearing this hat on and off all week on various streams. And how...
when Lando left me, learned how to wash his clothes at 35.
Here we are, the final holiday-themed stream I'm doing, right? And the lights are dying. The batteries are dying. That's why it's not twinkling actively as much as it was. It's actually not as bright, you can see. Welcome to the conclusion of my Christmas Eve Ask the King special for 2021. This is the final segment. There's already been 2 other segments. If you're watching on demand on YouTube, be sure to watch those 2 before you watch this one to see all the answers to your questions. All right? But let's end this with a bang. Let's do the final questions right now. All right? Thank you guys for all of your support during this stream. Thank you for a great holiday. This week was amazing with all the stuff that we did, and I'm really appreciative of that. Let's finish up, shall we? All right. Okay. So, the next question is from Fantasy Star PG, and he asked the following question. He says, "Hey Phil, with the gaming landscape changing as both Sony and Microsoft now have 20 plus studios each, we can officially say there may never again be a dry season where either Xbox or PlayStation doesn't have any games out. I see people changing the gaming debate from what the consoles can or can't do to now being the focus is who has the better games because you're going to pay $70 for them. Now,
unless you wait 6 months and you get them for half price at least.
Because you got to compare the idea that some people are going to pay $70 for a game while other people get high quality games under Game Pass and don't have to pay that. You see? What's your opinion on games finally getting attention over hardware? That actually is a very interesting question for Fantasy Star PG because when I was growing up, it was always about the hardware, right? It was, oh, Nintendo has the best controller and the best graphics. Oops. Well, now the Genesis does what Nintendo don't. Oh, but now the Super NES is out, and this has the Super FX chip that could do 3D graphics. You could save your games on the cartridge. The controller's better. Oh, but now the Sega CD's out. Now you can play games on CD with CD music and full motion video. Oh, but now this one's out, but now that one's out. And every time a console came out, it was always about how did you trump the hardware capabilities of the last console, or what innovative thing were you adding to your console that people needed to buy your console for? And Nintendo always, I would say, stood a little bit separate from that pack. Reason being, Nintendo always had their amazing first-party titles, right?
Mario.
And they always kind of went back to that. Oh, well, yeah, maybe Nintendo doesn't have the best graphics right now, but we've got Mario, and we've got Zelda, and we've got this and that. But everyone else is always in constant competition, right? What's the best-looking console? What's the console that now has online capabilities? What's the console that has the most storage on a disc? Which one runs at the best resolution? Is it 8 bits, 16 bits, 32 bits, 64 bits, 128 bits? Is it 3D? Is it 2D? Is it HD? Is it 720p? Is it 1080p? Is it 4K? Right? We've been talking about this for so long. We have been. And now, this console generation, when you look at PlayStation 5 and the Xbox Series X, and you actually look at the performance of the consoles side by side, I think, yes, we can actually kind of say, finally, they're, for the most part, equivalent. is there really a selling point of one console over the other when it comes to the actual performance capabilities?
Xbox has
of
Game
console?
Pass.
I don't think
PlayStation has
so.
better first
I think if you have an Xbox Series X or a
games.
PS5, you basically have the best console on the market. And it wasn't always like that.
Yeah, this guy got a 4K TV
gen,
years after everyone else
PS4
did.
was better than Xbox One for a time.
Oh, he
You could
never
argue
did.
before then.
Has a lying sack of shit about that.
At first, the Xbox 360 was running games better than PS3, but by the end of that console gen, PS3 had optimized the way that people could develop games for it, and it ended up being much better capability. I mean, take a look at The Last of Us 1 on the PlayStation 3 at the end of its life cycle, right? So, yeah, I actually think this is kind of the first time we're not having a console war just based on bits and bloops, based on, you know, graphical fidelity. We're actually going to have a console war based on games. And that's interesting because this year, admittedly, how many amazing games do we have that were console exclusives? Well, you had Ratchet and Clank, you had Returnal, right? You had, what was the other one? There were like 3 big PlayStation 5 games this year, okay? Oh, was it Kena Bridge of Spirits? I think it was. And on the other side, you had Halo Infinite, you had Microsoft Flight Sim, you had Forza Horizon 5, and
Microsoft Flight Sim was also on PC.
If you actually look at the entire landscape
correctly.
of games this year, honestly, I don't think either console, even in that regard, outperformed. Each console had a small handful of exclusives that were good. I don't know. I mean, I guess it really depends on what you like. If you love racing or you love FPS games, probably you're ecstatic with what just came out for the Xbox. But maybe that's not your cup of tea. Maybe you like 3D platformers.
Any shit on
I
Returnal.
love Ratchet and Clank, right? Excuse me. But for me, when I look at this entire...
The only game he doesn't
landscape,
shit on is
the
WWE
one
Champions.
thing for me that in 2021 was a huge definitive factor between the consoles was Game Pass. Game Pass allowed you to spend a very discounted flat rate a month. What was it? $15 a month or something like that. And get a large number of games unlocked that you could play without any additional fee, even new releases. I mean, I just alone, since I got Game Pass in the summer, each month I was playing 2 to 3 new releases on Game Pass, right? I saved money. I didn't buy Halo Infinite. I didn't buy Forza. That was money saved. Giant big new releases. I didn't buy Psychonauts 2, Last Stop, Hades, Microsoft Flight Simulator. I'm just going off the top of my head. I've already got 7 games. I'm sure there was more than that. You know what I'm saying? So I'm going, oh.
You're holding up 6 fingers. How are you saying 7 games while holding up 6 fingers? Dumbass.
I just re-downloaded Skyrim. You know? I keep going. So Game Pass seems to be like the major thing for me right now. Now, long term, will Game Pass be as much of a factor? I don't know. Especially because now we have the rumors about Sony's going to try to compete with them with their own service and all of that. But I actually find it a very interesting time because, yeah, unlike previous years where it was always about the console wars, PlayStation versus Microsoft versus Nintendo, and what each console can do, now it seems to be way more about what games are on what console and how do you get those games, how do you, what are you paying for them, right? So, will this continue? Maybe, maybe not. Next year, we do have some pretty big exclusives coming out. For example...
Well, thanks for showing up, Lord.
Just, just off the top of my head, Horizon Forbidden West and God of War Ragnarok will only be on PlayStation. Well, I take that back. They'll be on PlayStation 4 and 5, so they are cross-platform in the Sony family, right? If you don't have a Sony console, you can't play them, okay?
How many views do we got right now?
I think it's going to be a
We're
very
down
interesting
to
situation.
29 viewers, but we
hard to predict.
got...
How do you predict it when...
We got
never been in
40
this situation?
likes.
It's always been
awesome.
Consoles are unlimited.
Thanks for liking the video, guys.
It's a year after the launch of a console. Anyone can get any console they want, so it's all fair game.
Where
it's
is
not
it?
fair
Right
game anymore. People still
Hit
cannot
that
get a
like.
PlayStation 5. They still
Why is
cannot
my
get
mouth
an
not
Xbox
moving? What
Series
the
X
hell?
if they want it. Xbox Series S
What keeps doing
is
that?
more available. It's certainly not widely available everywhere, but it's definitely more available. So I would say, yeah, this is a unique time. Can I predict what's going to happen or whatever?
There we go.
I don't know. What is my opinion on games getting emphasis over hardware? I think it's about time. I think that it's time for us to stop arguing about bits and capabilities of the console. I've always said this too. The last 2 console gens were so underwhelming.
He loved Bug Snacks.
The world when it came.
Why I don't know, but he loved the Bug Snacks.
But sadly, what they did do was incredibly underwhelming against the promise of what we were told they could do. Just because the console could do 1080p doesn't mean every game ran at 1080p. Just because a console could do 60 frames didn't mean it did it. There were a lot of games you would buy, and the resolution and the frame rate were disappointing. But wait a minute. This is supposed to be the top-of-the-line game console, and you can't run at 1080p 60 frames yet? What is going on, right? At least this console gen, from what I've seen, is living up to expectation. Each game has a performance versus a fidelity mode. If you want the higher resolution, if you want more detail, you can get it. If you want the better performance with higher frame rate, you can get it. You can basically get what you want.
Up to 44 likes now, yay!
For the first time. We've never seen these kind of settings and stuff in a game
likes,
before. In fact, it was funny. Recently, my wife was playing Far Cry 5 on her PlayStation 4 Pro. And it was okay. It definitely wasn't above 30 frames, but sometimes it did it got sluggish a little bit, and the frame rate would dip. And I said to her,
well, thank you, Wesley, and Merry Christmas to you as well.
Where you can, like, change it to performance versus fidelity mode? No. That didn't exist then. But I'm stupid. I'm thinking in my head, oh, yeah, the last year every game had that. No, they didn't have that. You see? So now you have these options. So that's cool. I would like it more to be about games and ability. Dan.
I'm trying to think what other game you liked.
This
like,
better,
just
this console can run this game better. It
over.
Doesn't seem like that anymore. It's just everything's the same. But now we need to see what these studios are going to pump out for us, right?
I'm sure there's another children's game that was super easy for him.
The final question from the forums is actually an interesting question because I actually think this guy was trolling a lot. But he asked a question that was appropriate. And quite frankly, I think it's time to talk a little bit about this. So listen to the question. His name is Muffler Barry.
Let's see how stupid this is.
And here's what he has to say. Don't you think that having this website, this is my forums basically on the website, I own my own website, is a bit unnecessary now? I don't think your viewers use it. They barely use it. And I would bet you barely use it. You're probably going to answer more questions from your Twitter than from this thread for Ask the King. And the majority of streamers, big and small, don't own their own websites anymore.
Is this him finally pushing towards getting rid of his website?
Media platforms only. Okay? I would actually say up until this year, I needed the site. But now that I am a full-time YouTube content creator, and now we have the channel page with the community tab where I can make posts and you guys can directly respond to said posts, that has become more useful than the forums. It has. Right now, I can post up a poll on my YouTube page, DSP Gaming, on the community tab, and within a day, I get like 1,000 responses. Sometimes I get 2,000, 3,000 responses within a few days because it has reached people subscribed or actively watching the content and they want to have their voices known. It's easy for them to do it. As opposed to if I do a poll on my forums, oh, I got to make an account on the forums, register, verify the account, got to go
and then
on
he
my
doxes you,
forum, right?
Never go to his forum.
Same thing when I'm asking for questions for Ask the King. If I had had a thing by which channel members registered for my forums and had exclusive access to a private thread where they could post questions for this Ask the King, I probably would have got 5
like
questions.
Life is Strange for some reason.
Instead, I got like 20, 30 questions.
Like, I love Life is Strange, but for some reason he liked it too, and I don't know why.
I posted it right to my webpage, okay? I mean, I'll be honest with you. At one point, the website and forums had a big use, and I don't really think they do anymore.
Take a sip.
Instead of having a forum thread where you post up your questions for Ask the King, I could easily just do a community post for it on DSP Gaming. However, there is a downside. There's actually 2 downsides if I were to get rid of my website. The first downside is you can't direct link to anything on the YouTube channel page. So, for example, right now, I have a command in the chat. It's ! Ask the King. If you type that in the chat, Nightbot will post up a link. Say, click here to post up your questions for the next episode of Ask the King. And I've already set that up that you can click to the next forum thread for the Ask the King that's going to take place now in early March.
Well, did you attach $100 to it, Jackal?
And you can actually...
Once you attach money to it, he's never going to read it.
Okay? If I were to have a community post on my DSP Gaming channel that says post here, reply here to post up your question for Ask the King, guess what? You can't link to it. There's no direct link to that post at all. There's no way to do it. So if I were to do that, I would just have to say Ask the King command says,
I really like, I loved one.
Go to Phil's
True
community
Colors
page and just look down within all the
it's
posts.
It's a typical Life is Strange game.
Find the post there to respond to post up your questions for Ask the King, which is not efficient in any way, shape, or form.
When you go into a Life is Strange game, you got to know what you're going into. You're not going into Shakespeare. You're not going into Marvel Endgame.
I do have an option for patrons that if they do pledge a certain level,
And again, you're not going
they get access
into
to an exclusive portion
Shakespeare
of my
Mobile
site. Guess
Endgame when
what?
you
It's completely
play
defunct and no one uses
Homefront,
it.
and I
As
really
I
liked
told
it.
you guys, there used to be a function where patrons of mine would go to patreon.com/darkside and do a $20 pledge, and they would be guaranteed to get their question answered. One person did this in 2020. Excuse me, 2021. One person all year did it in 2021. That was it. So I would have to change that and say, okay, that perk doesn't exist anymore. Okay? Which is not a big deal. Like I said, I feel the people who pledge to my Patreon aren't looking for perks. They're people who literally just want to support me in a way that's not related to the streams. Or maybe they don't like PayPal and they want to pledge in a way that it helps, but they don't have to deal with PayPal and stuff. Okay? They're not looking for perks anymore. All right? But there is one other really important factor. And here's the important factor. What if YouTube changes everything tomorrow? Oh, we did away with community posts. Oh, well, now I operate my whole business off community posts. You guys vote on polls. You guys post up questions. You know what I mean? And now you took it away. So now what do I do? Right? Now I got to go out of my way to find something else. Or, God forbid, Phil gets banned from here or there for some bullshit reason that he doesn't deserve, which has happened many times, especially this year.
Oh, bullshit. Really? Stationary what word? And violating the 24-hour rule from Twitch?
With Twitch, right? What happens if somehow now I lose access to the avenues?
Exactly, Jacko. Why pay $20 when you can pay $1 and get the same question answered?
Then I have no way to communicate with you guys, right? You know?
Twitter? Oh,
Kind
but you
of the
banned
website
everyone.
Is the fallback, the end-all, be-all. If everything goes wrong, you can still find me on my site.
He doesn't have a
I can
Discord.
post stuff there,
Oh, wait.
what's going on.
Been proven multiple times he has Discord. Shut up! Stop chewing on your fingers.
But I don't really think that the site is used. That's the thing. Like, I'll be honest. I don't think the site is used at all anymore. It's like a very small handful of people who still use it for anything. Some of them are just trolls anyway. I'm gonna be honest with you guys. I almost never go on the site. Like once in a blue moon, I go on the site. Sometimes it's months for me to go on there. I felt
good
bad
use of money.
Someone who used to be a longtime user of the site.
I
many,
spent
many
a lot of
years
money
ago,
on it, but I barely
all
use
right,
it. Sometimes I go
basically
months
didn't
without
even
using
watch
it.
my content for like
And why are you
4
spending all that
years,
money on it?
Came back and sent me a private message and was like, hey, just so you know, I actually started watching your content for the first time in 4 years. I really enjoyed it again. How you doing? I didn't read their PM for like 2 months. And I responded, and I never got another response. That person might be like, wow, Phil blew me off. No, I just don't use the forums anymore. I don't use the site. So I'm actively paying to maintain a website and forums that I basically
That you
don't
never use. Good use of money, Mr.
know.
I'm broke and I have no money.
So maybe 2020.
I can barely buy groceries.
Is the year that we retire the site. It might be. It might be the year that I just realize there's just no use for it anymore, and we retire it entirely. That there's just no purpose to it anymore. People don't post up fan art there anymore. People don't do any. Literally, it's not used. All the things I used to use it. All right. They don't. It's just not used anymore for anything active. So I'm thinking maybe it's time to retire.
So it's a good use of your money,
okay.
huh?
Yes, the UPS guy just tipped me $1.50. He says, since we're talking about your site, didn't it used to be bigger? Didn't there used to be a page that would list every playthrough you ever did? What happened to that? And by the way, happy Christmas Eve and early Merry Christmas to you, and also use UPS. Thank you for the tip, UPS guy. Yeah, and here's what happened. That was actually one of the major uses of my site. I would send people there and be like, hey, if you want to find an archive of all of my content, my site outlines all of that. If you go there and you search, you can find all my videos on YouTube. You can search for a playthrough. It'll bring it up. Here's what happened. YouTube shut it off. YouTube used to have these feeds. They were called RSS feeds. By the way, guys, I'm going to take these glasses off. They're bothering me now. I've worn them for so long. I'm just going to take them off for the rest of the stream. We're almost done anyway.
Good use of money,
They used to have
guys.
what were called
I don't feel like
RSS
doing the
data
reward
feeds.
anymore, so I'm not doing it.
And those feeds would send out
then
information like
defeats
that.
the point of having a
Your
reward.
listing information on your YouTube channel could be used on a third-party site. One day, they literally, with absolutely no notice, turned it off. So all of a sudden, just defunct. And I'm like, so what do I do? And I talked to my webmaster. He's like, yeah, they just shut it up. You can't even get it. It's impossible. They changed everything, all the coding on the site. So basically that feature will never work ever again. Messed up, huh? So, yeah, I think at this point in 2022, I think I am going to have a serious conversation with my webmaster. Like, unless we can dramatically make it like next to free, which is not, right now. If I remember correctly, I think I'm paying about like $40 a month or something like that for it. I don't know exactly.
$40 a month? Damn.
Still, it's something. It's money that I'm pissing away and not using the site. So unless we could find a way to make it like literally free or next to free, I'm not using it.
Paying $480 for
post for almost everything.
A year for a website you never
yes,
use.
There'll be a little bit of minor inconvenience. I can't link you to Ask the King postings anymore, and I would have to change one perk on Patreon that no one's using anyway. But I really don't think that there's a use for the site. Maybe you disagree. Let me know if you disagree. Personally, I think it's kind of time to get rid of it. You know, okay. All right. Shout outs to the patrons. Funny that we're mentioning the patrons. Shout outs to the ongoing patrons. People who behind the scenes of all of this support me
declared
ongoing.
bankruptcy.
They don't care about getting a shout out.
But it's still paying $480 a year.
They just want me to keep going.
For a website he admits he doesn't
when
use.
I do Ask the King, I do a special segment to shout them out. So thank you to the following people.
Yeah, people should go to his community tab.
Fantasy Star,
just keep posting. No, you gotta keep the site. You gotta keep the site.
Geo Yanks.
Wow,
Martin,
guys, I got like 300
Maya
posts
the
saying keep the
Bees,
site.
Planet Jeff.
Because people really like the
Robert,
site.
A guy whose name I can't really understand. I think his name is Chisholm II. Trey Cooley, Two Bar King, Will, Sean, Thomas, David, Michael, Faithin, QPZ MWN, Richard, Riley, Stormforce Gamer, and Tony. Thank you guys so much for the ongoing patron support. It helps. It really does. Behind the scenes, I get a good sized amount of support every month from Patreon. It's not huge, it's a few $100, but it helps. So thank you for that. Okay, last but not least, Twitter questions to end this special holiday edition of Ask the King, my friends. Lasercore Jr. says, "Oh, shoes, Phil. I hope your holidays are going well."
That's for $99 polls,
what is the pinnacle
dude.
holiday movie in your mind? One that
Put
will
money left over to do another few
wonderful
1651 polls.
Ever to be so jolly. Mine is definitely It's a Wonderful Life. Thanks for keeping entertained. For me, it's A Christmas Story. That one, my dad's favorite Christmas movie growing up. And when I play that movie, number one, it just has so many cool things in it, like memeable moments and things in it that are just memories of watching that movie over the years. But also the fact that my dad loves that movie, and I remember watching it with my dad and us laughing at it and all the jokes that he would make when we watched it. And you know, A Christmas Story was always synonymous with Christmas, you know, for me growing up. So that'll be, and by the way, I love a lot of different Christmas movies, but that's the one. That's like the big one for me, you know. Parasolo says, "How do you foresee 2022 to be different than 2021 when it comes to game releases? Better or worse? Better."
I was like, Christmas Vacation is definitely the best.
This year, we had a lot of game releases that we thought were going to be great and were incredibly underwhelming. And on the flip side of that, we had a lot of game releases that were delayed and are going to come out relatively soon in 2022. So I think 2022 overall.
Hey, didn't shit on his dad for once. Congratulations, DSP. You finally didn't shit on your own father.
Kurt M asks, "What game was drastically influenced by viewer participation, i.e., and how much you enjoyed the game and how you played it, etc." Oh man, Minecraft for sure. I mean, that was directly influenced by people requesting things and people contributing and picking things as a result. Definitely Microsoft Flight Simulator, again, that was one where people were constantly picking places to go and things to see, and then adding to it by adding commentary to it, saying, "Oh, I know about this landmark, I know about this place that you're flying to, etc., etc." You know, I would go as far to say any of the late night chill game playthroughs this year, like Hades was huge, because on Hades, people who had already played the game were helping me to understand the different abilities and the builds. And if I didn't get that help, I probably wouldn't have enjoyed Hades anywhere near as much as I did doing it over the course of the summer. But it ended up being one of my favorite playthroughs of the entire year because of the level of interactivity that I had.
Exactly, Exia. Waiting for the inheritance. That's all he cares about.
Okay.
My parents better leave me a lot of money, guys.
What are some of the goals you have for the channel in 2022? I only have really
which version
one
of the Grinch?
Concrete goal.
The live action with Jim Carrey, the original cartoon, the newer animated one.
This the goal. I want to hit 200,000 subscribers at some point during the year. I'd like to do some kind of a celebratory event to celebrate finally hitting some growth on the channel for the first time in many years when that happens. And I would possibly like to do it around the time of my birthday. My birthday is the first week of April. Right now, as of right now.
And he still celebrates his birthday week.
Okay, live, I can tell you, the channel currently has 195,380 subscribers. So less than 5,000 subs in roughly 4 months, give or take. Could we do it? I would think we could do it as long as the games in February stack up to be as good as everyone thinks they're going to be. For those who don't know, the games in February are going to be Sifu, Dying
You better
Light
make
2,
more
Horizon,
counts there, OIC.
Forbidden West, King of Fighters 15, and Elden Ring. There could be more, but those are like the big 5. Okay? The big 5. If all those games end up being good, that's going to bring new viewers to this channel that normally would not watch my content, and they will likely subscribe so they can talk, all right, on the streams, and it should be really great. I feel it should, and I'm excited for that, and I hope that we will get more people to enjoy this channel and subscribe to the channel, especially now that you realize
Party
now you
City,
can do comments again.
Going big or go home, right?
You know, feel free to like a video and have a positive conversation with people and not get harassed anymore like it used to be, just toxic comments everywhere. That's gone.
You
now.
gotta have the birthday
The
month,
channel's a lot
dude.
different now.
Are people supposed to celebrate your
that's my
birthday?
goal for 2022 would be to reach 200,000 subscribers, hopefully by my birthday, and have a big celebratory event to celebrate that growth. Now, the other thing, okay,
Is make me lots of money.
I want to grow the channel to the point where it's as big as my Twitch channel was. All right? The problem is that's going to probably take years. I would like to say, oh, by the end of 2022, man, we're going to have, 700-800 members on here, and we're going to be popping.
You never had that many members on
It's going to be just so exciting.
Twitch.
But again,
you had
that's
Prime
dependent
subs, which were
on,
free.
will
Then
YouTube
you had gifted
add
subs from
gifted
others.
memberships like they claim they're
You
going
never
to.
had 700,
Will YouTube
800
actually add
subs
real
on there
discoverability options on
organically.
here, which they say they're going to. If they don't
A
follow
few of
through
them
with their
since.
promises, I can't help that. It's up to them.
You 100%
to do
relied
these
on
things
Prime
and put the tools
subs
in place
for
so
at
that
least
I can grow.
300 of
I
your
can't
subs.
just make people
And then
find
for
my
the
channel
rest,
on the site,
probably
because
300 to
that's not how the
400
site works,
gifted.
you see? So I would absolutely love to say, hey, let's have this growth, let's have these as goals, but I can't really do that until we see what YouTube does in 2022, okay? But definitely the 200,000 subs is one that we can push towards. Now, Zebra in the stream chat has said, why is it that you didn't grow with any subs this year? It's not true at all. At the beginning of this year, this channel had 192,000. Actually, no, I take that back. If you go all the way back, it might have been like 189, 190. Because here's what happens. People subscribe, but then every year, YouTube will do an audit and removes a bunch of subs that are no longer active accounts. So you might go up a bit and then go back down. So what happened with this channel is it would go up, and then down again. Up, and then down again. And it would stay stagnant at the same level.
That's what he does, Agent Smith.
4 years straight. Now there's actually a reason for people to come and subscribe again. You see? So this year we've seen slow growth. If I remember correctly, when I first started full-time streaming here in like May, I think we were at like 191. And then we saw a spike. It went up to like 192, 193. Then YouTube did an audit and it went down again. And then it went up again slowly over the course of the year. We've definitely seen growth this year to get to 195. There's definitely consistent growth. I've been looking at it recently now. I actually have the app now on my phone where I can look at stats and stuff. And I look at like, okay, we went up. We actually went up some. It's interesting. Certain playthroughs will actually bring people to come and subscribe to the
So it's
channel.
not that hard to
Like
look
that
at
game,
stuff.
they wanna talk during that game.
Just go to
Stuff
analytics.
like that. So yeah, we did have growth. You may not realize
And
it, it's slow
except
growth, but
for...
that's what I mean. Like, if there's new discoverability on YouTube for streaming, right, we might actually see big growth. The problem is there's no no one can find
January and
DSP
February, I
search
did not
for
make
game
my
right
goal
now.
of
It's
100
just
new
not possible.
subs.
They gotta
And
fix
I did it in
you know.
March, April, May.
Let's see
Missed
here.
it in June. Hit it in July,
Joey
August,
just did a super chat. So
September,
what's your favorite Christmas
October.
movie that's not really
Missed
about
in
Christmas,
November.
like Die Hard or Gremlins, for example? Merry Christmas. Also hope
But-
you're doing well. It's Gremlins, even though
My goal of
Gremlins
100
is a
new
Christmas
subs
movie,
every
It's
month.
a horror movie.
I've had it
But
all
I
but
think
3
Gremlins
months
is
this
my
year, so
favorite
you know what? I'm not
Christmas
too
movie,
upset
for
about
sure.
that.
I used to watch that all the time when I was a kid, over and over at Christmas. So thank you, Joey. And Merry Christmas to you. Thank you for the super chat. All right, so last question. And then for just a couple minutes, I'll open up Q&A to the chat. It looks like we're not going to hit the 250, so there will be no final Christmas sweater swap. But I
Hint,
do want to say
hint.
thank you guys.
We're not gonna hit
for all the support
250.
on this stream for this entire year. It's been amazing. Thank you so much for everything. The final
He's
question.
gotten up to $238 in tips.
2021 is as follows. You ready? From Zach. What was your favorite holiday tradition growing up as a kid? Well,
Cocaine in the bathroom. My favorite
I
tradition.
kind of touched upon this
$238 in
a
tips.
few days ago on one of the
Biggest tip was
pre-streams,
$42 from
okay?
Santa Claus.
But what I will say is thus. What I really enjoyed is right after Thanksgiving, usually it was the weekend after Thanksgiving. My family and I, my parents and I, and sometimes my cousin when she was with us, would decorate the house for Christmas, in particular the Christmas tree. When the Christmas tree went up, and then, you know, next would come all the other decorations over the course of that next week. My parents would put up more decorations after the tree
The
was
food
up.
was from yesterday that I was
now
watching.
meant we had a month of festive Christmas stuff all around the house. Snacks.
They probably asked it on the
popcorn
last
balls,
Ask the King.
candy like Hershey's Kisses, little miniature Reese's peanut butter cups, Petite Fours, Torroni, panettone, which is Italian bread. All this festive stuff would now be added to the house. Where you walk around the living room or wherever, there was snacks everywhere you went. You should grab something to have a little festive snack. Okay, the decorations.
So food.
And that whole
thing he
month
remembers
of my
is
life,
food.
I remember would be a cool push towards the end of the year. You want to get done with school or whatever you're doing. You get to the end of the year, you get to that nice Christmas week. You're home. You're enjoying everything with your family. You're having good food. There's presents. There's celebrations and everything. That was the best. So definitely for me, that the biggest and best time of the entire, you know, holiday celebrations or holiday tradition
Was food.
was the trimming of the Christmas tree. Because that, not only was it fun to do, to put the ornaments all over the tree, to put the garland up, to do all that, but that was symbolizing the beginning of the Christmas month, the Christmas season, where everything was going to kick into high gear with food and fun and festiveness. Christmas music.
He's probably talked about it 100 times by now.
They had on little cassette tapes. They would play on the stereo throughout the whole house the whole month. It was so nice. So that's what it was for me. Thank you very much to Mario Espinoza, who just re-upped his membership. Thank you so much for the ongoing support. All right, ladies and gentlemen, this is it, the finale of Holiday Ask the King for 2021.
All right, guys,
Now
this is your
open
last
up
chance to
questions
tip
to
me.
the stream chat.
Oh, wait, I'm
Anyone
not
has something
DSP.
they'd like to ask me?
Yeah, just hit the
like to
thumbs
answer in
up.
the next few
Thank you
minutes,
guys for
tag me in the
watching.
chat, starting right now.
I'm just gonna sit there and stare at chat, hoping for more tips.
Time's up. Sorry, no one got a question in. I'm just kidding. Go ahead. Ask away. Go ahead. No, really. Go ahead. Ask me something. Go ahead.
It's amazing how much the same shit comes up over and over and over again, isn't it, ISS?
Jungle was loved, finally. Jungle was loved. What are you getting, Cat, this year? I already talked about it earlier this week. I'm not discussing anything publicly, because God forbid someone try to figure out what I got and how much it cost and this and that. Bullshit, these people on the
Because
internet are
you're
nuts. I'm not
broke,
fucking going
you
there.
have no money,
Sorry, I can't
so you
talk.
can't spend money on a gift, right?
Mandy says, what's your favorite flavor? Overall, I don't have a favorite flavor. Chocolate, although I've always been a sucker for chocolate.
Blue raspberry.
Sucker Surprise says, I missed my Twitter question about Skyrim. Maybe I did, or maybe
Blue
I
raspberry is my favorite flavor.
Jones to Bones says, what did you get your wife for Christmas? I just answered that. Joey Walker did another super chat. He says, I actually found you through This Is How You Don't Play. I thought your moments of rage were hilarious. I think you're a genuinely funny guy. Thank you so much, Joey. Nice thing to say.
Oh, Justin R just tipped
Wait a minute.
$13.
Justin R.
So
just
he's
did
gotta
another
change.
$13 tip and says, change that sweater. Ladies and gentlemen,
The
it's
sweater.
our last chance. Let's do it. There's no time for a poll. So it's time, ladies and gentlemen.
Kitty?
The grand finale sweater. Very nice. Thank you, Justin, for that. Here we go. Let's do a sweater swap. Then I can actually wash all these sweaters. Actually, you're not supposed to. I just realized you're not supposed to. Because of the electronics in them, you'll break them. You're not supposed to wash ones that have like stuff in them. So I can wash two of them. I can't wash the other one.
Yay, super sticker from Holland.
Okay.
Holla holla for the sticker, Holland.
It's time for Christmas kitties. Christmas kitties dancing around the tree. Christmas kitties, they are full of glee. La 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 la. Okay, what am I doing? Put the sweater on. Wow, a bunch of people are re-upping their memberships. Holy crap. Here we go.
Ah, terrible, Wesley. Figure I would have made the same joke too, but still terrible.
Christmas kitties.
And we're currently
also
up to, I do believe, 48 likes.
Jasper, how dare you? He jumped on my chair. He tried to steal my chair. He saw me. I got up. He's like, oh, is he
Up to
done for
48
his
likes.
now?
All right, all right, all right.
I'm almost done, but not yet. Christmas kitties, guys. I know you guys wanted the Christmas kitties. Okay.
Hit that like. Last chance,
All right.
guys.
There we go. Awesome. Thank you so much, Justin, for all the support today, man. All those tips. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much, everyone, for your support today. So now some shout-outs. Hold on.
Yeah, his fans know about the bank league, so they know about him spending on WWE
We have
Champions,
this membership for 2 months.
DoorDash,
Hey,
and
Phil, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, Fruits.
Total Wines,
and
they still give him money.
Christopher Brown up
So
to
they
membership
clearly
for
don't
7
care.
months. He says, Merry Christmas from Australia. Merry Christmas to you, Christopher. You're a day ahead, so it's actually is Christmas for you. It's not Christmas here yet in the States, but it's actually Christmas for you. I hope you're having a good one so far. Joey Walker did another super chat. He says, your haters are sad people. They call you a loser and other things, but they're the ones who watch you religiously every day. I can't disagree.
Oh, we're up to 50 likes now.
Okay. Let's see here. Let's see.
I actually don't have any Christmas sweaters. I have a Santa hat around here somewhere. I'm gonna find it this year.
Toxicity Firestar says, if you play Oblivion, will you make Jasper in that too? I don't know. Let's see how it goes in Skyrim, and we'll go from there. I mean, that's kind of going ahead of ourselves. I did part 1 of Skyrim, and you're asking about the Oblivion playthrough. Let's see how Skyrim goes. People always get ahead of themselves. Joan Goes Love says, do you and Kat go and look out at the lights in neighborhoods and such? You know, we would love to do that. We haven't yet. Our local neighbors here actually have some nice lights. There's 2 different people in our complex here who actually put up a lot of lights, and we drive by. One of them has like a choo-choo train that lights up, and these icicles going up and down, and crazy snowman moving around. And right across the way here, they got all these nice lights on their bushes and stuff. That's really nice. We just don't have
exactly Excalibur. They're losers too.
I told you, we get 1 day off a week. That day we cram everything in that we need to do.
Good point,
and
Trey.
then we come home and we're beat. I wish we had time to do shit like that. We just don't. So maybe
you don't have the energy to drive around the neighborhood to look at lights.
All right, Christopher, you have a great
Holy
Christmas,
fuck.
man. He's about to go to his parents for
God damn,
Christmas
you're
lunch.
lazy.
He's in Australia. It's already Christmas there. It's awesome. Jeremy Kyle says, even though Sekiro and Bloodborne were successful, why do you think FromSoft never made a sequel? In the case of Bloodborne, isn't Sony involved? Isn't that a Sony decision? I don't know if I'm correct there or not, but I think Bloodborne was partially backed by Sony, and so because of that, something happened where they didn't have freedom to do whatever they wanted, and so they kind of went in another direction with their games, with Sekiro and stuff like that. I could be wrong, though. Sekiro, I don't think they're going to make a sequel because most people didn't like it. I'm going to be honest here. This is truthful. Most people who like widespread mainstream played Dark Souls did not like Sekiro. Sekiro was too tough for the common gamer who had played games like Dark Souls 2 and 3, and there was flexibility and different ways to beat it. Sekiro was like, you get good and you learn the parry or you lose. And the common person didn't like that. So even though it sold decently, it didn't sell nearly as well as like Dark Souls 3, and therefore that's why they kind of went back to the drawing board with Elden Ring. That's why they're not going to do another Sekiro.
I don't like Sekiro because there was no
Let's see here.
customization to it.
Zebra says, what
You got a stick,
series earlier
and you got a
streams?
shirt.
It's a good question. I don't know
Like,
yet because it's
what?
kind of too early to tell.
What if I don't like that stick?
Ideally,
Too
what I
bad
would
that's the
like
only
to
stick
do
you get.
is a full main daytime stream. First half is 90 minutes, and that's the most disappointing games. Take a break, come back for another 90 minutes, and that's the Game of the Year awards. The problem with that is, I don't know. I talk a lot. Did you notice? I talk a lot. I don't know if
You can always
having
look up a
just
guy like
90
DSP
minutes
did.
is going to be enough time through what I have to say about like 10 or more games. You know what I mean? So I might not be enough, and then what if I don't finish? If I do them as night streams, 2 night streams with 2 hours each, that I think 2 hours is definitely enough to go through the entire countdown. You see? But I don't know. We'll see what happens. I guess it'll also be dependent on when I sit down to do it and I make my list or whatever. How much do I have to say about each game? Then I can figure it out. I can't really tell you in advance yet. Joey did yet another super chat. He says, what's your favorite and least favorite GTA games and why? What's your favorite generation of consoles overall? And what's your favorite Souls game? Oh my god. Favorite GTA game of all time, GTA 4, because it's the first one I ever played that was the open world sandbox, and it meant a lot to me when I was trying to get back into console games to be re-immersed in a universe like that felt so immersive and realistic to New York City, which I had been to many times in real life. Least favorite GTA? GTA 3, only because it's the most primitive of all of them and the shortest one. Not to say it's a bad game, just all the other ones just seem better because they're more advanced. Favorite generation of consoles is the 16-bit era. The entire Genesis versus SNES was an amazing battle.
I miss my Super
owned both and
Nintendo.
enjoyed games on both consoles. SNES is my favorite console of all time. My favorite Souls game of all time is still Dark Souls 1.
Because he still likes to pretend that he's a real gamer, ISS. Yeah, Sekiro could have been better with being able to choose what kind of weapons, what kind of outfits.
Anything else? Any other last chance, guys? We got just a couple more minutes left. If you want to ask a question, please tag me in the chat. We'll get through a few more, and then we will adjourn for the holiday. I won't see you guys again until Sunday.
Dark Souls 3. Great example I'll get to once he gets done talking.
What's my thought on opening a Discord server? It's not going to happen. Discord server is insecure. I know for a fact because we had, many years ago, some fans of mine who said, can I open a Discord server as a fan server for you, Phil? And I said, well, do you know what you're doing? Do you understand how to run a Discord? And they said, yes. Okay, then do it. I'm not gonna use it yet. But if you want to open a fan server, go ahead.
But you do have a Discord.
Content.
You've seen it.
I talked about it. Within 2 days, the entire server was full of trolls. It was so unmanageable that the people who actually wanted to run it left and quit, and the whole server went to shit and was closed down. I don't have time or means to run a Discord server.
But you do have a Discord server for your mods.
I just don't.
We've all seen it.
What's the purpose?
Multiple links.
You know what's going to happen. People will go on there,
multiple
whether or not they act like
leaks
trolls,
about your
they will dox,
mod
they will do fucked up things
Discord.
to my viewers. It's not worth it. It's a safety risk. Jungo has loved us off the party. Merry Christmas to you.
He's hoping to get more tips. That's why he's stalling.
Man, Mark says he finished Fatal Fury the other day. Favorite memories, or one of my memories of Fatal Fury? The thing I remember about Fatal Fury is it was the first SNK fighting game in arcades that I saw, and it was like had loud voices. Like I remember in the arcade, you would hear them yelling out the names of their moves and stuff, like power Geyser and shit, power wave. At Raiden, man, I remember what move he used to yell. But he yelled a real loud one. I hear it in the arcade resonating in the arcade, like damn, it would draw attention to it. But no one really played it. RHS Antonio has done a super chat. He says, the first time I ever saw your vids of Marvel vs. Capcom 2. Thought you were hilarious. Was a fan ever since. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas to you, RHD Antonio. And yeah, that was a long time ago.
It's me. It's R. Oh wait, no, it's RVD. It's RVD.
That was me hanging out with my friends
RHD.
too. Like when I used to play Marvel 2, I know a couple times I had people come over who were like my regulars from back in the day who we'd play together, and that was fun playing with them. And
Spaceman, how's it going?
Camaraderie on my content. You guys get to see how we used to be in arcades, right?
Look at Jasper. Hi, meow meow.
Anytime soon, Zebra. I did full playthroughs of those a year or two ago, and I don't think I'm going back anytime soon. No. All right. Yes, I like Home Alone 1 and 2. The movies. The games are shit.
Well, the movie tie-in
No,
games
Kat and
was
I are
always
not
bad.
currently watching any ongoing TV series. No.
Bullshit.
People are very upset with BITW Awesome, who's been saying Romance Cat in video comments on my streams and everywhere for years. And people are very upset with him.
That's what he
doing
does.
that. So I think pretty soon Common Opinion is going to turn against him, and they're going to find him and unplug his internet. Joey Walker just became a channel supporter. Thank you, Joey. Only Thin Ice, who has been banned like 20 times but somehow came back with another account today, says thoughts on becoming a vegan. There's nothing wrong with being a vegan. I wouldn't want to do it because, as you know, I like variety. I wouldn't want to just sit there and eat non-meat forever. I like meat.
Romance Cat for the holiday, dude.
All the time.
She is your wife. You should be romancing her.
Opened my eyes to more vegetarian cuisine when it comes to like Indian food and stuff like that. So I could eat just vegetables and just fruits if prepared in a way that it tastes great. I wouldn't mind it. But I love meat as well, and I wouldn't want to shut my
Let's see, we're currently up to refresh.
So
on 53 likes, yes. Holla, holla, holla.
Okay. These questions now are
holla for the like
basically
button.
What happens is you get a few people
Easily
with serious
mused.
questions, and then people start coming in with the dumb ones, and I don't want to waste time on the dumb ones. So, guys, this is going to be it. Thank you guys so very much.
This is it, guys. Since you only give me super chats, I'm ending the stream.
So far. This has been a great holiday month. I've really enjoyed being festive with you guys, with the great decorations, the animations, right?
Every year for the month of February, I tend to go vegetarian. Not vegan. I can't do vegan, but I will go vegetarian for the month of February. For no other reason than I'll do it.
The hats and the sweater, so that way we can have some variety on the streams for Christmas week. This officially is the final time I'm doing it. After this ends, you'll not.
Well, he's about to end, so I'll be about to end too.
So
but you want to make a comment about the Sekiro versus other Dark Souls games at the end.
Probably watching this on demand on YouTube as well. Thank you all for the support this year, both today on this very stream, as well as just in general. It's been a great year. Okay. Now Justin just became a channel supporter. Thank you, Justin. Justin is being such a nice guy today with all the support. I really appreciate it, man.
But it's not right away, guys. I don't get it right away. I gotta wait till next month to get it,
Andrew did a
guys.
super chat. He says, screw the trolls. You can get cat whatever you want. Just because you're down doesn't mean you have to live miserably. You have to be responsible. Merry Christmas. You're absolutely right, Andrew. It's not like, again, it's not like I didn't say, oh, we're
Screw the
getting
trolls,
nothing this year.
guys.
That's not the case. I'm not going to talk about it publicly because, as you know, these idiots then turn it into every possible negative thing. And there's just no point in even talking about it publicly. Rest assured, tomorrow we'll have a great Christmas together. For us, though, the holiday is not about commercialism. It's about spending time together because we don't get entire days to just spend together. We don't. Our day off is run out, go grocery shopping, go to an appointment, buy supplies, do this. Oh, God, we finally got home in time. Now we can rest for a couple of hours together. That's our day off. Tomorrow will be a day we get to cook together multiple times. We get to enjoy good food, music.
Wait for him to get done talking, I'll talk about it.
Spend time with Jasper, watch some holiday stuff, have a good, relaxing holiday day together. That's what the holiday should be about.
He makes over 120K a year, still broke.
Not about, oh, here's a fucking gift I bought you that you're going to forget about in 5 minutes anyway. Here. Right? There you go.
Same money DoorDashes, he's definitely not cooking.
Ladies and gentlemen, that is it. Thank you for a very great holiday edition.
No, that's it, guys, after saying it multiple times.
The next Ask the King will be in March 2022, the first week. I'm not sure exactly when. I think I have it tentatively scheduled for like the 3rd. Doesn't have to be the 3rd. I just made a placeholder date. But likely that'll be it. I figure January, we're going to be very busy with all these playthroughs. February, we're going to be crazy busy with the new games. Let's do this and let's reconvene in March when people might actually have distinct things to ask.
Now that was his list of questions paper.
Joey did a final super chat. Says you've been unjustly kicked off of many platforms. You've had to rebuild many times, but you've never been down and out. And that's because of you. That's because of you guys. You guys followed me wherever I went over the years, whether it was YouTube, Blip TV, Twitch, wherever I need to go. You guys follow me. You know, Twitter, Patreon, all the places I've been, all the things I've done. You guys never give up on me. I don't give up on you, and we just keep going strongly together. And that's really the key to success, is not giving up, but having the support to keep you going. And I have it because of all of you. So thank you all for that so very much, guys. Please have a Merry Christmas or a Happy Holiday, whatever it is that you might celebrate, because it might not be Christmas. But I hope you and yours have a good and safe one, especially
Isaac on
what's going on in this world. COVID's still not over. Please be careful. I want nothing more than to see you all after Christmas back here on the streams enjoying games with me. By the way, remember to vote on the game you want to see on the channel page of DSP Gaming. The poll is live. And I wish you all a very, very happy holiday season. All right, guys? Thank you. And I will see you all soon. Merry Christmas, everyone. May peace on earth, goodwill toward men. Deck the halls with boughs of holly.
The last remaining Blitz streamer.
La la la. Tis the season.
Staring at chat, just waiting for a tip.
Fa la 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 la.
Wow, he's stalling hard.
Don we now our gay apparel. Fa la la, jingle bells.
Stalling hard.
Jingle all the way. Oh, what fun it is to ride when there's a lot of snow outside. Ho, ho,
stalling.
Ho, who wouldn't go? Ho, ho,
Stall.
ho,
Keep stalling.
Who wouldn't go? Up on the housetop, click, click, click.
Oops, through the chimney comes old Saint Nick.
What?
Stop stalling.
Okay, guys, I stopped recording. I just want to do something stupid. All right, that's it for Ask the King. So what we'll actually do, as we adjourn, I'll set this up for Sunday. Remember, I'm not here tomorrow, okay? I'm not here tomorrow.
Wow, the stalling.
A rare day where I'm spending the whole day with my wife, and we don't have a million fucking shitty things to do. We can actually have a nice day together.
If a plane stalled this hard, it'd fall out of the sky.
Set this up.
I think he's waiting for Planet Jeff or OIC. He's waiting for someone.
This is a good post-Christmas.
He had someone lined up, but they're not here yet, apparently.
Isn't it? Very nice. All right. So, in summation, my friends.
In summation, now that I'm not recording, thank you for the $250, guys.
Keep in mind, it's not over. I'm going to keep these decorations and everything and the animations up until we do the year-end awards, which is likely the first week of January. So we still got another 1 or 2 weeks left of this silliness. But no more hat, no more sweater. It comes off right now. Get it off. Get it off of me. Get it off. Get it off of me.
Oh, God, why?
I was exposed on stream You actually saw skin and hair. It's absolutely revolting. I'm so sorry, everyone.
Oh
I
God,
didn't
that was
make you all
disgusting.
vomit and freak out. You actually saw my stomach skin. Oh, it's terrible. I'm really sorry. I just ruined Christmas for everybody there.
What you're about to see is
Okay.
absolutely disgusting.
No, really, thank you. This was a fun week, guys. It really was. It was a super fun week. I had a lot of fun with you guys. I get to retire the sweaters now for the year. I get to put the hat away for the year, right? I'm gonna go put these
What a
sweaters
gunt.
back into my drawer where they belong. Fold them up, put them in my drawer.
His hairline's
here's the
running
deal.
away from his head.
I'm not here tonight, no late stream, and I'm not here tomorrow. I'm gonna upload this Ask the King right now to the channel. So if you want to watch it, you can. If you didn't see it live, not to this channel though. I'm gonna upload it over to the King of Hate King of Hate Vlogs. Boy, the King of Hate HD. Now that's an old channel. No, the King of Hate Vlogs. Okay, so go check that out. If you didn't see this, I'm not here tonight, not here tomorrow. Please have a great Christmas, everybody. Okay, safe one. I'll be back on Sunday. Now, you guys determine what I'm playing on Sunday. You have to vote. Go right now to the community tab on the main channel page of this channel, DSP Gaming, and vote on the game you want to see. Last I checked, Skyrim was narrowly in the lead. Like, narrowly. I can double check right now, actually.
Man, is he stalling?
Skyrim is still narrowly in the lead, a little bit more of a lead now by about 7%. But that's not a lot. Oh my God, it's absolutely disgusting. That's not a lot. We can still have, like, people jump in. I think there's less than 2,000 people who voted. And usually we get about 2,000 people who vote. So there could definitely be more people jumping there and voting. But right now, it looks like Skyrim is in the lead with Resident Evil 2 right behind. Vote. Vote tonight or tomorrow. And then Sunday, the first game will be whatever won the poll. Sunday night, Street Fighter. For those who like old school Street Fighter, you're disappointed I'm not playing it tonight. I'll be playing it on Sunday night. Okay, guys? Thank you all very much. Have a great Christmas. Merry Christmas to all, and to all a good night. Peace out, everyone. I will see you Sunday. Later. Yeah.
Finally. Alright. Before I go, the thing I wanted to talk about with Dark Souls 3. There's a fight. You fight a guy who's on a dragon. I had lighter armor on, so I could roll and dodge, get up, attack. Roll, dodge, get up, attack. When you beat the dragon dies, the guy riding the dragon gets off, now you have to fight him. He was so fast, I couldn't, like, dodge out of his way in time. Since it was Dark Souls 3, it's like, alright, fight, kill the dragon. Alright, the cutscene is about to end. Switch over to the Havel the Rock armor. It's like, oh no, he hit me. And did no damage because I have so much armor on. And I just had to face tank the knight guy. But you couldn't face tank the dragon because the dragon did too much damage for tanking. You had to dodge his attacks. But the guy who rode the dragon didn't do as much damage. He was just a lot faster. In Sekiro, you can't... Yeah, I think it was Nameless King. In Sekiro, you can't do that. Like, here's a stick. Here's a piece of cloth. Go at it. In Dark Souls and Bloodborne, it's like, alright, this guy's weak against stab damage, strong against slash. While I'm using a slash weapon, I need to switch out to a stab weapon, to a crush weapon. Something that he's not strong against. In Sekiro, you don't have that. In the Dark Souls series, this guy does fire damage. Where I'm switching over to different armor that does a lot of fire resistance. In Sekiro, oh no, the guy does fire damage. Alright, well, I gotta go in there with the same piece of cloth on. Couldn't fucking stand the fact that in Sekiro, there is no customization. You have the same stick, same piece of cloth, no matter what. That and the targeting reminded me of Dark Souls 2. No joke. Like, oh, when you see this action, you jump up in the air and they'll miss. Fighting the one ogre guy. Oh, he's going for his dive attack. I jump in the air. And he would literally fly like Superman up into the air and grab me. No joke, because he does he leaps forward with his hands out in front of him like Superman flies. It's like, oh, you gotta jump over him and you'll go underneath you, land behind him, you backstab. At least that's what you're supposed to do. Unfortunately, in the game, you jump up when he's doing that animation. Again, he would literally fly like Superman up into the air, grab you, and slam you down. It pissed me off so much. Like, the game tells you exactly what to do, and I'm doing what the game told me to do. But then the guy, just like in Dark Souls 2 with their targeting, he just hops in an airplane, flies up to you, and grabs you. It's like, no! You showed me earlier in the game, when you see this animation, you jump in the air, they go underneath you. You land, you backstab them for a ton of damage. That's exactly what the game taught you to do. When you actually get to outside of the tutorial and actually try to do it, it doesn't work because the guy that you're trying to jump over, as he does his leap attack, flies like Superman and grabs you. It's like, well, he does a lot of this damage. It's like, all right, well, I'm going to switch armor to be that has strong resistance against that damage. Oh, there is no armor to switch to. It's literally the same piece of cloth you have to wear for the whole game. Same stick for the whole game. Like, well, I like doing this parry stab attack while the guy's strong against stab. Well, that's one of my favorite combos is parry stab. Sorry, he's strong against that. Well, let me use a weapon that does a lot of slash damage. Nope. One stick. Oh, that stick doesn't do a lot of slash damage? Sucks to be you. That's why, in my opinion anyways, Dark Souls is way, way better than Sekiro. Because Sekiro does not have customization. Even Immortal Shells. Do you want to dodge a lot? You may not have much health, but you can dodge a lot. Get in, get that one attack, back off, dodge, get in for one attack, back off. Or do you want to be like, alright, fuck your damage. You hit me, I got enough health, I don't care. You couldn't change stats, but you could change shells, so you still had some customization. Same thing with the weapons. You want for the big, giant mortar blade that, you have 4 swings, and then you're out of stamina and you're fucked? Or do you want to go with the hollowed sword, where you get 7 swings, and then you're fucked? Or do you want to get the hammer and dagger that also does poison damage? Same amount of swings as the hollowed sword, but also gives you poison damage. Like, you could choose what kind of weapons you wanted to do. If you want to change your style, you can. In Sekiro, you couldn't change your style. Oh, Neo's even more customizable. Because not just weapons and armor, it's also your stances. You want to go low, you want to go high, you want to go medium. I preferred low for the most part, because it gave me the most damage. Because I am a very much attack, dodge, attack, attack. So the low stance, for me, was the best style. But you get against certain enemies, you had to switch to high stance because this weapon you get this one attack in high stance that this guy for some reason cannot dodge or block. You don't learn that right away. No, you die to that boss 2 or 3 times. But after you die 2 or 3 times, you mess around with these stances. Like, oh, he's really good against low stance, but in high stance, this one attack you do with this weapon, he has no counter. He has no block. He just takes it. Sekiro, you don't have that. Yeah. Hope wherever, because after I shot it, it's like, all right, well, I hit the case, but I didn't hit the disc. First person to get hold of me on Twitter gets it. Someone got it. I sent it to them. Hopefully they're enjoying it more than I did. I just could not stand the game. Now again, I've said it before, just because I was bad at the game doesn't mean it's a bad game. It's not a bad game. Just like with fish. Fish is not a bad food. Fish is a great food. I just can't eat it. Sekiro is a good game. I've seen other people play it. They play it very well. They're amazing at it. It is fascinating watching them play. I just suck at it. And that's one of the biggest differences between someone like me, Agent Proper, LSB, and Darkside Phil. We can play a game, suck at it, and not tell the developers to go die in a fire. It's like, oh man, I'm just not very good at this game. This is just not my style of game. I'm not very good at it. DSP, oh, I'm amazing at this game. It's the developers who are wrong. The developers need to go die in a fire. ACKACKACK. Like, just because I suck at this game doesn't mean it's a bad game. It means I'm bad at it. Although some games are bad, don't get me wrong. No, they get the 1 out of 10, 2 out of 10 ratings and reviews, but a game like Sekiro is not a bad game. I just suck at it. Sekiro, the Fish of the Soulborn series, with the mosquito DLC. Fucking mosquitoes in Fallout 4. That too, Trey. He tells them to go die in a fire or says they don't deserve to have a job. If DSP never moved to Seattle, he'd be fine. All the money he spent on moving to Seattle, living in Seattle, taxes and payments on that second house in Seattle, all that goes away. He never declares bankruptcy. And he had even more wrestlers than WWE champions. Now, yes, would he still be broke? Probably. But he wouldn't have declared bankruptcy. The taxes, the insurance, the HOA fees, the mortgages, the bills, and all that for the second house is really what fucked him over. He never moves. He's fine. He stays in Connecticut, stays in that condo, makes his payments. He's fine. He could have spent even more money on WWE Champions and Supercard, Dragon Ball Z Dokkan Battle, Final Fantasy Estavis, Marvel Future Flight Twin Alliance, whatever it was called. Like, he could have spent a lot more money on those and then not declared bankruptcy. But I'm a big boy. Also, not only is he a big boy who wants to move to the West Coast, the best FGC players are from the West Coast, arguably. But in his mind, if you're on the West Coast, you're above the East Coast. If you're on the West Coast, you're a superior FGC player. And he wanted to be that superior FGC player. Even if he wasn't actually superior, he wanted to be on that side of the country so he would have the image of being a West Coast FGC player. It all comes back to his ego. And him being a fucking moron, but... Alright, guys, well, I'm going to let you go. I have to say, thank you very much for showing up. Holla holla for the dollar dollar, la 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 la, Brother X, and Holland. And Orange. Can't forget Orange. I gotta say, thank you guys for watching. Hopefully I was able to entertain you. Merry Christmas to all. And to all a good night. Hopefully you get to enjoy it with your families. Or your friends. Someone. And even if you don't get to join it with someone else because of work schedules, COVID, like my situation. Stay at home. Watch Die Hard. Watch Gremlins. Watch Christmas Vacation. Sit down, watch movies that make you happy. Play a game that makes you happy. Hopefully everyone's off from work. I know not everyone is, sadly, but hopefully you're all off from work. So you know what? You got time? Put in a few hours into a game you don't usually have time for. That too, Trey. And that too, Wesley. Phil has no credit no matter what scene he tries to bite off. He is a perennial loser of the millennium. So yeah, it's Merry Christmas to all. And to all, a good night.